Audiobook title, Isekai, A Way to Build Gundams 00 to 26. Chapter 00. Prologue. My name is Tugdikin Bay. My body, accustomed to an internal rhythm, stirred me awake. I sat up in bed, glancing at the soft glow of the digital clock on the nightstand. I closed my eyes for a moment, centering myself, and a flood of memories rose to the surface. Memories that still felt distant yet hauntingly familiar. My name is Tugdikin Bay. This statement, solid and grounded, has defined me in this world for over 2 decades. Yet a lifetime ago, I was a different person, a quiet soul obsessed with Gundam and the imaginative worlds of science fiction. My days were spent studying complex mecha blueprints and immersing myself in the exhilarating tales of distant galaxies. A love for Gundam was my anchor, a steady beat in an otherwise uneventful life. For me, those stories were more than entertainment. They were my existence. But fate, with its quiet cruelty, had other plans. One fateful evening, 21 years ago, I held my newly purchased Wing Zero model kit in hand, excited to begin assembling it. I never made it home. A brutal car accident ripped away my consciousness, throwing me into darkness. When I awoke, I wasn't met with familiar sights or sounds, but found myself swaddled in soft fabric, lying in a crib. My vision, hazy and unfocused, settled on the sterile white lights above. And then, the strangest thing happened. I tried to cry out, not with words, but a newborn's wail escaped my throat. Nurses rushed in, startled, whispering among themselves and hurrying to call a doctor. As they examined me, a glimmer of disbelief lit up their eyes. Miraculous, one of them muttered. The baby they thought lost, a child born with grave complications, had, against all odds, clung to life. It took me a moment to grasp the surreal truth. I had died. Yet here I was, born anew, a soul displaced, residing in the body of a child who had slipped away. Not long after, a man burst into the room, a figure of strength and wealth, with a noble, Ottoman face chiseled by hardship yet softened by relief. He swept me up, his tears falling as he praised Allah for his son's return to life. In his arms, I could feel the warm pulse of parental devotion. It dawned on me then that I wasn't simply alive, but reborn. I had been granted another chance in a world that, in the days and years to come, I would find both familiar and strange. In this life, I was Tugdikin Bay, the heir of an affluent family. My mother, a graceful and dignified woman, watched over me with eyes that held a fierce protectiveness, while my father, though stern, carried an unmistakable pride whenever he looked my way. And I was not alone. I had 3 elder sisters, each a figure of elegance and strength. Long Kuei, my eldest sister, bore a regal poise that commanded respect. Long Xian, the second, had a quiet resolve and a keen mind. And Long One, the youngest of the 3, brought warmth and laughter into our lives. As I grew, pieces of my past life merged with this one, lending me knowledge I should not possess. Concepts from Gundam and science fiction novels wove seamlessly into my memory, every detail sharp, as if imprinted into the very fibers of my being. Technology, the very principles of design and engineering flowed through my mind effortlessly, even as a child. The crib, the medical devices around me, and the technology within our household. Everything was undeniably advanced, even compared to the previous life standards. Then, the day I left the hospital, I noticed something. The sleek, futuristic vehicles gliding through the streets and the voices from the radio bore a sense of otherworld lines. The news broadcasted in a language reminiscent of Turkish, yet tinged with an unfamiliar resonance, hinted at a reality I had not expected. Bit by bit, the puzzle fell into place. I had not only reincarnated, but had been transported to another world altogether. Here, they called it the Earth Circle, a world whose history diverged from mine, but retained echoes of a shared past. Turkish and English were the universal languages. But this Earth, almost twice the size of my previous one, held layers of mystery and technological marvels. The people of this realm had long surpassed simple earthbound existence. Humans lived not only on Earth, but also in the far reaches of space, in colonies akin to those in the Gundam universe. Entire nations vied for influence on Mars, which had already been terraformed and transformed into a hub for humanity's next great migration. Jupiter's moons loomed as the next frontier, promising resources and land for those willing to brave the journey. The advancement of this society was astounding. Humans lived well into their 200s, and milestones of life had shifted accordingly. Adulthood, still marked at 18, was merely the beginning of youth. One was not considered middle-aged until they crossed a century, and only after 150 did one enter old age. But all was not as idyllic as it seemed. The allure of space and the desire for dominance had bred a fierce competition among nations, often sparking friction and conflict. While nuclear arms still held sway, new defensive technologies had risen. Laser defense systems nullified the terror of nuclear warheads, rendering them nearly obsolete. Even small nations, equipped with this advanced defense, stood undaunted in the face of superpowers, spurring countless skirmishes and a simmering tension that had yet to erupt into a full-scale war. The seeds of ambition and discord ran deep. Clashes over resources and territorial claims erupted across the colonies, as each faction strove to expand its influence. For most, this perpetual state of unrest was a distant hum, a part of life's background. But as a privileged child of a prominent family, these conflicts seemed remote, too far removed to encroach on my well-protected world. Until the age of 16, I grew up as any noble scion might. I devoted myself to my studies and immersed myself in this world's advancements, absorbing the intricate workings of their technology and uncovering secrets locked within my own mind. Even as I lived in luxury, shielded from hardship, a yearning stirred within me, a desire to build, to create something beyond the reach of ordinary ambition. The knowledge I had retained from my past life, combined with the endless potential of this one, beckoned to me. I was Tudikin Bay, yet my destiny lay far beyond the confines of this privileged existence. The echoes of Gundam, the knowledge of battles fought among the stars, resonated within me, urging me forward. I could feel it, deep within, a calling, a path yet untraveled, drawing me toward a future brimming with both peril and promise. And so, with the weight of 2 lives bound within me, I readied myself. For I was no longer just a spectator in this vast cosmos. I was destined to play a part, to shape the tides of history in this realm, and perhaps even beyond. As I gaze out into the shimmering void, the stars, once distant mysteries, now feel closer than ever, yet no less enigmatic. I am Tudikin Bay, a man once tethered to Earth, but now adrift among these astral expanses, a legacy of ambition, loss, and dreams that span lifetimes. After my 16th birthday, tragedy struck. My parents, revered in both mercantile and noble circles, perished while on an interstellar venture to forge new trade alliances. It was supposed to be an ordinary business mission, a routine journey beyond Earth's atmosphere to discuss lucrative opportunities. But fate willed otherwise, leaving me and my 3 elder sisters with the tremendous fortune and the crushing sorrow of their abrupt passing. In a life before this one, I had known no such privilege, only a splintered family. My parents had separated long ago, leaving me to navigate the world alone. Love, warmth, and the comfort of kin felt as foreign as the stars once did. But here in this life, I tasted those rare affections through my parents' embrace, their guidance, and the dreams they sowed within me. When they died, I wept for 3 days without ceasing, and for the first time, I felt a profound void settle into my heart. I withdrew from the world, lost in a haze of grief and silence, seeking solace in isolation. Eventually, I emerged from that darkness, albeit with scars, yet also with resolve. I could not squander this second chance. I would honor the knowledge my family had imparted to me. I would wield it as my sword, carving a new destiny, both for myself and for those I loved. At 21, upon my university graduation, I made a decision that would alter my path forever. I entrusted the vast inheritance left by my parents to my sisters. Leaving only a letter of farewell, I departed from Earth's familiar gravity, casting myself into the boundless reaches of space. My destination was a forsaken corner of the Mycone territory, a system fractured by abandoned industrial zones and meteorite fields, far removed from Earth's bustling orbit. There, amidst floating debris and echoes of forgotten ambition, I found what would become my sanctuary, an old mining facility, weathered by time and desolation. With funds acquired from the Mycone authorities, I procured this neglected ruin, envisioning it not as a ghostly relic, but as the beating heart of my new enterprise. I would build here a fortress, a factory, a realm unto itself. This desolate place would transform into a hub for munitions and mobile suits, an arsenal that would shape the tides of conflict across the stars. In my possession was a newfound power to manufacture, to arm, and to create. But in the galactic hierarchy, mobile suits, or MS, towering mechanized war machines, were still seen as experimental, secondary tools of war. Battleships and starfighters ruled the skies, leaving MS yet unproven. For now, my factory's focus remained on crafting swift and formidable starfighters. A sudden chime broke the silence. D resonated from my disk. I activated the holographic display. Before me appeared a projection of Simmons, a man of humble origins, his skin weathered and his eyes steely from years of labor. Simmons was my factory's director, the bedrock of my manufacturing operations. "Boss," he greeted, his deep voice steady. "We've completed the adjustments on the new mobile suit. I think you want to see this." I nodded, a slight smile forming. "Understood. I'll be there shortly." After ending the call, I donned my work jacket and left my quarters. On my way to the hangar, I encountered Li Xiuqing, my oldest friend, my confidant, and perhaps my only rival in ambition. Xiuqing came from a lineage of warriors, a family distinguished by its dedication to martial tradition and battlefield honor. Yet, beneath his soldierly veneer, Xiuqing possessed a mischievous soul, restless and unburdened by the strict code of military life. The rigidity of a soldier's path never suited him. He yearned for the boundless freedom of a mercenary's existence. 3 years prior, in defiance of his family's wishes, he resigned from the army. A clandestine exit, as if he feared not the repercussions but the expectations that had been placed upon him. Our paths had crossed again, just as I ventured into the outer fringes of Mycone. Xiuqing, with his connections and keen strategic mind, had introduced me to this forgotten mining field, claiming it held secrets. He once led an elite mission here, eliminating a regiment of space pirates that had embedded themselves within Mycone's fractured borders. Together, we established 2 entities. The first, Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company, was the core of our munitions production, where we poured our expertise into advanced engineering. The second, the Tianyi Mercenary Group, grew out of our shared vision of independence. While I initially placed Xiuqing in charge, he quickly sought reinforcements, suggesting his uncle Li Jiaming, a retired colonel, to lead the mercenaries. Jiaming's seasoned command outmatched our youthful ambition, and with a steady hand, he took the reins, establishing our organization as a force both feared and respected in the outer systems. "Old friend, heading to the hangar?" Xiuqing called out, catching up to me. His arm draped casually over my shoulder, a smirk dancing on his face. "I'm dying to see this new MS. You've made a masterpiece, haven't you?" A sense of pride swelled within me. "Let's hope it lives up to its potential." A lot rests on this design. The hangar, vast and echoing, buzzed with activity. Engineers hustled between machinery, their movements precise, their expressions intense. In the center stood the new mobile suit, gleaming under the harsh hangar lights. Its frame was imposing, a blend of smooth curves and sharp edges, reminiscent of Ottoman armor, yet infused with futuristic ferocity. The MS stood like a guardian, awaiting orders, an embodiment of our ambitions cast in steel and circuitry. Simmons approached, gesturing toward the control panel. "Everything's in place, Bay Tugdekin. We're ready for the first activation." I stepped forward, resting my hand on the control interface. In that moment, the weight of my lineage, my choices, and my dreams crystallized. This suit was more than a weapon. It was a symbol, a declaration that even in exile, far from Earth's politics and power games, we would rise. We would become a force unto ourselves, not bound by borders or loyalties, but by our creed. "Activated," I commanded, my voice steady. The MS hummed to life, its lights flickering, its systems roaring as if awakening from a long slumber. Xiuqing's eyes sparkled with excitement, his grin widening. "This," he said, his voice barely a whisper, "is only the beginning." In the heart of an abandoned asteroid field, under a sea of stars and the vigilant eye of ancient constellations, we had taken our first steps into a new era. This was no mere factory, no mere mercenary company. It was a realm of our own making, a place where dreams and steel intertwined. And as long as I drew breath, I vowed that the name Tugdekin Bay would be spoken with both reverence and fear throughout the stars. Chapter 01. Yuanzu Gundam RX-78. The cavernous hangar echoed with the sounds of clanking metal and whirring machinery as Tugdekin Bay strode forward, his gait purposeful and unyielding. Following closely behind him was Li Xiuqing, his expression one of muted awe but veiled in stoic calm. The air carried the weight of anticipation, a dense and electrifying aura that seemed to seep from the very walls of the factory itself. Arrayed around the enormous, gleaming structure of the RX-78 Gundam stood the director, Simmons, along with an assembly of technicians and mercenaries clad in sleek, black and white uniforms. Among the mercenaries was an older man with a beret pulled low over his brow and dark sunglasses concealing his gaze. Li Jiaming, leader of the mercenary regiment, and a figure both respected and feared. "Welcome, Bay," chorused the gathered personnel as Tudkin approached. A curt nod was his only reply. His gaze remained fixed on the RX-78, absorbing every detail. The steel armor's polished surface, the intimidating arsenal attached to it. A beam rifle, a bazooka, a shield, and the distinctive twin beam sabers anchored to its back. There was a subtle reverence in Tudkin's eyes as they traced the contours of this modern marvel, an embodiment of power born from his vision and ambition. "Director, have the team make final preparations. I want to pilot this machine myself," he instructed with calm authority, his voice steady yet intense. Simmons nodded, and within moments, the team mobilized, finalizing diagnostics and preparing the Gundam for live action. Clad in the space pilot suit, Tudkin climbed into the cockpit, his fingers expertly gliding across the controls as he powered up the machine. Rows of data flickered across the HUD, and with a practiced hand, he initiated the manual systems check, eyes narrowing as he calibrated each element with pinpoint precision. The RX-78 was fitted with a live ammunition rifle as Tudkin guided it onto the ejection platform. With a sudden surge, the Gundam launched forward, bursting out of the factory at breakneck speed. The destination was a remote testing field, filled with strategically positioned targets. Some were on a controlled track, moving with random speed variations, while others hovered as aerial drones armed with live ammunition rifles of their own. The scene was a calculated battlefield, engineered for precision and response. Tudkin adjusted his grip on the controls and activated the targeting system. His hands moved with fluid confidence as he fired the beam rifle, the shot searing through the air and striking their marks dead center. Blue liquid splattered as each projectile connected, each successful hit met with precision that bordered on artistry. His movements were sharp yet instinctive, almost as if Gundam's circuitry and his own pulse were one and the same. The drones retaliated, firing in a barrage that required every ounce of his reflexes. With swift, calculated movements, Tudkin dodged each shot, weaving the RX-78 through streams of bullets, his fingers tapping commands on the console, his feet working the pedals to adjust thrust and directional changes. Every time he fired back, the drones were hit with uncanny accuracy, their frames painted in cyan liquid that trickled like blood as they powered down, defeated and outmaneuvered. The combat drill concluded, but Tudkin pushed the Gundam further, maneuvering it toward a dense asteroid field that floated ominously in the distance. With sheer concentration, he navigated the RX-78 through the maze of drifting rocks, his path a symphony of grace and speed. Each meteor was dodged with expert timing, the Gundam moving with an elegance that defied its formidable bulk. Inside the factory, in a shadowed workshop overlooking the display monitors, a team of engineers and technicians observed with bated breath. Each detail of Tudkin's performance streamed in real time, the data showing no errors, no falters. "He's a visionary, and yet, look at his control," murmured one technician. "This isn't just aptitude, this is mastery." Beside him, Li Jiaming watched intently, his face a mask of calm, but his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. He leaned closer to Li Xiuqing, who, despite his reserved demeanor, was visibly impressed. "Is this really your friend's doing?" Li Jiaming's voice was hushed with something bordering on disbelief. "If the RX-78 is introduced to the world, its impact will shake the balance of power across nations." Li Xiuqing nodded thoughtfully. "Uncle, can it be mass-produced? If it could be, well, entire nations would struggle to keep pace." Jiaming shook his head. "Mass production would be nearly impossible. I've reviewed its specs. It's not just a machine, it's a masterpiece. Manufacturing and maintaining it would consume vast resources. Even building this one prototype likely drained an unimaginable fortune." "Exactly," Simmons interjected, overhearing. "To give you an idea, Tudkin Bay poured over $1 billion into developing this RX-78 Gundam alone. And that's excluding the research costs." A stunned silence settled among the group, each of them mentally grappling with the enormity of that figure. The RX-78 wasn't merely advanced. It was revolutionary, transcending the boundaries of mobile technology as they knew it. Finally, Tugdekin brought the RX-78 back to the hangar, where its heavy, metallic steps reverberated through the building as it came to a graceful halt. He disengaged from the cockpit, his eyes reflecting a rare satisfaction. The tests were complete, and the RX-78 had exceeded even his highest expectations. As Tugdekin dismounted, 2 frigates glided into the hangar's loading bay. Their flags bore the insignia of a pair of black wings, framing a gleaming sword, a symbol of allegiance and power. The frigates carried with them an imposing presence, silent yet forceful, like specters of ancient wars reborn in a modern battlefield. An engineer approached, voice tempered with awe. "Bay, the data from your tests, it's beyond anything we've seen. RX-78 is alive under your command." Tugdekin regarded the machine, a glimmer of pride in his gaze. "Alive, yes, but this is only the beginning." His voice was barely a whisper, a promise meant more for himself than anyone around him. Li Xiuqing and Li Jiaming exchanged glances, each man struck by a shared, unspoken realization. This Gundam, no, this warrior was not simply a machine of battle. It was a herald of change, a weapon that could alter the world as they knew it. And in that moment, as the RX-78 stood like an iron sentinel in the factory light, the very air around them felt charged with destiny, as if history itself was holding its breath, awaiting the dawn of a new era. The emblem of the Tianyi Mercenary Company, a pristine pair of white wings crossed by a sword, adorned the 2 frigates as they sailed back into the dock, a testament to both their completed mission and the loyalty that defined the mercenary group. The flag, recognized throughout the trade sectors, was as much a brand as it was a promise of skill and valor. Freshly returning from an arduous commission, the mercenaries eyed the latest model of mobile armor, guided by none other than their leader, Tugdekin Bey. "Impressive, isn't it?" murmured one of the returning crew members, his voice betraying awe. "Aye," replied another, eyes fixed on the sleek lines and formidable frame of the new machine. "Looks like the gym mobile suit our boss designed last year, but refined. This one's like a hawk ready to strike." From the outset, Tugdekin Bey's radical decision to forego traditional fighter jets for mobile suits had unsettled some. Fighters were swift and maneuverable. No one denied that. But under his direction, the GIM MS had transformed their combat philosophy, trading raw speed for versatile agility, close-quarters defense, and an uncanny targeting precision that felt almost instinctive. This machine was a warrior's tool, wielded with purpose. "The real genius," another mercenary added, "is in the OS. It's the finest we've seen, a system that never misses. Missile defenses, pinpoint target locking, it's practically an extension of you. I'd wager it saved half our hides more than once." Their voices trailed as they turned to face the familiar red and white gym suits, sturdy frames armed with a beam saber mounted on the backpack thrusters, shields held resolute, blue-visored eyes glinting like a watchful sentinel. Inside the hangar, Tugdekin Bey inspected the machine with a quiet, discerning gaze, his fingers tracing the cool metal contours of the suit. Beside him, his trusted engineer, Simmons, leaned in with an eager inquiry. "What are you calling this one, Bey?" Tugdekin Bey's eyes sparkled, but his voice remained calm and steady. "Gundam," he said. "It shall be called the Gundam RX-78 Yuanzu." Li Xiuqing, one of the loyal captains, looked up from his maintenance work, a spark of admiration and curiosity in his gaze. "Does naming it Gundam and Yuanzu, the ancestor, mean you're planning a lineage of these machines?" Tugdekin Bey nodded, his expression unreadable. "A legacy has roots, and every legacy begins somewhere." A hush fell as a figure appeared, cutting through the gathering's awestruck silence. A woman with golden hair cascading down her shoulders, dressed in sharp, black attire that signified her authority. This was Sakiki, the calculating and resilient president of Tianyi Arms Manufacturing. Her air was one of controlled power, a presence that balanced Tugdekin Bey's intense focus with cool-headed strategy. "Bey," she addressed him formally, her voice steady. "I have a report for you." He inclined his head, gesturing towards his office. "Follow me then. Let's speak in private." As they moved through the silent corridor, another figure, Li Jiaming, hurried to catch up, determined to deliver his own report. In Tugdekin Bey's office, the automated door scanned their presence, opening smoothly to reveal a sanctuary of strategy and command. A machine word, extending 2 chairs before the large, imposing desk. With quiet reverence, Sakiki and Jiaming took their seats. The trio settled, the silence broken only by the soft clink of tea and coffee cups, lemon tea for Tudikan Bay, black coffee for Jiaming, and a delicate cup of black tea for Sakiki. Let's begin, Tudikan Bay invited, his eyes set in anticipation. Jiaming started first, handing a tablet to his commander. We need to triple our current scale, he began. If we're to sustain commissions across the region's colonies, our production and manpower must reflect that ambition. Tudikan Bay studied the report, his gaze steady. So expansion is necessary, he said, considering the intersection of borders and allegiances in this volatile frontier. The company's base lay strategically at the fringes of Mekong, an area rife with overlapping territories and interwoven interests. Here, they were both isolated and strategically positioned, standing in a crossroads untouched by major powers, but within reach of them all. Among these, the ever-growing influence of the Hanxia Empire loomed large, an empire steeped in its own legacies and traditions, some of which Tudikan Bay himself shared. The area surrounding their operations hosted a complex web of influence, including several Hanxia colonies that had carved their place in this expanse of stars. Once, the empire's reach had been all-encompassing. Yet, with the rise of independent colonies and nations like Mekong, the stars had fractured into territories vying for sovereignty or for power beneath a larger power. And it was into this fractured expanse that Tudikan Bay and his allies had moved, striking against pirate strongholds and mercenary bands to safeguard their claim and ideals. Resources are limited, Sakiki interjected, her voice level but firm. And if we stretch our hand further, it may provoke notice from those we've managed to keep at bay. We must tread carefully, especially with Hanxia's borders so close. Tudikan Bay nodded, acknowledging the delicate balance. But with calculated steps, he replied, we can push forward. A strategic pause followed as he returned his attention to Jiaming's report. Their aim, he knew, was not merely profit but sovereignty, a realm where the mercenary could stand as freely as any kingdom. Here, they wielded power as long as they kept their enemies at bay, and faith, as it were, was their enduring pillar. Even in these hardened walls, a soft reverence persisted. Tudikan Bay, mindful of his lineage and the blessings that came with it, stood for a brief moment in silent prayer, a gesture that did not go unnoticed. Such moments, small but sincere, reminded those around him of the roots that grounded him. His faith was a guiding flame, a reason to fight and protect those under his banner. The Gundam, the Yuanzu, stood as a testament to that vision, a creation of both engineering and conviction. It bore not only the strength of the materials that composed it, but also the weight of purpose, born from the vision of a future untouched by domination. That night, beneath the stars gleaming through the hangar's vaulted windows, Tudikan Bay stood alone beside the Yuanzu. The hum of the machine, dormant yet powerful, seemed almost like a heart beating alongside his own. The empire he had left behind might have been vast, but here he had carved out his own small kingdom among the stars, a sanctuary where tradition and technology intermingled in reverent harmony. As he looked upon the Gundam, he knew that its journey had only begun. The Yuanzu, the ancestor, was the first, but it would not be the last. Its successors would inherit not only his strength, but his ideals, extending his reach and safeguarding this fragile balance. For though the stars stretched endlessly, here they would find a haven, forged by a man who believed in more than conquest, who believed in legacy. And as the moonlight filtered in, illuminating the Gundam in a pale, otherworldly glow, Tudikan Bay whispered a prayer, a promise bound to the universe. Here, under these heavens, he had found his path. And here, in this galaxy of nations and endless wars, the Gundam would become his legacy, his own testament, as enduring as faith itself. Chapter 02. The Cost of Peace. The galaxy lay scarred by endless conflict, the aftershocks of war permeating every corner and creating a web of hardship that ensnared both the innocent and the powerful alike. Poverty festered in the void left by peace, breeding bands of renegades, thieves, and outlaw factions. The rise of piracy became the universe's gravest scourge as lawless crews prowled trade routes, attacking without restraint, fueled by profit and anarchy. The problem had grown to such a scale that mercenary groups found their services in constant demand, facing a deluge of contracts from desperate merchants and star system governments alike. At the heart of this chaotic time stood the Tianyi Mercenary Group, a newly founded yet rising force of grit and tenacity. Initially, they were but a shadow among giants, their early clientele sparse, limited to modest merchants with slim cargo hauls and razor-thin profit margins. However, as months passed, the Tianyi mercenary group's reputation blossomed. Each successful escort mission, each daring counterattack on marauding pirates, fueled a swelling repute. Soon, larger conglomerates began to seek their services, and with each victory, their fame spread like wildfire. For more than a year now, Tugdekin Bey, the group's formidable leader, dedicated himself to transforming their standard MS, mobile suits, known as GIM, into a symbol of reliability and tactical superiority. The GIM MS became the Tianyi Mercenary Corps' stalwart equipment, modified and refined under Tugdekin's vigilant eye, crafted to deliver efficient, versatile firepower. Not a single mission was lost, not a single client disappointed. Even the most notorious pirate factions, who once terrorized the galaxy's outer reaches, found themselves outmatched, as Tugdekin Bey's forces dismantled their operations with relentless precision. It was this consistent excellence that turned Tianyi from an obscure name into a bastion of trust, with their contract lists overflowing with requests. However, the group's ascension had come at a cost. Their fleet, only 3 frigates in total, was stretched thin, and the demands of countless clients weighed heavily on their resources. Recognizing this strain, Li Jiaming, Tugdekin Bey's trusted officer, approached his commander with a straightforward request. We need to expand. The scale of our operations can no longer match the scale of our obligations. Tugdekin Bey nodded thoughtfully, his gaze firm as he glanced at Sakiki, another key advisor standing by. Sakiki promptly handed him a tablet displaying the latest report, a contract proposal from the powerful nation of Mikaongwa, accompanied by offers from other allied worlds. Mikaongwa is eager to purchase GIM MS units from us, Sakiki began, his voice steady. They've even proposed terms that border on the extraordinary. Tugdekin Bey's brow arched with interest as he reviewed the terms. Their offer is close to production cost, he noted. But they're extending concessions, a 20-year reduction in tax rates on our exports, the permanent transfer of 3 abandoned asteroid factories near our current base, and a generous 50-ton allocation of rare black base energy stones, alongside essential materials for construction. Indeed, Bey, Sakiki confirmed. Their only request is that we provide them with a monthly supply of 8 GIM MS units for 2 years. In total, that's 192 units. Tugdekin Bey leaned back, absorbing the weight of the offer. And our production capability? At present, with our primary line running nonstop, we can meet their demand. If we reallocate the production lines designated for tanks and fighter planes, we could manufacture up to 18 units monthly, Sakiki replied. And the current orders for other vehicles? Tugdekin Bey inquired. By suspending new orders, we could complete outstanding contracts in a month, Sakiki answered. After a pause, Tugdekin Bey's decision was resolute. We'll accept Mikaongwa's terms. Place all tank and fighter plane contracts on hold and divert the production lines to meet their demand for GIM MS units. Sakiki bowed, acknowledging the order with a subtle nod of respect before departing to enact the directive. Once alone, Li Jiaming approached his commander with renewed enthusiasm. Bey, with the additional resources from Mikaongwa, might we consider expanding our mercenary fleet? The hint of a smile played on Tugdekin Bey's face. Indeed, let's begin by constructing 2 new frigates. Our factory's current capacity will allow for them without strain. Once we secure those 3 abandoned factories, one will be assigned as a dedicated mercenary base under your command. From there, you'll have the freedom to expand as needed. Understood, Bey. Jiaming replied, his eyes alight with a sense of purpose as he too departed to bring the plans to life. Left alone, Tugdekin Bey's gaze turned inward, his mind returning to a vision that had inspired him since he founded the Tianyi mercenary group. His journey began not as a soldier or tactician, but as a man with a profound sense of duty, to preserve the honor and dignity of the weak and oppressed, to hold fast to the principles of mercy and justice deeply rooted in his faith. The ancient guidance echoed through him as he returned to his work, a resolve shaped by values that had stood for centuries, even amidst the boundless expanse of space. Each GIM MS, every contract, and all the growing alliances were but tools in service of something higher, a commitment to protect without yielding to the corruption that had seeped through the galaxy like poison. In this vast universe of violence and greed, Tugdekin Bey saw his mission not as one of conquest, but of divine stewardship, driven by the whispers of ancient texts and the values they held. He believed in the delicate balance of justice and power, and he saw the Tianyi mercenary group as an extension of that creed. The organization wasn't just a business. It was a bulwark against the tides of darkness that sought to drown the helpless. As the days passed, Todikin Bey continued to oversee the production of new equipment, pushing his engineers to refine the next evolution of their mobile suits. Among these developments was the RX-78, a Gundam that represented more than mere combat prowess. It was, in his eyes, a vessel of resilience, a symbol of strength crafted to counter the tides of lawlessness. Although its prototype had been successful, there remained countless improvements to be made, and Todikin Bey intended to see them through to completion. His factory, though modest in personnel, was bound together by loyalty and shared purpose. Every worker, from the highest-ranking engineer to the cooks and attendants, was united in pursuit of a shared vision. As the preparations unfolded, the Tianyi mercenary group continued to operate with a growing sense of direction and purpose. Their mission transcended mere survival. It became a pursuit of a higher order, a fulfillment of a calling that defied the transitory allure of profit. For Todikin Bey, the galaxy's chaos wasn't something to be tamed, but to be harmonized. In this pursuit, he saw a chance not only to carve a path through the stars, but to do so under the guiding light of unwavering principles, a glimmer of hope in a universe shadowed by darkness. The vast expanse of the factory loomed, cold and quiet, where automated machines hummed like whispers in an ancient cathedral. This wasn't a factory that bustled with the usual noise of laborers and the clamor of voices. Instead, it held an eerie stillness, punctuated only by the rhythmic clanging of metal and the soft glow of machinery. Here, technology had taken over labor thanks to the cutting-edge MD system, a fully autonomous system. It was a world in which machines took on the responsibilities once held by skilled craftsmen, working tirelessly to craft mobile suits, advanced fighter planes, imposing warships, and all the specialized armaments demanded by the scattered mercenary groups. At the helm of this innovation was Todikin Bey, a man of sharp intellect and shrewd business instincts. His vision was to transform the way battle machinery was created, freeing human hands from repetitive work, leaving only the most intricate tasks to his small team of experts. Efficiency was paramount, and manpower was minimized, so that only the finishing touches remained in human hands. But it wasn't the empty, sprawling factory that intrigued Todikin Bey's latest associate, Mi Jiaonghua. Instead, it was the tantalizing offer Todikin Bey had made. Among the many incentives, a tax cut, and even the lease of the old, abandoned factory grounds, one offer, however, caught Mijia's attention: 50 tons of black-based energy stones. These stones were a commodity as rare as they were powerful, capable of fueling vast factories for months on end. Todikin Bey's entire factory had once operated on solar panels and fuel generators, an exhausting and unreliable source of power. The MD system, particularly, devoured immense amounts of energy, rendering the factory a place of constraints and constant refueling. Back then, such challenges made each operational day a battle. But those days of uncertainty had faded. With a steady supply of black-based energy stones, Todikin Bey's factory hummed without interruption. Now, with just a single ton, his factory could run at full throttle for a whole year. In a market where a single ton fetched nearly 100 million yuan, the stakes were high, but the reward was endless. And so, Todikin Bey now wielded near-limitless power. Yet the stones held no military value. Unable to fuel weapons directly, they were prized solely for their industrial efficiency. As midday approached, Todikin Bey made his way to the factory's dimly lit cafeteria. The smell of food wafted faintly, mingling with the sharp scent of steel and oil. He settled into a corner booth, and before long, Li Xiuqing, one of his most trusted men, joined him. Todikin Bey, Li Xiuqing's voice held a note of expectation as he took a seat. Will you be piloting the Yuanzu Gundam yourself? Or is it bound for one of our mercenary members? A glint of excitement shone in Li Xiuqing's eyes. He was eager, ambitious, and confident in his skill. Among the ranks, he was considered one of the best mobile suit pilots, though he had yet to reach the echelon of an ace. Still, he hoped Todikin Bey might grant him the honor. But Todikin Bey's expression remained impassive. The Yuanzu Gundam isn't for anyone else, he replied with finality. I will be piloting it. A shadow of disappointment flickered over Li Xiuqing's face, but he masked it quickly, acknowledging the reality that no one in their circle had skills surpassing Todikin Bey's. If the best mobile suit was to be piloted by anyone, it was only fitting it was the best among them. In the days that followed, preparations in the factory reached a fever pitch. Between meetings, inspections, and rounds through the automated assembly lines, Tugdekin Bey organized his next venture. Word came that the third frigate had completed its assignment and would soon return for repairs, while the first frigate, newly outfitted and ready, stood poised for launch. The next mission, however, called for something unique. Tugdekin Bey planned to test the Gundam's abilities in actual combat, yearning to push it to its limits. The opportunity was timely, as he hadn't ventured beyond the factory grounds in months. His own spirit craved the challenge of the open sky and the unfamiliar landscapes. When the day arrived, the hangar buzzed with final adjustments. Li Xiuqing and two other technicians worked meticulously on the Gym Mobile suit, ensuring every bolt and wire functioned perfectly. Meanwhile, Tugdekin Bey prepared for the journey in a private room, quiet and contemplative. He knew that this mission would test not only the Gundam's might, but also the allegiance of the men who joined him. Men who, like him, were bound by duty and a solemn code. The first frigate, a marvel of design, bore the name Flanker. Tugdekin Bey had meticulously overseen its creation, modifying it to include a slew of enhancements that would put other nations' frigates to shame. Sleek and imposing, the Flanker embodied his personal vision, a fortress in motion, an intricate blend of autonomy and strength. The crew on board was sparse, barely 30 men in total. The frigate systems relied heavily on the MD system's autopilot capabilities, allowing for streamlined control. Aside from the captain, only 2 operators manned the radar systems, keeping an eye on the vast expanse of the battlefield. Their responsibility was to monitor for incoming threats, but they were shadows in the presence of the Flanker's true power. The Yuanzu Gundam, secure in the heart of the ship's hangar. Inside the ship, fully automated machines stood ready for any repair needs. Maintenance vehicles equipped with robotics roamed, awaiting commands from the staff, which consisted of a mere handful of personnel. Most of the repair work was relegated to the machines, with human hands guiding only the most delicate of procedures. In addition to the Gundam, the Flanker could only carry 4 mobile suits, a small number but sufficient for its purpose. Yet each of these suits was a testament to Tugdekin Bey's genius, chosen from a vast array of models and customized to perfection. As the frigate cut through the boundless skies, Tugdekin Bey took a moment to pause and reflect. His fingers brushed the smooth, cold exterior of the Gundam, feeling the weight of the mission ahead. His thoughts drifted, and he found himself reciting a silent prayer, asking for strength and wisdom to carry out his duty, a gesture more of habit than devotion, yet somehow comforting. In the stillness of his heart, he remembered the warriors who came before him, those who had fought in the name of honor and faith, bound by an ancient code as old as the stones beneath their feet. With a deep breath, he climbed into the Gundam's cockpit, the controls lighting up beneath his hands as if acknowledging his presence. His heartbeat quickened. This was his world, a place where faith, steel, and ingenuity merged to define his existence. The mission lay ahead, fraught with the unknown, yet the Flanker moved forward with a quiet certainty. With Tugdekin Bey at the helm of the Gundam, his men beside him, and a silent prayer woven through the cold, mechanical heart of the ship, they were prepared for whatever awaited them beyond the horizon. Chapter 03. The Little Fly. The low hum of alarms filled the cargo bay, slicing through the tense silence as the ship's defense sirens erupted into life. Outside, a fleet of pirate ships appeared from the dark reaches of space, aiming directly for the Tianyi mercenary convoy. Tugdekin Bey gripped the controls of his Gundam, his gaze steely as he surveyed the radar. Beside him, the seasoned Li Xiuqing and 2 other mercenary pilots prepared their mobile suits for the imminent onslaught. The pirates descended in a motley collection of modified freighters and damaged, hastily repaired mobile suits. It was a patchwork armada, held together by desperation and greed. Through his screen, Tugdekin spotted their makeshift insignias. 2 different banners, 2 separate pirate groups united by the promise of plunder. "How bold," muttered Aviana, the blue-haired mercenary pilot, her voice tinged with both curiosity and scorn. 2 pirate factions banding together just to raid one convoy. Yet there was an underlying danger in their numbers. 40 mobile suits, 8 fighter crafts, and the ruthless ambition of outlaws, all honing in on 2 cargo ships and their escort frigate. This wasn't just a raid, it was an open challenge. "Let's show them what they've signed up for," Tugdekin Bey murmured, guiding his Gundam, the fabled Yuanzu, into the fray. With a practiced hand, he took aim, firing 3 successive shots that tore through 3 enemy suits in one calculated volley. The response was immediate. Every pirate in the vicinity turned their weapons on him, realizing they faced a seasoned warrior, a living embodiment of the old ways, carrying the honor of his ancestors into this celestial battlefield. For Tugdekin Bey, warfare was not merely survival. It was his duty, a fulfillment of divine purpose. He muttered a quick prayer under his breath, feeling the weight of responsibility settle comfortably on his shoulders. "He's the ace," a panicked voice crackled over the enemy's comms, distorted yet frantic. The pirates poured fire onto him, missiles and beams blazing like the scorching heat of a desert sun. But Tugdekin was unyielding. With a deftness honed through countless battles, he dodged incoming shells, his movements as fluid as the whirling dervishes he remembered from his youth. His Gundam twisted, spun, evading projectiles by the narrowest of margins. And every evasion became an opportunity, every dodge a counterattack. Another suit fell to his beam rifle, then another. "Subhanallah," he whispered, the exclamation barely audible but heartfelt, a quiet testament to the miracle of each narrow escape and each precise kill. On a nearby frequency, Pani, a tall, bald mercenary with a warm, booming laugh, marveled at Tugdekin's prowess. "The boss took down 10 in under a minute, and here I am, only on my third. Poor performance, Pani. He's stolen the show, and you're still lagging behind." Aviana's voice crackled through the comms, a teasing edge sharpening her words. Pani's laughter rumbled back. "Aviana, if you spent less time teasing and more time firing, you'd be at 5 by now. Quit the chatter." Li Xiuqing cut in, his tone sharp, reining in his teammates' banter. "Focus on the targets and back up the boss." Aviana bit back a retort. Her cheeks flushed, and she maneuvered her mobile suit with renewed determination. She fired her own shots, striking down 2 enemy suits with one fluid, fierce movement. This was war, after all, and Tugdekin Bey was leading them like a lion amidst wolves. Switching from his beam rifle to a bazooka, Tugdekin aimed at a passing enemy fighter, a mere blip against the vast starscape. With one press of the trigger, the bazooka's round struck true, transforming the craft into a blazing sphere of debris. The fighter's explosion rippled outward, illuminating the surrounding void. But he noticed the remaining enemy fighters speeding past him, bypassing the conflict to target the vulnerable cargo ships. "Not so fast," he muttered, his voice low and resolute. Tugdekin returned to the beam rifle, each finger movement deliberate, each shot a testament to his skill. Within seconds, 4 more fighters met their end, one after the other, as his shots blazed through their cockpits, disintegrating them into empty trails of smoke and light. In the distance, the pirate captains watched the decimation of their forces. Within minutes, their fleet had been halved, and they now stared at a stark reality. They were entirely outmatched. An urgent signal crackled through their comms, the retreat order conceding this battle. Aviana's voice broke through the comm line, tinged with disdain. "They're running already? Such bravery." Pani chuckled, though there was no malice, only admiration. "Well, wouldn't you? The boss's beam rifle is like a wrathful storm. Ours struggled to pierce armor. His obliterates on sight. It's like having a miracle worker on the team." Aviana sighed, her tone softening. "Imagine if we all had Gundams like his. Pirate factions would flee at the mere sight of us." "Enough dreaming, both of you." Tugdekin's voice was calm, but carried the weight of command. "Return to the frigate. The battle is over, but our duty remains." The comms went silent as the team, chastened but proud, began their return. The stars stretched out before them, the silence of space contrasting with the pulse of recent combat. But Tugdekin lingered a moment longer, his eyes fixed on the remnants of the battle, his heart heavy with the weight of history. He shut his eyes briefly, whispering words from an ancient tongue, a prayer he had learned at his father's knee. It was a prayer for protection, for guidance, and for the strength to carry the honor of his people into battle. In that fleeting moment, he felt a profound calm, an affirmation that he was precisely where he was meant to be. As he rejoined his team, the others noted the quiet resolve in his gaze, an unspoken testament to the burdens he carried. They could only guess at the faith that propelled him, the invisible shield that fortified him in battle and softened his demeanor in peace. They respected him not merely as a commander, but as a spiritual pillar, a man whose every action was rooted in a purpose beyond mere survival. Back in the frigate, Aviana turned to Tugdekin, her curiosity bubbling over. "Boss, what's it like, knowing you're different? That you fight with something we can't quite see?" Tugdekin smiled, though his gaze remained distant. "It's faith, Aviana. It isn't about being different. It's about understanding that we fight not just with our hands, but with our hearts, our souls. Every battle is a test, a trial. She looked away, processing his words, letting them settle within her. As the ship sailed on into the vast silence of space, each mercenary was left alone with their thoughts. For Tudikin Bay, however, it was more than that. It was a journey, not just through the stars, but through the unseen realms of faith and purpose, an odyssey written in the silence of space and the whisper of ancient prayers. The hum of the mobile suit engine softened as Tudikin Bay and his comrade docked at the frigate. The mission had been too easy, like swatting a gnat. Tudikin's brow furrowed as he considered the disappointing skirmish. Their enemy, a band of space pirates, had possessed modified mobile suits, but their combat abilities barely warranted the Gundam's power. The Gundam's potential remained largely untapped, its capabilities left unexplored. The pirate vessels, though technically mobile suits, were obsolete, shadows of the swift, lethal machines Tudikin yearned to challenge. Even the Gundam's older models could have crushed this group effortlessly. For 2 days, their journey had gone undisturbed, the merchant ship under their guard gliding through space without incident. Eventually, they arrived at the small, desolate colony of Casolas, a secluded nation orbiting a forgotten sector of space. With only 3 colonies and a mere 4 million inhabitants, Casolas was classified as a fifth-rate power. Its people eked out a modest living, surviving on exports from local meteorite mines and the sparse crops able to grow in the metal confines of its colonies. As their frigate underwent maintenance at the Casolas dock, Tudikin disembarked. He preferred to observe this strange world from the ground level, walking among the colony's inhabitants. The streets of Casola's third colony presented a bleak view, crumbling buildings, scant technology, and a silent poverty hovering over everything. Tudikin's heart stirred with a peculiar compassion, though he masked it with a stoic expression befitting a warrior. He decided to head toward the colony's industrial area, hoping the factories there might hold resources for his Gundam. The industrial sector bore some semblance of life, with workers dressed in coarse uniforms toiling beneath weak, artificial lighting. As he navigated the narrow corridors, he noted how laborers spoke in whispers, and how the machinery's hum seemed to echo the colony's heartbeat. Slow, weary, unyielding. Tudikin tapped a code into his communicator, reaching Simmons, his factory manager, back on his home ship. "Have we any additional resources available here in Casolas?" he asked. Simmons' quick response confirmed they could purchase certain metals from the colony's factories, though the quality would be subpar compared to their usual suppliers. Tudikin soon found himself signing contracts, his name an enigma to the local merchants. In exchange for the low-grade metals, he transferred a modest but fair payment. It wasn't the materials he needed for the Gundam's optimal performance, but they would have to suffice. The transaction complete, Tudikin glanced at his chronometer. Twilight had fallen, casting the colony's interior in shades of copper and red. The workers began to shuffle from the factories, some lingering, others walking briskly toward their humble homes. Tudikin decided to venture to the city center. Despite the colony's poverty, he hoped to find a simple meal and perhaps a moment of quiet. The center, though modest, bustled with sparse entertainment. Bars with cracked neon lights and cafes where smoke lingered like a fog. Tudikin ordered a plain meal, consumed in silence. But as he strolled toward the colony's central park afterward, a sharp, clear voice called out from behind. Xiao Feifei. The name struck him like a blow, freezing him mid-step. His jaw clenched. Xiao Feifei, a pet name from his youth, a name used by only 2 people in the world, his late mother and his aunt Long Huiyuan. Memories surged unwelcome through his mind, a mischievous aunt, older yet youthful, who teased him mercilessly. Turning slowly, he found himself face to face with Long Huiyuan, her face a blend of shock and delight. She looked as though she had seen a ghost, her eyes wide, mouth slightly open. Time seemed to bend, as if the distant world he once knew had slipped into this one. She hurried toward him, her movements elegant yet urgent, her hair trailing behind her like a dark ribbon. Feifei, she breathed, as if the name carried both a question and an answer. Tudikin offered a tight smile, uncertain how to react. His aunt was from his life before he had entered this strange, endless war. She was the daughter of Long Dinkuan, his grandfather and patriarch of the renowned Long family. Though his father, Long Yingxian, had been a lesser son in the family hierarchy, he had forged his own path, marrying outside the Long family's expectations, and thus, Tudikin had rarely interacted with his extended family in recent years. But Huiyuan had been different. As the youngest child of the patriarch, she had lived a spoiled life, yet somehow her affection for him had always been sincere. In her eyes, he had never been the disappointing son of the Long family. He had been simply Fei-Fei, her cherished, slightly younger brother. After years apart, Tugdekin could scarcely believe fate would reunite them here in Casolas, a forgotten colony at the edge of civilization. Huiwan, he said finally, her name strange on his tongue. She took a step closer, her gaze soft yet appraising, a slight smile forming at her lips. I knew it was you, though I never imagined meeting you here. Tugdekin shifted uneasily, his thoughts swirling between confusion and fondness. He recalled how she would tease him mercilessly, though always with an undertone of warmth. Yet with each moment, he felt the weight of his journey, of his role as a warrior, pressing down on him. It's been a long time, he said. Life has taken me far from the family. A flicker of sadness crossed her face, as if she sensed the burden he bore. I heard about the battles you fight, Tugdekin. I always prayed you would find peace someday. Her words hung between them, heavy with a meaning neither could fully articulate. They strolled together, falling into a rhythm as natural as if no time had passed. As they walked, she recounted fragments of family life, stories of the cousins, and whispered concerns over the Long family's internal disputes. But Tugdekin listened only half-heartedly. He knew that the life she spoke of was no longer his. He was a wanderer now, bound to his Gundam and the ceaseless battles of the galaxy. Perhaps, Fei-Fei, Huiwan mused, there is a way for you to return, to find a place among the family once more. He looked away, his gaze drifting to the stars visible through the colony's reinforced glass ceiling. My path is different, Huiwan. I cannot turn back. Maybe not, she conceded, her voice softer. But remember, you carry more than just your armor into battle. You carry our prayers, our hopes. As they parted, she pressed a small, delicate amulet into his hand, a simple piece, inscribed with an Arabic script. Tugdekin recognized it as an Islamic prayer for protection, a gift from a woman steeped in both tradition and love. May Allah guide you, Fei-Fei, she whispered, her eyes shimmering with unspoken wishes. For a brief, blessed moment, Tugdekin felt the weight of the Gundam, his duty, his warrior's resolve lift. Holding the amulet, he nodded, offering her a final, solemn bow before turning away. The name Xiao Fei-Fei drifted after him as he walked, a whispered echo that would linger, woven into his journey like a silken thread. Chapter 04. I will make him regret. The cafe was cloaked in an air of exclusivity. Long Huiwan had reserved the entire establishment, filling it with a silent battalion of men in dark suits stationed at every entry and exit, keeping curious eyes at bay. Inside, the atmosphere felt thick with unspoken tension, as if every shadow bore witness to family secrets that had festered too long. Only two figures were seated amid the vacant tables. Long Huiwan, poised and dignified, and her nephew, Tugdekin Bey, his demeanor sharp as a blade kept in shadow. Xiao Fei-Fei, where have you been all these years? Your aunt and the rest of us have worried endlessly, Huiwan began softly. Yet her voice carried a weight that only blood kin could interpret. Tugdekin's lips curled, a smirk flickering across his face. He had long since left Xiao Fei-Fei behind, a name woven with warmth from simpler days, now drenched in irony. To him, only his aunt had genuinely cared after the tragic accident that claimed his parents. The rest of the family had watched coldly, their eyes calculating the remnants of wealth his parents had left behind. When his parents died, his eldest sister had taken on the funeral responsibilities alongside his aunt, with no support from the remaining family. Grandfather and grandmother had already passed on, and the uncles, they had shown their true colors swiftly, vying over the estate like wolves over fallen prey. For the young man left behind, the family's conduct had embittered him early, teaching him that trust within his own bloodline was a rare and endangered thing. Long Huiwan could sense his restrained rage, the flicker of bitterness that had yet to extinguish. She took a deep breath, her eyes softening with sorrow. I know the family has given you little reason to trust them, Xiao Fei-Fei. But still, I come bearing something for you. She slid a card across the table, a golden bank card, gleaming with unspoken promises. This card is for you, she said gently. It's unregistered, usable in any bank worldwide. Consider it my small gesture, for your future. No strings attached. Tugdekin's fingers hovered over the card, hesitating. Pride warred with practicality. Though his company was beginning to grow, funds were still tight. Finally, he took it with a respectful nod, pocketing the card. Thank you, Aunt. A fleeting silence passed between them before Huajuan's lips parted, her voice now tinged with hesitation. There's something else. Tugdekin's eyes narrowed, seeing the slight tremor in her hand. Speak plainly, Aunt. Whatever it is, say it. It's about your grandfather, she began, her voice weighed down with apology. He's arranged a marriage for you. The words settled between them like ash. Tugdekin's face grew stony, his eyes darkening with fury. What does that old man mean by arranged? He demanded, his tone laced with contempt. The Shu family, she said, a tremor betraying her unease. Your grandfather arranged a marriage with Shu Qinxue, the eldest daughter of the Shus. It's part of a large partnership between the families, something he considers essential. But you, Tugdekin, you were the bargaining chip. The full weight of the betrayal struck him like a hammer. Tugdekin clenched his fists, his knuckles pale against his skin. His own grandfather, the one entrusted with his well-being, had seen fit to pawn him off as nothing more than collateral, a means to fortify the alliance between the Longs and the Shus. An arrangement crafted not in goodwill, but in cold calculation, one designed to bind him as a mere hostage within the Shu family's world. Tugdekin rose, his expression carved with steely resolve. Tell that dead-hearted old man this. I am not his pawn, and he will live to regret this insult. He turned and left without a backward glance, the words still hanging in the air like a curse. Long Huiwan watched him go, feeling the weight of her brother's folly bearing down upon her. She understood her nephew's fury all too well, the wounds her family had inflicted upon itself in its relentless pursuit of power. Outside, as Tugdekin walked briskly through the sun-dappled street, a distant commotion caught his attention. Laughter and playful screams echoed from nearby. He turned toward the sound and saw his childhood friend Li Xiuqing sprinting past, pursued by a girl whose eyes flashed with anger, her voice sharp as she called out, Li Xiuqing, stop this instant. Tugdekin's eyes fell on the girl, a youthful face framed by dark hair, her expression fierce and full of intent. He recognized her as Lin Yuehua, Xiuqing's long-suffering fiancée and the eldest daughter of the Lin family. She was a determined spirit, and although she was younger than him by a year, she had been a constant presence throughout their childhood, a loyal friend who had stood by him through thick and thin. To everyone else, she was the epitome of demure grace, but to Li Xiuqing, she was an unyielding force. Brother Tugdekin, Xiuqing exclaimed, dashing to hide behind him. Yuehua stopped short in her tracks, momentarily taken aback by Tugdekin's sudden appearance. A faint blush touched her cheeks, though her eyes remained as sharp as ever. So, we meet again, Tugdekin Bey, Yuehua greeted, her voice steady. It's been some time, he nodded, giving her a slight smile. Yes, 3 years, I believe. What brings you here? I was with your aunt visiting. I wasn't expecting to bump into Brother Xiuqing here of all places. Her gaze shifted toward Xiuqing, an amused but sharp glint in her eye. As if summoned by her words, Long Huiwan exited the cafe, surprised to see the trio together. Her eyes softened as she looked at Xiuqing, noting the symbol stitched onto his uniform, a mark of the mercenary corps. Concern washed over her features. Xiao Chengcheng, you've joined a mercenary group? Xiuqing's boyish grin faded, his expression shifting to something more somber. Yes, Annie. I wanted to test myself, and the corps gave me that chance. There's more to the world than the polished floors of our family's hallways. Yuehua's brows knitted with worry, but she said nothing, a silent resignation in her gaze. She understood that the world Xiuqing sought was dangerous, yet his spirit was restless, yearning for a freedom their families could not provide. Meanwhile, Tugdekin watched them both, feeling an odd kinship with Xiuqing's desire to escape the chains of family expectations. But for Tugdekin, escape was no longer enough. The injustice had been sown too deep, and a smoldering resolve had taken root. He would make his family regret their machinations, the webs of deceit they had spun around him, and the price they had set on his life. For now, he would take the steps needed to build his own legacy, not one inherited, but one forged in defiance. And as he looked at his aunt, his friend, and the girl who had always loved Xiuqing, a realization dawned. The road ahead would be fraught with sacrifice and betrayal, but he would shape his destiny, no longer a pawn, but a force to be reckoned with. And somewhere, as he thought of the aged patriarch who had tried to decide his fate, a promise echoed within him, clear and unyielding. He would not stop until he made his family regret every move they had made against him. Tugdekin Bey adjusted his helmet and turned to face Li Xiuqing, who in the past few years had become more than just a companion. He had become a sworn brother in this harsh world. I'm with Brother Tugdekin now, He's my leader, Li Xiuqing said, flashing a wry smile as he introduced Tugdekin Bey to his aunt, Long Huiwan, and her confidant, Lin Yuehua. Both women, draped in desert garments to ward off the evening chill, exchanged surprised glances. Long Huiwan took a slow, measured step forward. Fei Fei, you started a mercenary company? Are you capable in combat? And in command? Her eyes held a tinge of both concern and pride, reflecting memories of her nephew's youth, when his hands would be covered in oil and machinery parts as he crafted his dreams of towering machines and far-off battles. Li Xiuqing hesitated, casting a nervous glance at Tugdekin Bey, whose calm gaze seemed to pierce through him. Aunt Long! Sister Long, he corrected with a nervous chuckle as she glared at him. I've been with Brother Tugdekin for a while now. He's a master at combat, much better than I'll ever be. He even founded an arms manufacturing company that supplies mobile suits and— Xiuqing. Tugdekin's voice was firm, a warning. Li Xiuqing clamped his mouth shut, nodding apologetically. Long Huijuan's eyes, once clouded with doubt, now sparkled with a proud, almost wistful gleam. It was as if the boy she once knew had finally grown into his dreams. Just then, Tugdekin reached into his vest, pulling out a sleek controller. With a flick of his wrist, he pressed a button, and a low hum filled the air as his motorcycle, parked several feet away, roared to life and glided toward him like a loyal steed. The display of command over technology was almost ceremonial, lending an air of mystique and power to Tugdekin's presence. Xiuqing, he called, his gaze shifting briefly to Long Huiwan and Lin Yuehua. Are you staying here, or will you return with me? Of course, I'll come back, Li Xiuqing replied, his voice resolute. For a brief moment, Lin Yuehua seemed poised to say something. Her lips parted, but a quick glance from Long Huiwan silenced her. They watched as the two men climbed onto the motorcycle, its engine purring as they sped off, leaving a cloud of dust behind. The parting was as silent as it was profound, both women staring after them as shadows lengthened across the desert floor. As they disappeared into the distance, one of Long Huijuan's bodyguards approached, leaning close to whisper something urgent in her ear. Nodding, she gave him quick instructions, then turned to Lin Yuehua, motioning for her to follow as they made their way back to the hotel. In the quiet sanctum of her hotel suite, Long Huiwan leaned against a mahogany desk, her expression unreadable as she reviewed a report handed to her by a red-haired bodyguard. The report detailed Xiuqing's achievements since he'd left home. Though mere years had passed, her nephew had risen to prominence within the mercenary world, leading a company whose reputation was built on the precision and reliability of its advanced weaponry. Miss, the red-haired bodyguard interrupted her thoughts, bowing slightly. We've received information that Master Tugdekin is currently stationed aboard a frigate, awaiting new commissions. Long Huijuan's face softened momentarily. Xiao Feifei is truly grown, she murmured, almost to herself, before signaling for the bodyguard to approach. She whispered a series of quiet, meticulous instructions into his ear, her tone firm, yet imbued with an almost maternal concern. The bodyguard nodded, departing swiftly. Another figure stepped forward, Qian Tong, her most trusted advisor and a man who had seen her through her own trials and triumphs. Miss, should we arrange for Master Tugdekin and Li Xiuqing to be escorted home? It may be safer. Long Huijuan's gaze turned steely. Qian Tong, you know as well as I do, Fei Fei's path is his own. If we intervene too heavily, he may end up resenting us for a lifetime. Qian Tong bowed, his face shadowed with an understanding born from years of service. Yes, Mississippi. He retreated, leaving Long Huiwan to the silence of the room, where she stood deep in thought before finally lying down to rest, her mind still tracing the echoes of a nephew who had wandered far from home. Tugdekin Bey, meanwhile, had settled into his quarters aboard the frigate. The room was Spartan, furnished only with the essentials, yet he found comfort in its simplicity. A soft chime broke the stillness, and the intercom crackled to life. Master Tugdekin, the captain's voice echoed through the speaker. We've received a commission to escort a client to the ancient country of Gongza. Tugdekin raised an eyebrow. Escort missions were routine, but the fee for this particular job was staggeringly high, 1 billion yuan. That kind of money suggested something far from ordinary. Tugdekin, a man cautious by nature, suspected a hidden agenda. Who is the client? The request came through intermediaries, the captain replied, a hint of unease in his voice. It's likely they don't want their identity known. Tugdekin's mind churned with the possibilities. In this world, money held sway, But not all that glittered was gold. A job with such an exorbitant fee bore risks that could undermine their entire operation. After a moment of deliberation, Tugdekin spoke, his tone decisive. Accept the commission, but ensure every team member is prepared. This journey may test more than our skills. It may test our faith and resolve. The journey to Gongza would not be an ordinary expedition. Tugdekin felt it in his bones. As his thoughts drifted, memories surfaced. Of battles fought not only with machines, but also with the inner turmoil of faith and duty. Raised under the teachings of the ancient ways, he found that Islam had grounded him, guiding his hand and heart in an existence filled with chaos. In the silent moments between commands, he would find himself meditating, reciting prayers under his breath. The verses offered clarity, a reminder of the values instilled in him from a young age. They whispered of patience, endurance, and humility, anchoring him as he prepared for whatever lay ahead. This journey, he sensed, was not only a physical one, but a spiritual test that would echo in the annals of his life. In the shadows of his quarters, his fingers moved rhythmically along the beads of a worn tasbih, each bead carrying a prayer, a remembrance of faith. For the battles ahead, he would need more than strength. He would need fortitude of spirit and the blessings of the one who watched over all. As the ship hummed to life, Tugdekin closed his eyes, a quiet resolve settling over him. May Allah grant us victory, he whispered, the words a solemn vow. Chapter 05, Target. Li Xiuqing had borne a burdensome duty over the past few days. He had been assigned to host Long Huiwan and Lin Yuehua on board the frigate, while continually maneuvering to sidestep Lin Yuehua's inquisitive persistence. It was all thanks to Long Huiwan, their patron, who had invested heavily in this expedition, now wanting to see the operational capabilities of the frigate up close. She was unprepared for the stark efficiency she witnessed. Only a handful of crew members tended the vessel, their responsibilities simplified by automation and advanced machine-driven systems. Among the guests, Qian Tong and his seasoned bodyguards, veterans of Hanxia's special forces, were especially taken aback. The seamless execution of functions aboard the frigate revealed technologies far surpassing their own nation's defensive arsenals. More startling to them was the elegance and lethality of the mobile suit, particularly a model codenamed Yuanzu Gundam. Unlike the typical military gear, burdened with clunky ammunition or physical weaponry, the Yuanzu was equipped with sophisticated beam weapons, the kind reserved for elite forces or legendary aces. Its beauty masked a devastating prowess, a contrast the men could hardly shake from their minds. Yet the peculiarities of this journey did not escape the notice of the frigate's captain, an embattled man of somber responsibility. His concerns were twofold. Not only did he command a solitary mercenary frigate within a fleet of high-end bodyguard vessels, making them appear like a motley tag-along, but this particular employer also happened to be the aunt of their own chief, Tugdekin Bey. Attempting to avoid any family friction, Tugdekin spent most of his time sequestered in his quarters, dodging his aunt's frequent visits. One day, his quiet was interrupted by a soft rap on his door and a whispered call. "Tugdekin, Aunt Long wishes to speak with you." He groaned. "If this is about the automated systems on the frigate again, I'm not interested." The attendant hesitated. "It's not about that. She wants to discuss the mobile suit you engineered, specifically the Yuanzu Gundam." Tugdekin's patience frayed. "Then my answer remains the same. I won't entertain it." Long Huijuan's interest in the Yuanzu was persistent, almost to an obsessive degree. It was no secret that the Long family's privately owned arms corporation eyed his technological ingenuity, especially if it could augment their market dominance. If she could sway him to bring his designs into the family fold, she believed she might even persuade her father to revoke the binding marriage arrangement shadowing Tugdekin's future, a betrothal he had never wanted. In her view, Tugdekin's talents could elevate the Long family's legacy beyond measure. A sudden, blaring siren shattered the lull of tension aboard the ship. Warning lights flashed across the consoles, filling the frigate's command center with an ominous glow. Tugdekin rushed to the cockpit, silencing his aunt's concerned voice trailing after him. "Tugdekin, are we preparing for battle?" He gave no reply, vaulting into the pilot's seat, and within moments, the frigate's four mobile suits surged into action, each pilot primed and honed. In quick succession, the surrounding bodyguard frigates flared to life, releasing their own mobile suits and squadrons of fighters. Every vessel moved with precision, carrying Annihilator models, rugged mobile suits engineered by the Long Family Armaments Company and used by the Hanxia State's military. In total, 50 Annihilators and 20 nimble Cheetah fighters launched, their flight paths blazing sharp and bright as they scrambled to defensive formations. Looming across the starlit expanse, a battalion of over 300 enemy mobile suits and more than 50 fighters advanced upon them, their ships marked by the emblem of two crossed pistols overlaying a snarling wolf. It was the notorious Lance Wolf pirate faction, led by a man of infamy known as Lu Tai, a wily, one-eyed leader with mercenary cunning. Lu Tai's mission was to seize Long Huiwan, a task for which he had been handsomely paid. In service of his contract, his benefactors had even provided 50 of the formidable Tiger front mobile suits, elite combat machines hailing from Cowboy Nation's military, a reflection of just how determined his employers were to secure Long Huiwan as their prize. As he examined her photograph, Lu Tai chuckled darkly. "Seems our benefactor won't take no for an answer," he muttered to his crew. "Let's go. Take out all resistance, but the primary target must be captured alive." His entire fleet surged forward, the Lance Wolf insignia emblazoned in defiant display. Long Huijuan's forces, outnumbered and vastly outgunned, held fast in a tightly knit formation, their only hope to shield themselves from the oncoming tide. A massive clash erupted, the void between the two forces filling with blinding light as weapons discharged in every direction. Beams and ammunition crisscrossed like fiery webs in the darkness, while the mercenaries' shields strained under the relentless barrage. The Long family's defense faltered momentarily, only to regroup with disciplined tenacity, for each pilot was a veteran, drilled, and steadfast. Yet, the pirates were emboldened by their sheer numbers, intoxicated by the promise of triumph over what they assumed to be an easy target. Their misjudgment, however, lay in the mettle of their opponents. These were not mere mercenaries but seasoned warriors, many with service records in the high ranks of Hanxia's military. Amid the raging chaos, Long Huiwan, Lin Yuehua, and Qian Tong hurried to the frigate's command center. Ordinarily, the captain would have barred outsiders from entering the heart of his operations, but the looming presence of his bosses, Qin, gave him no choice. He threw a frustrated glance at the group, yet held his tongue, focusing instead on coordinating his beleaguered forces. In the cockpit, Tugdekin's thoughts crystallized into a razor-sharp focus. His fingers danced over the controls as he piloted the Yuanzhu Gundam, its sleek frame now alive with purpose. An electronic hum pulsed through the machine as it engaged its targeting systems, locking onto the nearest enemy fighter. Within seconds, a blazing beam of light ripped from the Yuanzhu's weapon, cleaving through its target with lethal precision. More pirate suits swarmed him, but Tugdekin maneuvered with the deftness of a hawk, each movement calculated and resolute. His voice, calm and unshaken, crackled through the comms to his team, directing them with unwavering authority. He was no longer a reluctant nephew pulled into family intrigues. He was a commander, leading his soldiers through the storm. As the battle wore on, a subtle sense of invincibility settled over Tugdekin's team, an almost ethereal resilience that transcended their circumstances. With each moment, they seemed to draw strength from an unseen force, an innate faith guiding their hands and steadying their hearts. The Annihilators, bolstered by this renewed resolve, intensified their defense, pushing back the pirate forces in a surge of valor that defied their earlier despair. Lu Tai's forces faltered. Realizing their miscalculation, the pirates attempted to retreat, but Tugdekin and his crew pressed on, unwilling to leave any foe unchecked. In the silence that followed, as the remnants of the battle drifted into the darkness, Tugdekin surveyed the wreckage. Though victorious, a single thought echoed in his mind. This was but the beginning. He had emerged unscathed this time, but a tide of destiny seemed to pull him toward a future fraught with greater trials, the weight of which he felt deep within his soul. The scent of tension filled the bridge, thick as incense, as the frigate's crew scanned the dim void of space before them. The ship's command center hummed softly with the rhythm of highly tuned systems, its air taut with a sense of imminent conflict. Overseeing the proceedings was Long Huiwan, her sharp gaze darting between the figures bent over their consoles. She stood tall and composed, her armor reflecting the faint, shifting lights around her. In the captain's seat, a stocky, grizzled man named Tugdekin Bey held the reins of command with quiet authority. His eyes flicked to Huiwan as she entered, her presence bringing a new gravity to the room. He inclined his head in a small gesture of respect. "Captain," she asked, her voice steady but curious, "how fares young Feifei?" The captain's expression flickered, just briefly, but he responded with the respect reserved for Huijuan's position. "The young one, Feifei, is well." as always, prepared for what may come. Huiwan nodded, her satisfaction veiled, before her gaze shifted to the monitors where a map of enemy signatures was displayed. Only a handful of crew members worked in the control room alongside Tuddekin, each deeply focused, entrusted with the critical task of monitoring battle parameters. There was no margin for error. Even the slightest lapse could bring catastrophe. Suddenly, a voice crackled through the communication system, brimming with an edge of urgency. "Captain," the voice reported, "our ship's missiles have locked onto 20 enemy mobile suits and 5 fighter crafts, awaiting launch authorization." Tuddekin's eyes narrowed, calculating. Fire! With a single command, 30 missile bays slid open along the flanks of the frigate, each preparing to release its deadly payload. The missiles streaked forth, one by one, vanishing into the cosmic expanse like vengeful arrows. Nearly a third of the enemy's forces met their demise in a flash of incinerating fire, scattering metal debris across the battlefield. Those that survived the faster, craftier units twisted in evasive maneuvers, dodging narrowly. A sudden alert echoed through the bridge, the soft glow of the monitors casting a foreboding light. "Captain, we have 60 enemy missiles inbound, targeted on our coordinates. Range, 3 kilometers and closing fast." Tuddekin's calm voice broke through the tension. "Activate proximity defenses." With the speed of a well-oiled machine, the frigate's auto turrets whirred to life, spitting a hail of tracer rounds into the blackness. One by one, the incoming missiles exploded in a cascade of white-hot fragments. The final missile met its end just 450 meters from the ship, close enough for the bridge to shudder under the impact of the blast. Long Huiwan exhaled, impressed. Behind her, Qin Tong and the guards exchanged murmurs of amazement. The frigate's defense system operated with a precision that seemed almost otherworldly. Huiwan herself was quietly astonished to learn that the entire sequence had been executed by the frigate's automated systems, with Tuddekin only steering the higher strategy. It dawned on her that her nephew, with his innovative combat technology, had achieved something far beyond even her expectations. The implications dawned on her, a vision expanding in her mind like the vast galaxies surrounding them. Her nephew's technology could not only ease the military's reliance on human personnel, but could also revolutionize civilian space travel. If this kind of automation reached the Long family's fleet, their influence would spread exponentially. "Once we return," Huiwan thought, "we will secure this technology for the family, and my nephew will be its hero." At her side, a guard leaned in and whispered updates on the skirmish beyond. The battle was unfolding on a delicate thread. Though the pirate forces outnumbered them, the smaller faction had somehow taken the upper hand. Huijuan's brow furrowed as she surveyed the improbable sight on the screens. Across the battlefield, in the dim cockpit of a battered pirate vessel, Latai, the pirate commander, clenched his fists. His fleet should have had the advantage with their superior numbers, but something was awry. Each engagement cost them more than expected, his men falling to a particular mobile suit that operated with deadly elegance. A voice from the back called out to him, snapping him from his thoughts. "Commander, there's a mobile suit among the enemy, a unique one. Many of our men have been down by it. Show me this unique mobile suit," Lutai demanded, his voice low and angry. The image flickered onto his display, revealing the streamlined and imposing figure of the Yuan Zhu Gundam. He studied it, noting its fluidity and precision, a machine that appeared as if it had been forged from the elements of the cosmos itself, imbued with a mystique that was rare in mechanized warfare. Unease gnawed at him, his mind racing as he connected the dots. This was no ordinary encounter. "So this is it," he muttered. "They've used us, drawn us in to test the capabilities of their prototype. My men, sacrificed just so they could gather combat data." Fury flared within him, but beneath it lay a twisted respect. Whoever controlled the Yuan Zhu Gundam wielded a power that went beyond mere machinery. It was an extension of something greater, a unity of man and machine, strategy and faith. He leaned forward, voice simmering. "How many men has this Gundam taken down?" The response came swiftly. "Reports confirm it has downed over a dozen of our best pilots." Lu Tai's jaw tightened, his mind caught between rage and recognition. This opponent was unlike any he'd faced. There was a certain harmony in its movements, an efficiency that hinted at not just technological prowess, but something deeper, an unspoken force guiding the pilot, perhaps rooted in purpose or belief. Was it loyalty? Or something spiritual? He couldn't shake the feeling that the Gundam's pilot moved with a kind of resolve, something born of both discipline and devotion. As Lutai pondered, the frigate's bridge remained silent, its operators vigilant. Huiwan turned to Tugdekin, sensing the tide of battle shifting. "Captain," she murmured, her voice carrying a rare reverence. "This is no ordinary fight, is it?" Tugdekin met her gaze, his eyes thoughtful. "No, Madame Long. For some, this is a test of machines. For others, it is a trial of faith." Huiwan nodded slowly, the meaning in his words not lost on her. In that moment, she felt an understanding take root, a sense of purpose and divine while underlying the unfolding events. Perhaps her nephew's ingenuity was more than just technological brilliance. Perhaps it was a gift, a path set by a higher calling. The frigate continued its trajectory, slicing through the void, every soul aboard bound in silent accord with the course set before them. Chapter 06. 1 against 100. What is happening here? Since when did the Long family manage to develop such a formidable mobile suit? Guo Mao's voice dripped with astonishment as he scrutinized the footage displayed on the screen. In the dimly lit control room, the battle of the Yuan Zhu Gundam unfolded in a chaotic array of flashing lights and explosions. Beside him, his younger brother, Guo Fengyu, shared a similar expression of disbelief, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing second. The two brothers were influential figures within the Hanxia family, a household that matched the Long family's prestige and power. Yet, despite their shared status, the Guo and Long families were relentless rivals, vying for supremacy in nearly every conceivable business endeavor. It was a rivalry marked by underhanded tactics, and this time, the Guos had sought to gain an upper hand by resorting to piracy. Guo Mao's gaze flickered to his brother as he continued. "We hired the pirate group specifically to abduct Long Huiwan and force her father, Long Dinkuan, to withdraw from the upcoming military mobile suit bidding. We even equipped them with Cowboy Nation's jets and Japanese mobile suits to cover our tracks. Who would have thought the Longs would unveil their hidden ace to rescue his daughter?" The realization unsettled Guo Fengyu. "It seems Long Dinkuan truly cherishes his daughter," he muttered, still transfixed by the footage of the Yuan Zhu Gundam. To deploy such a powerful mobile suit for her safety. Guo Mao's expression hardened as he addressed the operator monitoring the battle. "What's the current tally? How many of the pirates' mobile suits and fighter jets have been taken down by that Gundam?" The operator's fingers moved swiftly across the keyboard as he responded. "It's estimated that over 30 mobile suits and nearly a dozen fighter jets have been destroyed, sir. Most of them were Cowboy Nation and Japanese models." "Keep gathering combat data," Guo Mao ordered, his tone laced with frustration. "We need to understand what we're up against." Amidst the swirling chaos of battle, Tugdekin Bey maintained his focus, his hands steady on the controls of the Yuan Zhu Gundam. Inside the cockpit, alarms blared, filling the air with an urgent cacophony. Warning lights illuminated the confined space, signaling attacks from all directions. The pirate forces had encircled him, their mobile suits and fighter jets converging with ruthless precision. The once abundant ammunition of the rocket launchers had long since been depleted, their casings discarded amidst the drifting debris of battle. What remained at Tugdekin Bey's disposal was a beam rifle, 2 beam sabers, and a 60mm Vulcan cannon mounted on the Gundam's head. The shield was severely damaged, barely hanging together, while the Gundam's armor was pockmarked with craters left by countless impacts. He maneuvered the Yuan Zhu Gundam with the agility of a seasoned warrior, dodging incoming fire while retaliating with measured accuracy. Just as he was about to line up a shot, an enemy mobile suit closed the distance, brandishing a solid sword that gleamed menacingly in the low light. The suddenness of the assault left no room for evasion. Tugdekin Bey reacted instinctively, raising the already damaged shield to intercept the blow. The enemy's sword shattered the shield upon impact, its force reverberating through the cockpit as the blade bit into the Gundam's left arm, sending a spray of sparks cascading through the darkness. Without hesitation, Tugdekin Bey retaliated. He thrust the Gundam's leg forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent the enemy mobile suit spiraling away. As the foe stumbled, Tugdekin Bey took aim and fired, a single shot piercing through the cockpit and ending the threat. A quick diagnostic revealed that while the left arm was compromised, it remained functional enough for the moment. He grasped a beam saber in the right hand and readied the beam rifle in the left. With a rapid pivot, the Yuan Zhu Gundam swung the saber in a sweeping arc, cleaving through an approaching mobile suit that had sought to strike from behind. Tugdekin Bey's movements became a dance of war, weaving through the sky with a fluidity that belied the bulk of the Gundam. The thrusters flared as he darted between enemy units, firing and slashing with an intensity that drew the pirate's attention away from his allies. Their firepower now focused on him. He absorbed the pressure, giving his companions the opportunity to strike back. Cries of desperation crackled through the pirate channels. "Leader, let's pull back. That Gundam is tearing us apart. We've lost too many men. Captain, save us." Another voice pleaded, the terror palpable even through the comm link. "I don't want to die here." The pirate leader, Lutai, gritted his teeth as he stared at the dwindling green blips on his radar screen. The tide of battle had turned against them, and every minute saw more of his forces falling. His pride and ambition had cost him dearly this day, and the sting of defeat was like a dagger twisting in his heart. With a reluctant sigh, he activated the retreat signal. The fleeing ships scattered like leaves caught in a tempest, hastily abandoning the battlefield. Their mobile suits and jets beat a hasty retreat, disappearing back into the blackness of space. For 15 long minutes, Todikin Bey had fought alone, a lone warrior standing against 100 foes. By the time the last of the pirate vessels disappeared from sight, the battlefield was a graveyard of wreckage. More than 100 enemy units had been downed, each one a testament to his relentless determination. However, the victory came at a cost. Yuanzhu Gundam's left arm had finally given out, the internal mechanisms too damaged to continue functioning. Dents and scorch marks marred the once pristine armor, the toll of the battle etched into the Gundam's very frame. Todikin Bey surveyed the scene with a mixture of pride and weariness. He had achieved a feat worthy of song. 1 against 100, a display of valor that harkened back to the ancient tales of heroic knights and legendary warriors. Yet, he knew this was but a small victory in a larger war. As he began the return to base, his thoughts drifted to the words of the great poets and warriors of old. It was said that true strength lay not merely in one's skill with a sword or the power of one's weapons, but in the resolve that fueled the soul. His encounter today had reminded him of the fleeting nature of life, of how even the strongest shields could shatter and the mightiest weapons could fail. It was a reminder to place his trust not only in technology, but in something greater, faith, that timeless pillar which guided his ancestors through their own trials and tribulations. The path ahead would demand more than the prowess of the Yuanzhu Gundam. It would require the fortitude of spirit and the guidance of Allah. With each encounter, Todikin Bey resolved to strengthen not only his mobile suit but his faith, finding balance in the blending of ancient wisdom with the wonders of modern war. The sleek and imposing silhouette of the Yuanzhu Gundam emerged from the vastness of space, returning to the long family frigate. Todikin Bey guided the mobile suit with precision, the weight of recent battles still evident in the battered armor and scorched panels. As the docking bay doors closed behind him, he noticed the state of the other mobile suits, machines piloted by his aunt's personal guard. Many were heavily damaged, with shattered limbs or charred hulls bearing silent testimony to the ferocity of the conflict. Even the venerable Jim models, stalwarts of the Long Fleet, displayed signs of grievous injury. Disembarking from the cockpit, Todikin Bey removed his helmet, his brow slick with sweat and his expression betraying a mixture of exhaustion and resolve. Handing the helmet to a waiting maintenance engineer, he walked past the rows of battle-worn mobile suits, ignoring the curious and admiring stares of the crew members. His aunt, Long Huiwan, was already making her way across the hangar towards him, a determined look on her face. But Todikin Bey was in no mood for another conversation. With a curt gesture, he dismissed the engineers and soldiers lingering nearby, effectively cutting off his aunt before she could even speak. "Leave," he commanded, his voice devoid of warmth. Without waiting for a response, he strode towards his quarters, leaving Long Huiwan standing in the middle of the hangar, her lips pressed into a thin line of frustration. For days, the frigate sailed through the starry void without encountering further harassment. The repair crews worked tirelessly, bringing the damaged mobile suits back to fighting shape. Meanwhile, Todikin Bey remained a shadow aboard the ship, avoiding his aunt's repeated attempts to meet with him. It was clear to him now what she wanted, and he had no intention of entertaining her schemes. He refused her boarding requests time and again, a silent but resolute rejection that she could not mistake. Long Huiwan, for her part, was not ignorant of her nephew's defiance. She had long suspected that he was aware of her ulterior motives, and with each day that passed without a word from him, she grew increasingly certain. Yet, rather than forcing the issue, she chose to bide her time, convinced that there would be another opportunity in the future. The world was in a state of constant flux, and she was sure that the day would come when Tudikin Bey's stubbornness would falter. The frigate finally arrived at the ancient city-state of Gongza, a hub of technological marvels and the capital of the Long family's industrial prowess. Yet, Tudikin Bey wasted no time upon docking. Without even setting foot outside to rest, he left the ship and headed straight for the factory where the Yuanzu Gundam would undergo a thorough inspection and maintenance cycle. Long Huiwan watched from the observation deck as the frigate pulled away, leaving her behind. She shook her head, dismissing the slight as she turned to attend to her own affairs. Business awaited her, but the murmurs of her bodyguards as they spoke in hushed tones about the Yuanzu Gundam were hard to ignore. There was awe in their voices, and a hint of envy, for they were all seasoned pilots who recognized the true capabilities of the machine Tudikin Bey had piloted. Over the past few days, she had managed to obtain the battle data recorded by the Yuanzu Gundam. The results were nothing short of extraordinary. The analysis revealed power levels that surpassed even the newest generation of mobile suits developed by the Long family's military-industrial complex. What astounded her even more was the Gundam's armor, which had withstood relentless barrages without succumbing to damage. It was a feat beyond the capabilities of any company's technology, even the vaunted Dragon Arms Corporation. Such offensive power, such speed, and unparalleled defense. This Gundam is not just a weapon. It is a game-changer, Long Huiwan murmured to herself, her gaze distant as if envisioning the upheaval that a fleet of such mobile suits could cause on the battlefield. Even a handful of these could alter the course of any war. Her reverie was interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching. Qian Tong, her loyal assistant, appeared by her side, holding out a communication device. "Miss, a message from the master," he said, his voice even. She took the device, and her father's familiar voice came through with a tone of mild concern. "Xiaoan, are you all right?" "Yes, father," she replied, her voice steady. "I am fine." "That's good to hear," Long Dinkuan said. "I have received the video and the data you sent me. Is it true that Tudikin Bey developed that mobile suit?" "Yes, father. He calls it Gundam, or more specifically, Yuanzu." "Where is he now? Is he still with you?" "He's already left. Why didn't you keep him close?" There was a note of reproach in her father's voice. Long Huijuan's lips curled into a faint, bitter smile. "Father, it's not that simple. Tudikin Bey has been avoiding me like a hawk guards its prey. He hasn't even left me his contact information." "Then find a way to get what we need from him." Long Dinkuan's voice took on a sharper edge. "The Gundam is crucial for the Long family's future. If we can secure it, our influence will expand further than ever." "Father," Long Huijuan said, her tone softening as she tried to appeal to him, "Tudikin Bey is still your grandson. Why do you treat him so differently from your other grandchildren?" "Because that boy carries the taint of low blood," her father snapped. "I have already allowed him the honor of bearing the Long name. That's more kindness than he deserves. Don't expect me to love him." Long Huijuan took a deep breath, her hands clenching into fists at her sides as she struggled to keep her composure. "Father, if you persist in treating him this way, you will come to regret it. One day, he may become a threat to the Long family." "What threat could that boy possibly pose?" her father scoffed. "He should be grateful I haven't crushed him." The line went dead, and Long Huijuan handed the device back to Qian Tong, her face a mask of barely restrained anger. Her assistant, who had served the Long family for many years, knew better than to comment on the tension between father and daughter. "Prepare the car, Qian Tong," she said after a moment, her voice cold and resolute. "I have business to attend to." "Yes, miss," he replied, bowing slightly as he went to fulfill her order. As she turned to leave, Long Huijuan's thoughts returned to Tudikin Bey and the Gundam, a weapon that could change the world, and a young man who refused to be controlled. There was more at stake than mere family politics. The balance of power itself hung in the balance, and her nephew might well hold the key to shaping the future. Chapter 07. Yuanso number 4 and Yuanso number 5. It had been over a month since Tudikin Bey returned to the manufacturing plant, the air still filled with the lingering echoes of machinery whirring and clanking. The recent partnership with Mijiao Anghua had ignited a phase of rapid growth for both Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company and the Tianyi Mercenary Group, marking the beginning of a new era. This newfound prosperity brought an influx of resources and activity, and within weeks, the overhaul of 2 out of 3 abandoned meteorite mining facilities had reached completion. The production lines at Tianyi Arms were abuzz with doubled output and the addition of freshly recruited workers, invigorating the factory floor with renewed vigor. At the same time, the mercenary group's new base had become fully operational, serving as a hub for planning operations and refining strategies. In a specialized section of the original factory, a team of craftsmen and engineers diligently labored to create the armor for a new generation of Gundam, a task as meticulous as it was ambitious. In the former world, the armor was known as Gundamium alloy, or alternatively, Luna titanium alloy. But here, in a realm where the familiarity of earthbound metallurgy held no meaning, such materials were absent. Nevertheless, adversity had always been the mother of invention. As the proverb goes, in times of hardship, innovation arises. Todikin Bey and his engineers had succeeded in synthesizing a composite alloy, merging several exotic, non-terrestrial metals. The result was a new alloy whose properties equaled, if not surpassed, those of the legendary Gundamium, boasting increased resilience and formidable defensive capabilities. Determined to honor the legacy of Gundam, Todikin Bey named this newly developed material Gundamium alloy. Yet his ambitions extended beyond merely recreating the past. While Yuanzu Gundam, once designated as RX-78-2, represented a foundation, it was time to build upon it. Thus, he set forth to design RX-78-4 and RX-78-5, with each model serving as a testament to advancement. These new units, christened as Yuanso No. 4 and Yuanso No. 5, would embody the spirit of progress, a leap forward in both technology and combat readiness. The decision to name the models No. 4 and No. 5, however, raised eyebrows among the workers. Whispers rippled through the ranks, leaving many puzzled. Why start with Unit 1 and skip directly to 4 and 5? Where were Units 2 and 3? It was a question they dared not ask aloud, but found perplexing nonetheless. Todikin Bey addressed their concerns without hesitation. When I initially drafted the designs for Units 2 and 3, he began, his voice resonating with an air of certainty, I found that they bore too many similarities to Yuanso No. 1. The enhancements were incremental at best. There was no need to pursue their development. Units 4 and 5, on the other hand, have been designed from the ground up with an entirely new framework. Not only do they incorporate novel equipment, but their overall performance significantly surpasses that of Yuanso No. 1. As he spoke, Todikin Bey stood within the specially designated workshop, observing the assembly process. Mechanized arms maneuvered with precision, piecing together the new Gundam units. His old friend Li Xiuqing, a seasoned veteran and close confidant, approached. Old Fei, Li Xiuqing addressed him with a familiar tone, using a nickname from their shared past. Admiring your handiwork, I see. Finished with your assigned task? Todikin Bey asked, his gaze not shifting from the scene before him. All done. Came back to take a breather, Li Xiuqing replied, his expression reflecting a mixture of fatigue and satisfaction. So, how's the original Gundam holding up after you passed it to me? It's performing well, as I expected. I even added some external equipment for the Yuanso Gundam, Todikin Bey said, a hint of pride coloring his words. To keep you safer on the battlefield, he continued, and to increase your chances of survival. At that moment, Li Jiaming, one of the key figures within the organization, arrived and handed Todikin Bey a data tablet. After a brief review of the information displayed, Todikin Bey returned the tablet to him. Commander-in-Chief, he said, addressing Li Jiaming with a formal nod, you've executed your duties impeccably. I see no faults in the upcoming strategy. Proceed as planned, without further interference from me. Li Jiaming bowed his head respectfully. Understood, boss. One more task, Todikin Bey added. Find 2 highly skilled and loyal mobile suit pilots. Recognizing the implication behind this request, Li Jiaming saluted and left at once. Turning back to Li Xiuqing, Todikin Bey remarked, I heard that the new Gundams won't have a core fighter system. Why abandon a technology that could improve the pilot's survival? If we maintain the core fighter, Todikin Bey explained, the new model's performance wouldn't differ much from Yuanso No. 1. To achieve a significant leap in capabilities, I had to make some sacrifices. Nevertheless, I did incorporate an escape pod to ensure the pilots have a way out. You're right, Li Xiuqing mused. You can't have your cake and eat it too. The conversation was interrupted by the ringing of Todikin Bey's phone. He answered, seeing it was Sakiki, the president of the company. President Sakiki, what's the matter? Boss, Sakiki's voice crackled over the line. Several countries have expressed interest in purchasing the flank frigates you developed. They're offering substantial sums. Inform them that the flank frigates are not for sale at this time. Todikin Bey responded flatly. Will do, Sakiki confirmed. There's one more issue. A company named Long's Arms Enterprise is trying to acquire us. They're prepared to pay a hefty price. Decline the offer, Todikin Bey instructed. We're not selling not even a single share. As the call ended, Sakiki had reported on the soaring demand for the GMMS units, with a newly optimized production line churning out 40 GMs each month. After fulfilling contractual obligations to Mijiao, the remaining units were eagerly snapped up by various factions. The performance of GMMS over the past year had garnered accolades across the battlefield, with many regarding it as a benchmark of excellence. In the vastness of the workshop, Tudikin Bey glanced once more at Yuanso No. 4 and Yuanso No. 5, his mind wandering to distant lands and the challenges ahead. There was an old saying that came to him: Allah's wisdom is endless. He bestows upon us trials to mold us, and through perseverance, we find our true strength. With this thought, he turned back to his labor with a renewed sense of purpose, knowing that the journey of innovation was only beginning. Maiko Ongwa, the young commander of the Strategic Border Forces, had anticipated the escalation of hostilities between neighboring nations well before the first shots rang out. Several months ago, as tensions flared in the disputed territories, he made a seemingly modest but calculated investment in acquiring a limited number of GMMS units. These mechanized suits, designed for combat and battlefield superiority, had recently caught the attention of military strategists and arms manufacturers alike. Ongwa had tested their mettle during the skirmishes, where their performance had not only met but far exceeded expectations, bringing devastation to enemy forces and tactical dominance to his own troops. The initial introduction of GMMS into the conflict was a gamble, one that paid off in strategic dividends. With only a small number deployed, these units managed to turn the tide of several critical engagements. The combination of agile maneuverability and formidable firepower allowed Ongwa's forces to breach entrenched defensive positions and exploit weaknesses in enemy lines. The GMMS had quickly earned a reputation among the ranks, becoming a symbol of military innovation and technological prowess. However, the young commander knew that this initial success was just the beginning. To maintain and expand these advantages, securing more units was essential. For over a month, Micah had pursued negotiations with Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company, offering a variety of lucrative incentives to solidify an agreement for an expanded supply of GMMS. His ultimate goal was clear: to wield an overwhelming force in the coming campaigns, one that would cement his army's supremacy and safeguard his nation's interests along the border. The negotiations were not without their challenges. The rising demand for GMMS had already begun to reshape the arms market, drawing attention from other military forces and rival nations. In fact, the GMMS had captured the interest of many, with leading military publications devoting entire features to analyzing its impact on modern warfare. Speculation mounted that this advanced mobile suit could soon displace traditional fighter jets as the primary choice for aerial and ground-based combat. The debate centered on the machine's versatility and cost-effectiveness. While a single unit's production cost stood at 30 million universal currency, the original retail price was marked at 45 million. However, as word of its battlefield success spread, demand skyrocketed. On the black market, reports emerged of prices surging to as high as 200 million universal currency per unit, signaling a gold rush among buyers eager to gain access to the game-changing technology. Saki, the marketing director at Tianyi Arms, found himself astonished when the first 40 GMMS units released for online sale were snapped up within seconds, despite the price being adjusted to 60 million each. The overwhelming response was both an opportunity and a challenge. In the wake of this unprecedented demand, Saki promptly convened a strategy meeting with the company's leadership to discuss a more refined sales approach. "The demand is far beyond our expectations, boss," Saki explained, addressing his superior, Tudikin Bey, the visionary behind the GMMS project. "If we continue with the current sales model, we may not fully capitalize on the market's potential. I propose we hold a one-day online bidding auction for future sales. The top 50 highest bidders will secure the next batch of 50 units. This approach could not only increase our profits, but also foster a competitive spirit among potential buyers." Tudikin Bey listened intently, his expression measured but thoughtful. "Your suggestion has merit, Saki. Let's proceed with this bidding strategy. We'll assess the results after the first round and make adjustments if necessary." With that decision, the company shifted its focus, adapting to the rapidly evolving market conditions. After the call ended, Li Xiuqing, one of the senior members of Tudikin Bey's inner circle, turned towards him with a wry grin. "Old Fei, your GMMS is turning into a hot commodity, with people tripping over themselves to buy one at any price. You owe our mercenary group a hefty New Year's bonus for all the good publicity we've provided." Tugdekin Bey chuckled, his eyes glinting with amusement. Indeed, Xiuqing. You have my word, the bonuses will be substantial. After all, we wouldn't be in this position without the field data your men collected. The camaraderie between Tugdekin Bey and Xiuqing ran deep, forged through years of mutual respect and shared experiences on and off the battlefield. Their partnership had played a pivotal role in refining the GMMS, with the mercenaries' feedback leading to numerous design improvements and performance enhancements. For Tugdekin Bey, the success of the GMMS was not just a commercial victory, but a testament to the synergy between warriors and inventors. At that moment, Simmons, the chief engineer overseeing production at Tianyi Arms, arrived in the workshop, his expression one of barely contained excitement. Sir, the prototype of the armored combat uniform you've been working on has finally been completed. Would you like to see it? The development of the armored combat uniform was another project dear to Tugdekin Bey's heart. He believed in empowering his soldiers not just with cutting-edge machines, but with protective gear that would enhance their combat effectiveness and survivability. As he walked to the prototype lab with Simmons, he reflected on the broader implications of their work. With each innovation, Tugdekin Bey saw an opportunity to shift the paradigm of warfare, aligning it with values drawn from his faith and heritage. He believed in the principles of justice and defending the oppressed, values that he felt were embodied in the Islamic teachings he held dear. The GMMS and the newly developed combat gear were not merely tools of destruction. They were instruments designed to protect the innocent and preserve peace. He envisioned a future where his technology would serve to shield the defenseless and deter aggression, allowing nations to resolve conflicts through diplomacy rather than bloodshed. The military's interest in the GMMS had indeed sparked concerns about the suit's potential to be used for unjust purposes. To counter this, Tugdekin Bey ensured that sales agreements with foreign buyers included strict ethical clauses, prioritizing nations that committed to defensive rather than expansionist policies. In the testing area, the new armored combat uniform gleamed under the harsh fluorescent lighting. The suit featured advanced materials and modular components, designed to be adaptable to various combat scenarios. Tugdekin Bey approached it with the same reverence as a craftsman inspecting his work, his thoughts drifting to the ancient tales of warriors who had donned armor not only as a means of defense, but as a symbol of their faith and dedication to a higher cause. As the weight of the world's shifting geopolitical landscape bore down upon him, Tugdekin Bey silently prayed for guidance, hoping his creations would become a force for good, even in a world filled with turmoil. Chapter 08. The Armored Combat Uniform. The Tianyi mercenary stood in the preparation chamber, encased in a sleek, full-body armored combat suit. The armor, forged from advanced composite alloys, shimmered with a smooth silver-gray sheen, adorned with streamlined grooves that tapered from the torso down to the thighs. Embedded within the suit were thrusters, compact but potent, capable of rapid bursts of speed. The helmet bore a distinctive visor shaped like oversized sunglasses, concealing the mercenary's eyes while providing a comprehensive heads-up display HUD. As the mercenary listened to the terse instructions from the control room, the virtual environment around him began to transform. The sterile chamber morphed into a war-torn urban landscape. Dilapidated buildings, riddled with bullet holes and scarred by explosions, loomed in every direction. The remnants of the once thriving city were now little more than a skeletal maze of shattered glass and broken concrete. Crouching low, the mercenary swiftly moved behind a fragment of collapsed wall. The quantum exploration system embedded in the suit's sensors activated, sending out an invisible pulse that mapped the surroundings within a 50-meter radius. The HUD immediately highlighted 3 enemy signatures on the upper floors of a nearby structure. Without hesitation, the mercenary activated the suit's stealth mode, causing the armor to shimmer and then vanish from sight. Carefully, he ascended the crumbling stairs, each step carefully measured to avoid dislodging debris that might alert his targets. His movements were fluid, silent, as though he were gliding through the air. The 3 enemy combatants, oblivious to the imminent threat, continued their patrols. The mercenary drew a combat dagger from his waist, its edge gleaming with a nano-ceramic coating. He struck with lethal precision, dispatching each adversary with a swift, silent thrust. As the last body fell, the mercenary's form shimmered back into visibility. He emerged from the building, scanning the surroundings once more. 3 additional hostiles were detected, scattered among various ruined structures nearby. A warning indicator flashed in his peripheral vision. The stealth mode's power reserves were depleting and would disengage in less than 20 seconds. Taking advantage of the remaining time, he He darted into the shadows of a nearby building just as his invisibility cloak faded. The mission parameters appeared on his HUD. Neutralize the remaining targets. Moving with tactical precision, he utilized the cover of the war-torn landscape to approach a vantage point. From there, he lay prone, setting up a sniper rifle with a sleek, dark frame. As he peered through the scope, the targeting computer inside his helmet calculated the trajectory, compensating for distance and the wind's slight breeze. One breath, then a single pull of the trigger. The shot rang out, and the first target's head exploded in a crimson mist. The remaining two enemies took cover immediately, ducking behind the remains of a concrete barrier. The mercenary swiftly disassembled his sniper and shifted positions, anticipating their counterattack. As he circled around, an armored chariot emerged from the rubble, its turrets swiveling to track him. The mercenary fired up the thrusters on his suit, launching himself skyward just as the chariot's main gun fired. The ground where he had stood erupted in a plume of dust and shattered stone. High in the air, the mercenary used the thrusters to control his descent, zigzagging through the gaps between broken towers. Below, enemy infantry began to swarm, converging on his last known location. The mercenary seized the moment, using his suit's enhanced mobility to perform a rapid descent, launching himself from one crumbling rooftop to the next. The thrusters whined as he landed behind the lead infantry unit, unloading a barrage of plasma rounds that cut down the soldiers with swift efficiency. With the enemy forces in disarray, he propelled himself into a dive, landing atop the chariot with a resounding clang. Without hesitation, he drove his armored fist through the turret's top hatch, ripping it open. He hurled a grenade inside, then launched himself back into the air as the vehicle erupted in flames. Thick black smoke billowed upward, marking the destruction of the once formidable machine. Spotting the final target moving within a high-rise, the mercenary lined up his next shot from atop a distant rooftop. The crack of his rifle echoed through the ruined city as the bullet found its mark, ending the mission in an instant. As the target collapsed, the simulated battlefield dissolved, replaced by the stark walls of the training chamber. However, a new challenge emerged almost immediately. An imposing tank now stood in the chamber, its massive 145mm high-pressure smoothbore cannon aimed directly at him. The radio crackled with a command: activate the stone defense function. The mercenary complied, and his suit's armor shifted to resemble solid marble, with veins of stone coursing through its surface. The tank fired. The shell impacted, engulfing the mercenary in a cloud of dust and smoke. When the haze cleared, the mercenary remained standing, unharmed. Yet, a system alert warned that the stone function had reached its operational limit and could not be reactivated until the suit's internal reserves were replenished. The armor returned to its original metallic appearance, revealing no signs of damage from the powerful strike. From an observation room above, Tugdikin Bey watched the proceedings with a mixture of satisfaction and curiosity. His hand stroked his beard thoughtfully as his team monitored the data feeds. The stone function held against a direct impact from a tank shell. Impressive, one of the technicians remarked. Indeed, Tugdikin Bey replied. But the true test lies ahead. Prepare for the space combat trial. The room's configuration shifted once more, this time morphing into a zero-gravity environment. The mercenary drifted in the void as his suit's balance functions automatically engaged, stabilizing him. He maneuvered with thruster bursts, transitioning seamlessly into combat mode as drones simulated enemy fighters. Plasma fire streaked through the darkness as the mercenary wove between the blasts, his rifle spitting out return fire that shattered the targets with pinpoint accuracy. After completing the space trial, the simulation continued to cycle through a series of challenging environments. Combat in an underwater setting, with the suit's thrusters adapted for aquatic propulsion, and then a fierce skirmish on an icy mountainside. Each test pushed the mercenary to the limits of the suit's capabilities, but his skill and the armor's resilience proved a formidable combination. In the silence of the observation room, Tugdikin Bey turned to his subordinates. The armored suit has met every challenge, yet there remains much room for refinement. The path ahead is clear. We shall continue until our warriors stand unmatched, armed with tools worthy of their valor. Thus, the trials continued, each step drawing them closer to perfecting the ultimate armored combat uniform. In a vast, dimly lit hangar, the sound of machinery hummed as sparks flew from welding equipment. Here, in the heart of the mercenary regiment's base, the future of warfare was taking shape. The armored combat suit, a marvel of engineering, lay on the platform. Its sleek, metallic contours were both menacing and elegant, designed to accommodate various combat scenarios. The propulsion system could be modified to suit different environments, with the rear propellers easily replaced for operations on land, sea, or in the vacuum of space. Todikin Bey, the commander overseeing this ambitious project, was deep in thought as he watched the final adjustments being made to the suit. The engineers had recently tested specialized weaponry, including an advanced electromagnetic rifle and a high-precision beam sniper, each designed to complement the suit's capabilities. The results were promising, to say the least. The new weaponry had demonstrated unparalleled accuracy and destructive power during field trials. Excellent work, Todikin Bey had said, a rare glint of satisfaction in his eyes as he observed the tests. However, beneath the surface of his composed demeanor lay a growing concern. Despite the impressive advancements, the armored combat uniform came with a steep price tag, each suit costing nearly 2 million units of the universal currency. By comparison, even the most advanced tanks, armed with cutting-edge artillery, were valued at only half that amount. The cost of maintenance was no less daunting, as these suits required constant upkeep and specialized parts to remain operational. The mercenary group, known as the Tianyi Regiment, numbered just over 500 shock troops. These elite soldiers, trained for land, naval, and space warfare, formed the backbone of the force. To equip every member with an armored combat suit would bankrupt the entire organization, as the expenses would quickly spiral out of control. Thus, for now, Todikin Bey decided to limit the suit's deployment to specialized units, where their capabilities could be most effectively utilized. As he made his way back to his office, Todikin Bey's thoughts drifted to the future. The development of the armored combat uniform was only the first step. His true ambition lay far beyond this. He dreamt of creating a Gundam, a legendary war machine that had captured his imagination even in his past life, a time that felt increasingly distant. Names like Wing Gundam, Zero Gundam, and Strike Gundam echoed in his mind, reminding him of the incredible power and technological mastery they represented. Yet, in this world, such creations seemed almost impossible. The exotic materials required for their construction did not exist, at least not in the conventional sense. New alloys had to be invented, new methods of energy generation discovered. One such innovation was the Gundamium alloy, which he had painstakingly engineered from the ground up. Its properties even surpassed the original specifications, granting his suits superior resilience and flexibility. But despite the progress, he faced a myriad of challenges. The technology of this world lagged behind the standards he aspired to achieve. Solar furnaces like those in Gundam 00 remained an unattainable dream, and even the phase-shift armor of Gundam Seed seemed beyond reach for now. Todikin Bey was forced to make do with what he had, pushing the limits of existing technologies and repurposing them in ways that often defied conventional engineering. He passed a group of mercenaries testing the latest modifications to the armored suits. Among them was Marquet, a young soldier with fiery red hair and a reputation for being a skilled pilot. Marquet's voice echoed across the hangar as he discussed the suit's performance with the engineers. "Good afternoon, Marquet." Todikin Bey greeted him as he approached. "Afternoon, sir," Marquet replied, snapping to attention. "The new suit is incredible. It's like wearing an impenetrable shield while carrying the firepower of a battleship. With these, we'd have a real chance against any conventional force." "Glad to hear it. We need every advantage we can get." Todikin Bey gave a curt nod before continuing on his way, his mind already returning to the challenge at hand. Back in his office, he sank into his chair and rubbed his temples. Fatigue crept through his body, the weight of the technological barriers bearing down on him. This world had granted him access to knowledge and theories from his previous life, as if by some divine providence. Yet manifesting them into reality was another matter entirely. The data and designs flowed freely from his mind onto blueprints and computer screens, but many concepts proved elusive when translated into tangible engineering. He had become a prophet of a future that did not yet exist, a creator struggling against the limitations of the present. A sense of determination surged through him as he glanced at a golden bank card on his desk. It had been a gift from his aunt, a token of support that carried more weight than its gleaming surface suggested. The card contained an astonishing sum of 10 billion Han and Xia coins, which converted to a considerable fortune in the universal currency. This windfall offered Todikin Bey the means to continue his ambitious projects, from enhancing the armored combat suits to developing entirely new mobile suit series. the RX series, and perhaps even the GP line, he mused aloud, envisioning Gundams that would surpass any weapon known in this world. Yet, even as he set his sights on these grand projects, the need for an efficient power source remained a pressing issue. The Minovsky-type thermonuclear reactor, which he had long dreamt of replicating, was still far beyond the capabilities of his current technology base. As a stopgap, he began working on a super-energy furnace, a concept drawn from another speculative work. Although its output could rival that of the Minovsky reactor, its operational time was severely limited. In high-intensity combat, the furnace's energy could be depleted in less than 10 minutes, rendering it unsuitable for prolonged engagements. The prophet once said, "Work for this world as if you will live forever, and work for the hereafter as if you will die tomorrow." Tugdikin Bey whispered the hadith to himself as he pondered the next steps. His faith had always provided a source of strength and purpose, even when the odds seemed insurmountable. It was this faith that urged him to press on, to seek out new ways of achieving what seemed impossible, for nothing was beyond reach if one possessed both conviction and perseverance. He would continue to push the boundaries, not merely as a soldier or a scientist, but as a man driven by the duty to shape the future, whether that future was of this world or the next. Chapter 09. The Assembly of the Festum Democratic Republic. The Grand Conference Hall was bathed in a dim glow, the flickering light emanating from the vast projection screen that dominated the room. The screen displayed gripping battle footage featuring the imposing forms of Yuanzu Gundam No. 4 and No. 5, their sleek frames and fearsome weaponry clashing against an array of mobile suits. The scenes were almost hypnotic, as the movements of the Gundams, swift and precise, revealed a level of combat prowess that defied expectation. In the cavernous space, the atmosphere was thick with tension, as those gathered within the hall watched with rapt attention. Dressed in military regalia and formal suits, the assembled individuals represented the upper echelons of both political and military spheres, dignitaries and senior officers who held sway over the fate of the Festum Democratic Republic. Their faces were stern, brows furrowed as they took in the gravity of the situation unfolding before them. The footage shifted, showing Yuanzu Gundam No. 5 unleashing a storm of destruction with its Gatling machine gun, the rapid bursts of fire cutting down more than a dozen enemy mobile suits with lethal precision. Audible gasps rippled through the room, some in shock, others in disbelief. The mechanical monsters moved like forces of nature, and when Yuanzu Gundam No. 4 activated its mega-particle cannon, the screen filled with an intense white light as it discharged, obliterating a battleship in a matter of seconds. The vessel tore apart, as though it were no more substantial than parchment, the remnants scattering in the void of space. As the video ended and the lights of the hall slowly brightened, the assembly sat in stunned silence. Many of those present appeared as though they had been struck by an unseen force, their expressions frozen in a mixture of awe and unease. It was not only the raw power of the mobile suits that left them shaken, but the implications that arose from such devastating capabilities. One congressman, his voice strained but determined, broke the silence, turning towards the Minister of Military Intelligence. "Minister, could you clarify which nation's mobile suit technology this is? Surely, this level of firepower belongs to one of the three major powers on Earth." The question was directed at Lieutenant General Adlai, a man who embodied both gravitas and an air of pragmatism. His age showed in the silvery strands woven through his blonde hair, and his stout figure stood as a testament to years spent in service. He stepped forward, clearing his throat before responding, his voice calm but firm. "No, this is not the creation of any of the Earth's superpowers," Adlai began. "These mobile suits belong to a private mercenary organization operating in the outer regions of the colonies, specifically from a minor nation known as the Mika Subaru Confederation." Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the hall. The notion that such sophisticated technology could arise from a backwater state on the fringes of the colonial system seemed preposterous. It defied all logic and understanding of the known balance of power. Adlai raised a hand, gesturing for quiet as he continued. "I understand your skepticism. When our intelligence team first uncovered this information, we too assumed that a major power was testing advanced prototypes under the guise of a smaller nation. But after exhaustive investigation, it became clear that these mobile suits, as well as the mercenary group that operates them, are indeed privately owned." The Minister of Defense, a man known for his stoic composure, leaned forward. "Lieutenant General, when did this battle take place?" "The footage you just witnessed occurred 3 months ago," Adlai replied, his gaze steady as it swept across the room. 3 months? An indignant congressman exclaimed, his voice rising. Why has this matter only come to our attention now? Are you suggesting that your department failed to recognize a potential threat of this magnitude for an entire quarter? Adelai's eyes narrowed slightly, the faintest hint of annoyance flickering across his features. Senator, verifying the authenticity of such footage takes time. Furthermore, it was highly improbable for a small, peripheral nation to field mobile suits of this caliber. We did not bring this forward lightly. As the congressman seemed poised to continue his line of questioning, the Minister of Defense interjected, his voice commanding. Enough! Lieutenant General, continue your report. Adelaide nodded in acknowledgement, turning back to the projection screen. Our intelligence indicates that this mercenary force is known as the Tianyi Mercenary Group, and they derive their resources from an affiliated arms manufacturing company bearing the same name. Both the group and the company appear to operate under the authority of a single individual. And who is this individual? Asked the defense minister, his tone now edged with curiosity. His name is Tudikin Bey, Adelaide replied, and we believe he hails from the Hanxia Kingdom. However, details about his background, age, or even appearance remain elusive. The mention of Hanxia piqued the interest of many in the room. The president, seated at the head of the assembly, stroked his chin thoughtfully. The surname Tudikin is not common in Hanxia, he mused aloud. There is a prominent business family by that name, known for their ventures in arms manufacturing. Could this be connected to them? Lieutenant General Adelaide turned to face the president directly. Mr. President, we considered that possibility. However, there is no current evidence linking the Long family's manufacturing operations to this mercenary group. If they did possess such advanced mobile suit technology, one would expect them to leverage it more openly to dominate the market. The president's eyes narrowed slightly, as though contemplating some unspoken thought. Lieutenant General, does your intelligence reveal any patterns or strategies behind their activities? Adelaide signaled for the lights to dim once more, and the screen came to life with a new image, an early version of the Gundam. Its form was unmistakable, bearing both the angular contours and the symbolic visage that set it apart from conventional mobile suits. What you see here, Adelaide began, is one of their initial models. Despite its appearance, it is merely a precursor to the model shown earlier. We have evidence that newer versions are being developed, and their capabilities are rumored to surpass even what we witnessed today. The president interjected, his tone probing. If these mercenaries possess such resources, why do they not mass-produce these suits? That, Your Excellency, Adelaide answered, as the image on the screen changed once more to reveal blueprints of experimental designs, is the very question we are striving to answer. As Adelaide concluded, the solemnity in the hall deepened. The specter of these mysterious Gundams, along with their enigmatic owner, seemed to hang over the assembly like an omen of upheaval, a portent of the battles yet to come, where steel, fire, and belief would collide in the unending struggle for dominance and survival in the far reaches of space. The air in the council chamber was tense, a palpable unease settling over the assembly as the screen flickered to life. The projection displayed an armored mobile suit under heavy assault, its frame enduring a barrage of live ammunition. As the footage progressed, the frame paused, zooming in on the area that had borne the brunt of the impact. Ladies and gentlemen, began Lieutenant General Adelaide, his voice steady and authoritative. Observe closely. Do you notice any alterations to the armor where it was hit? A murmur rippled through the chamber as the gathered officials leaned in, scrutinizing the magnified image. Audible gasps filled the room as realization dawned on them. The suit, a Yuanzu Gundam, had been struck by a 135mm round of live ammunition. Yet, miraculously, the surface bore no visible damage, not even the slightest dent. President Amdandi's expression was a blend of curiosity and concern as he addressed the Lieutenant General. Lieutenant General, this anomaly with the armor, does it correlate in any way with plans for mass production? Adelaide inclined his head respectfully. Indeed, Mr. President, it does. Our intelligence analysis currently posits two scenarios. In the first, they might have developed an advanced prototype and are now testing it in combat to gather final data. After these trials, they could proceed to manufacture a mass-produced version. The alternative scenario is that the Gundam's unique armor will not be replicated on a large scale. Pausing briefly to let his words settle, Adelaide continued. The second scenario suggests that the materials and technology required to produce this armor are exceptionally rare and difficult to replicate. Furthermore, such a machine may be intended exclusively for elite pilots, those who have proven their exceptional skills in battle. For instance, it could be reserved for a top-tier mobile suit ace. President Amdandy's brow furrowed. In which scenario do you consider to be more plausible? With respect, Mr. President, Adlai replied, his tone measured. My analysis, based on the estimates provided by my subordinates, leans heavily toward the second possibility. The response stirred a ripple of anxiety among the assembly, prompting a senior member of Congress to raise his voice. Lieutenant General, if we accept your conclusion, it implies that we face a different kind of threat altogether. Should the first scenario prove true, would we not be entering a crisis of unprecedented proportions? Lieutenant General Adlai faced the congressman squarely, his gaze unwavering. Distinguished members of Congress, he began, his voice calm yet firm. I argue for the second possibility based on several factors observed within the military's operational realities. Typically, compared to standard-issue mass-produced mobile suits, the costs associated with the upkeep and repair of more advanced models can escalate significantly. Now, if we speak of an MS designed for high-performance piloting or elite combat, the disparity in maintenance and replacement costs can be even more pronounced. These specialized models demand not only substantial financial investment, but also the allocation of precious material resources and manpower. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle over the chamber. Consider this, he continued. A Gundam, such as the one we've observed, stands far above the common military units in terms of capabilities and resilience. The expense of sustaining such an asset, should it be produced on a mass scale, could very well overwhelm the economic stability of any nation that attempts it. There was a collective silence, as though the very air had grown thick with the implications of his statement. The council members exchanged uneasy glances. It was evident that the idea of mass-producing such a powerful weapon, with its staggering costs and resource requirements, bordered on economic folly. The lieutenant general's logic resonated with many in the room. As he had outlined, the more formidable and technologically advanced the weapon, the greater the toll on the treasury. A fleet of Gundams, capable of unmatched devastation, would inevitably demand a level of expenditure that few, if any, nations could bear without risking ruin. President Amdandy, his expression contemplative, glanced toward the lieutenant general. Then it is settled. The notion of mass-producing this Gundam is beyond consideration. For now, we must focus on understanding the potential threat posed by its existence. Lieutenant General Adlai, I trust that your intelligence division will maintain a close watch on the Tianyi mercenary group. Adlai bowed his head slightly in acknowledgement. As you command, Mr. President. We shall continue our surveillance and gather any intelligence relevant to their operations. The president's orders seemed to bring a measure of finality to the session, yet beneath the surface, unease lingered. The council members could not ignore the growing shadow of uncertainty, an unspoken acknowledgement that the path ahead might be fraught with unforeseeable danger. As the officials filed out of the chamber, Lieutenant General Adlai remained behind, his gaze lingering on the now darkened screen. He could not dismiss the disquiet that had settled in his gut. The Yuanzhu Gundam was no ordinary machine. It bore the markings of a design that transcended conventional engineering, hinting at a level of mastery in mobile suit development that seemed almost otherworldly. Such technology was unprecedented, embodying capabilities that defied the established norms of warfare. A subtle but undeniable shift had occurred, a shift that signaled a new era of technological competition. One that would not only reshape military doctrine, but would also demand a re-examination of moral and spiritual values in the face of such destructive power. Islamic influences within the military culture of the Democratic Republic of Festum emphasized the importance of maintaining balance, of wielding power with restraint and upholding justice. The echoes of past scholars and warriors whose deeds were chronicled in the annals of history serve as a reminder that even the most formidable weapons could not eclipse the higher calling of the faith, to protect the innocent and to strive for peace. As Adlai pondered the implications, he felt a renewed sense of duty. The Gundam's existence raised profound questions about the morality of war, the ethics of technological advancement, and the necessity of faith as a guiding light amidst the encroaching darkness. The Democratic Republic of Festum would need to navigate this turbulent era with both strategic acumen and spiritual conviction, for the stakes were greater than ever before. In the quiet of the now empty council chamber, Adlai uttered a silent prayer, seeking guidance for the trials that lay ahead. The road would be arduous, and the decisions made would echo far beyond the battlefield. Yet, with courage and faith, the nation could endure, and perhaps even rise above the challenges it now faced. Chapter 10. Raid the pirates. The silence of deep space was abruptly disturbed by bursts of light and the distant echo of cannon fire near the derelict station. Once a bustling hub for interstellar commerce, the abandoned space transfer station now served as a hideout for a notorious pirate band known as the Sea Wolf. Led by the relentless Somataro, the Sea Wolf pirates controlled an extensive expanse of lawless space, where the boundaries of minor nations blended like dust in the void. The Sea Wolf pirates were more than a nuisance. They were a looming shadow that made even the bravest shiver. Many nations feared their influence, knowing well that any attempt to drive them out alone would lead to crushing losses. Micah Pleiades, a former pilot for the Mijia Onwa military, knew these pirates' cruelty firsthand. He had fought aboard the country's advanced GM mobile suits, MSs, and seen how their superior firepower often surpassed that of the Sea Wolf's cobbled-together fleet. However, Mijia Onwa's resources were limited, its battalions fewer, and unlike the seemingly endless waves of Sea Wolf mobile suits, his squadron often fought on the defensive. Thus, Mijia Onwa, like its neighbors, opted to keep its peace, leaving the pirates free to roam their corner of space. For years, smaller nations debated uniting to fight the Sea Wolf pirates, but every nation was hesitant to invite foreign forces into their territories. The lessons of history were seared into their memories. Once foreign soldiers landed, persuading them to leave proved as difficult as driving the pirates away. And so, with bated breath and gritted teeth, they watched the Sea Wolf pirates grow in power, waiting for a savior to emerge. Today, however, the Sea Wolf pirates found themselves in the sights of an unexpected force. The formidable mercenaries known as the Tianyi Mercenary Group. Led by the fearless commander Tugdican Bay, the Tianyi mercenaries had their honor tarnished by the Sea Wolf not long ago. 1 month prior, a Tianyi convoy, guarded by 2 frigates and a squadron of MSs, was ambushed by the pirates as they escorted a merchant fleet across treacherous waters. The Sea Wolf pirates attacked with ruthless precision, outnumbering and overwhelming the convoy. Although the Tianyi mercenaries fought with ferocity, they lost all ships, their defeat a bitter scar on their pride. Enraged and humiliated, Tugdican Bay vowed retribution. Determined to bring down the Sea Wolf, he ordered an all-out strike on the pirates. He invested heavily, acquiring critical intelligence on the Sea Wolf's movements and securing state-of-the-art technology. His technicians and engineers worked tirelessly, perfecting new Gundams and MSs, determined to ensure that the Tianyi Mercenary Group was never caught off guard again. A formidable addition to his fleet, the Albion, a Pegasus-class assault carrier, was Tugdican Bay's pride. Albion was equipped to house a battalion of 30 mobile suits, powered by energy furnaces that hummed with quiet promise. When the day of reckoning arrived, Tugdican Bay climbed into the cockpit of his newly crafted Gundam, the FA-78-3/HFA-78-3, dubbed Ancestor Gundam No. 7, a warrior forged of metal and fire. The Gundam seemed to emanate a purposeful calm, as though steeled by faith. Setting his sights on the coordinates of the Sea Wolf pirates' hideout, Tugdican Bay spoke a quiet prayer, feeling the weight of his duty settle upon him like a mantle of honor. His words were few but potent. For every injustice, there comes a reckoning. Within moments, the Tianyi fleet materialized near the pirates' base, erupting into a spectacle of fire and fury. The ambush was swift, taking the Sea Wolf pirates completely off guard. Alarms blared as explosions rattled the old transfer station. Somataro, the Sea Wolf's captain, shouted orders, his voice strained but resolute, rallying his forces into a counterattack. Though startled, the Sea Wolf pirates were no strangers to battle. They rallied, launching their motley assortment of mobile suits and refurbished frigates, each one firing desperately at the intruding mercenaries. In the heart of the battle, Tugdican Bay steered his Ancestor Gundam with precision, his movements fueled by unwavering focus and resolve. He saw the flashes of missiles, felt the tremors of his Gundam as it absorbed enemy fire. Yet he pressed on, methodically dismantling each threat that dared to approach. In that moment, he was no mere mercenary. He was an instrument of retribution. The Albion cut a striking figure as it surged forward, its modified turrets spitting rounds of live ammunition where energy cannons might have once fired. Engineers had adjusted its systems to compensate for a lack of thermonuclear reactors, and Tugdican Bay had approved the modifications, prioritizing resilience over experimental technologies. The Albion's main gun, the megaparticle cannon, charged and unleashed torrents of destructive energy into the heart of the Sea Wolf's defenses, battering down the pirate ships one by one. Despite their initial shock, the Sea Wolf pirates regrouped, forming a defense line around their strongest vessels. Sayama Taro urged his men to stand firm, promising them wealth and renown if they could outlast the Tiani assault. But his words rang hollow as Tugdekin Bay's forces continued their relentless advance. In one fluid motion, Tugdekin Bay maneuvered his Gundam towards Sayama's ship. His eyes narrowed as he aimed the Gundam's beam rifle, steadying himself before squeezing the trigger. A shot rang out, piercing through the pirate leader's command ship, and a shudder reverberated through the pirate ranks as they watched their leader's flagship explode in a shower of debris. The Sea Wolf pirates faltered, the cohesion of their forces splintering as chaos took hold. One by one, the pirate ships began to scatter, their resolve crumbling. They had known only dominance until now, but in the face of Tugdekin Bay's unyielding might, they found themselves gripped by an unfamiliar emotion, fear. Seizing the moment, the Tiani fleet encircled the remaining ships, each mercenary fighting with the understanding that they were not just claiming vengeance, but restoring honor. As the battle drew to a close, Tugdekin Bay surveyed the ruins of the Sea Wolf fleet. His heart was calm, the fire of his anger replaced by a deep-seated sense of purpose. He offered thanks for their victory, mindful of the divine will that had granted him strength. The once feared pirates lay defeated, and as Tugdekin Bay gave the order to seize the remaining cargo, he knew that the reputation of the Tiani mercenary group would be restored. In the quiet that followed, the Tiani ships drifted through the wreckage, collecting what spoils they could. With the Sea Wolf pirates vanquished, the surrounding nations could once again breathe easily, no longer haunted by the specter of piracy. And as the Albion turned to leave the battlefield, Tugdekin Bay felt a sense of peace settle over him, a calm that came only after fulfilling a sacred duty. He had restored honor not only to his men, but to himself, and in the endless expanse of stars, he knew that justice had been served. In the vast, boundless space, the Sea Wolf pirates held sway over a formidable array of ships and mobile suits, their black hulls casting a shadow across the stars. Commanded by Taro Sayama, a hardened pirate whose eyes bore the weight of 100 battles, their fleet consisted of 60 heavily modified ships, over 1,000 mobile suits, and nearly 100 fighters. They were well-armed, seasoned, and feared. Yet today, an enemy unlike any they had faced before closed in on them. A small, determined force from the Tiani mercenary group, led by Tugdekin Bay, deploying only a fraction of their total might. There were merely 110 mobile suits in Tugdekin Bay's command, a force that might seem laughable against Sayama's vast pirate fleet. But these weren't ordinary mobile suits. Among them were the legendary Gundam units, each operated by an elite pilot capable of transforming the tide of battle with unparalleled prowess. Two of these pilots were Zhou and Zhou Na, sisters whose skills were as fierce as their loyalty to one another. Each had mastered the Gundam they piloted, and together, they formed an indomitable duo on the battlefield. The sisters had once served as military mobile suit pilots in the Han Xia Kingdom, sworn to protect their homeland. After retiring, they had intended to settle into a life of peace. However, fate had other plans. Their former commander, Li Jiaming, who had joined the Tiani mercenary group, reached out to them, knowing their skills would be invaluable. Lured by the promise of advanced mobile suits, especially the rare Gundams, they joined without hesitation, drawn by a renewed purpose. Now, Zhou hands were steady on the control stick of her Gundam, Yuan Zu Unit 4, her sharp eyes focused intently on the enemy displayed across her screen. Her younger sister, Zhou Na, piloted the Yuan Zu Unit 5 alongside her, their synergy honed from years of training and a bond only sisters could share. With a grim smile, Zhou tightened her grip, her finger hovering over the trigger. "Go to hell," she muttered, unleashing the devastating power of her Gundam's mega-particle cannon. A searing beam of energy erupted from Yuan Zu Unit 4, slicing through the cold void of space, tearing apart 3 of the pirate ships in its path. The ships exploded in a blinding blaze, shards scattering in all directions. In a mere 10 seconds, over 30 mobile suits, caught off guard, were vaporized along with 5 fighter jets caught in the blast radius. It was a display of sheer, unrelenting firepower that quickly drew the attention of the remaining pirates. The screens in Sayama's command room flickered red with each loss. He clenched his fists as he watched the devastation wrought by the Gundams. He had heard rumors of their power, but witnessing it firsthand was a bitter pill to swallow. "Captain, we're detecting several other Gundams in different zones," his radio operator announced with a tremor in his voice. Sayama's brow furrowed as he realized the gravity of their predicament. "Where is our reserve fleet?" he barked, desperation lacing his tone. "En route, sir. The deputy head reports they'll arrive within an hour." Sayama's eyes darted to the battlefield. His once mighty fleet now seemed like a fragile toy in the clutches of a relentless beast. "Tell them to hurry," he ordered, knowing each passing second meant more lives lost and the possibility of annihilation. Meanwhile, Jonah maneuvered her Gundam alongside her sisters, her Gatling gun whirring to life. Bullets sprayed from her machine, forming a deadly rain that cut down enemy mobile suits and fighters alike, riddling them with smoking holes. Those that managed to escape her assault found themselves squarely in Zhou Ye's crosshairs. With a calm, precise squeeze of the trigger, Zhou Ye fired her beam rifle, picking off the remaining survivors with brutal efficiency. Together, the sisters obliterated nearly 40 mobile suits and 10 fighters in a matter of moments, their coordinated attacks painting a trail of wreckage through the pirate fleet. For the sisters, it felt almost natural, as though they were born for this. The Gundams, legendary for their strength and speed, had reawakened a passion within them that had once faded. Every maneuver, every blast was as if Allah himself guided their hands, as they stood unwavering in the face of overwhelming odds. In the chaos of battle, Sayama's mind raced, seeking a strategy to turn the tide. His men were well-trained, ruthless, yet each time one of his ships fired on a Gundam, the machine slipped through like a phantom, answering with precision strikes that left his fleet in tatters. He fought to remain composed, but inside, panic clawed at him. "Send reinforcements to intercept those Gundams," he shouted, clinging to the hope that the reserves would arrive before his forces were decimated. Despite his commands, green dots on his radar, the markers of his own fleet, were vanishing rapidly. He couldn't understand why such a powerful mercenary group had targeted them or what fool had angered them enough to risk this all-out assault. He had been a king in the lawless stretches of space, feared by all who crossed his path. Yet here he was on the defensive, desperate for survival. Back on the battlefield, Jonah's eyes glinted with determination as she looked over at her sister's Gundam, their machines momentarily floating side by side. Her voice crackled over the comm link, steady and confident. "Sister, shall we finish this?" Zhou Ye glanced at her with a nod, her own voice brimming with conviction. "For the Tianyi mercenary group, for our honor, let's make them remember our names." They charged forward, weaving through enemy fire with the fluidity of dancers. Each sister covered the other, their attacks falling in perfect rhythm. There was a silent understanding between them, a bond unbreakable by time or distance. Together, they embodied a strength that shook even the most seasoned pirates. Sayama watched in horror as his fleet's numbers dwindled. The battle that had seemed his to win had turned into a nightmare. He gritted his teeth, realizing that escape was the only option left. But it was too late. The Gundams were closing in. As the sisters approached Sayama's command ship, he could only watch, paralyzed, as Zhou Ye's Gundam raised its particle cannon, the gleam of impending destruction reflecting off his ship's hull. With a single, powerful shot, the command ship erupted in flames, disintegrating into the void, taking Sayama with it. In the wake of their victory, the sisters floated side by side, their Gundams illuminated by the faint glow of distant stars. Jonah spoke quietly, a trace of awe in her voice. "It feels like we were meant for this." Zhou Ye smiled, knowing that no matter where the battle took them, they would always fight side by side, bound by faith, loyalty, and the will to protect each other. As the debris of the Sea Wolf pirates drifted into oblivion, a solemn silence settled across the battlefield. The sisters, resolute and undeterred, turned back toward the Tianyi fleet, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Chapter 11. The Arrival of the Sea Wolf Pirates. The battlefield was a chaotic tapestry of destruction, a symphony of whirring engines and explosive detonations that reverberated through the vacuum of space. In the heart of this maelstrom, two sisters, Zhou Ye and her elder sister, fought valiantly in their Gundams, instruments of war powered by their unwavering resolve and sheer determination. Yet, the tides of battle were turning, and their resources were dwindling. Megaparticle cannon is overheating. Insufficient power supply. Gatling machine gun, 0 bullets. Zhou Ye glanced at her control panel, a matrix of flashing lights and ominous warnings. Their most formidable weapon, the megaparticle cannon, had been unleashed thrice in rapid succession, consuming a vast reservoir of energy in mere moments. Now, They were left with only beam rifles, a far cry from the destructive capabilities they once wielded. In these fleeting minutes of carnage, they had wreaked havoc upon the enemy. 10 modified spaceships, nearly 200 mobile suits, and a squadron of 40 fighter planes had been obliterated by their precise firepower. Yet, with every victory came a price. Taro Sayama, the tactical mind overseeing their operations, observed the battlefield with a furrowed brow. He quickly recognized that their position was becoming increasingly precarious. Damn it, the enemy is mobilizing their troops. Sister, you need to withdraw to the mothership and replenish your energy. Zhou Ya's voice was urgent, each word laced with the gravity of their predicament. Her sister, intent on assessing their capabilities, watched the flickering displays on her console. The megaparticle cannon had cooled down, but lacked the necessary energy reserves to be effective. I'll connect the tube cable of the megaparticle cannon to your Gundam, Zhou declared, her voice steady despite the turmoil surrounding them. With swift precision, she initiated the connection to the Yuanzu Gundam No. 5, her own machine. As the energy surged through the cables, she felt a renewed sense of hope. Zhou glanced at the screen, watching as the megaparticle cannon powered up, the readout confirming its readiness for another assault. Good night, babies, she quipped darkly, pressing the launch button with determination. A wave of brilliant beam rays erupted from the cannon, slicing through the enemy ranks with deadly precision. More than 20 mobile suits and 3 modified spaceships were annihilated in an instant. Suddenly, the internal communication channel chimed, and the visage of Aviana appeared, her helmet reflecting the flickering lights of the cockpit. Zhou, your sister, return to the mothership for supplies. I'll hold the line here. Understood. They replied in unison, the urgency of the moment compelling them to obey. As they maneuvered their Gundams back toward the mothership, Aviana, piloting Yuanzu Gundam No. 6, prepared for her own onslaught. Her machine was a formidable presence, equipped with missile launchers on her wrists and 300mm low-recoil cannons perched upon her shoulders. A shield in her left hand and a beam rifle in her right completed the arsenal. With a determined glance, Aviana assessed her surroundings. The missile launchers were empty, yet she felt a surge of adrenaline as she targeted 2 enemy mobile suits. She pressed the launch button, unleashing the twin shoulder cannons. The twin projectiles soared through space, finding their marks and igniting a fiery explosion that illuminated the dark void. Colleagues with damaged units, return to the mothership for immediate repairs, she commanded, her voice resonating with authority. Several GM mobile suits, sporting damaged limbs and battered frames, complied and made their retreat. Bring it on! I will obliterate every pirate you send. As long as I command my ancestor, Gundam No. 6, I shall not falter. Her confidence surged as the tally of defeated enemies mounted. 40 mobile suits, 3 fighter planes, and yet another modified spaceship crumbled under her relentless assault. Meanwhile, Taro Sayama's anxiety deepened as he analyzed the radar display. The losses were staggering. Over 400 mobile suits and an entire squadron of fighter planes had been decimated. More than 20 modified spaceships had succumbed to the enemy's firepower. The grim reality was that their forces were being systematically dismantled. Notify the deputy commander to return quickly, Taro ordered, his voice strained with urgency. Yes, Captain, came the swift reply. In another sector of the battlefield, Pawnee piloted his Gundam with fierce tenacity. His left hand wielded a beam rifle, while his right brandished a beam saber, ready to defend against any foe that dared to approach. With a fierce battle cry, he engaged, his Gundam dashing towards a cluster of enemy mobile suits. Li Xiuqing, meanwhile, was at the helm of a newly developed Gundam, his hands steady on the controls. The air was thick with the scent of battle, the exhilaration of combat coursing through his veins. Pawnee's Gundam surged beneath a modified spaceship, unleashing a barrage of beam shots that ignited the darkness with explosive brightness. As the enemy mobile suits encircled him, Pawnee's focus sharpened. He gripped the lever, guiding his machine with precision. The pirate mobile suit, sensing imminent danger, attempted to switch to a melee weapon. But before it could mount a defense, Pawnee's Gundam executed a swift maneuver, slicing through the enemy with ruthless efficiency. In the heat of battle, Pawnee turned, firing a volley that decimated the remaining pirate mobile suits. His heart raced as he sprinted upwards, aiming his weapon at the modified spaceship's console. The shot rang out, a brilliant flash illuminating the cockpit as it struck true, sending the enemy vessel into a spiraling descent. As the remnants of the battle continued to unfold, a sense of determination ignited within the hearts of the defenders. Each explosion, each fallen foe, added fuel to their resolve. They were not just fighting for survival. They were fighting for their homes, their loved ones, and the very essence of their existence. In the shadows of the vast cosmos, amidst the chaos and despair, hope flickered like a distant star. The arrival of the Sea Wolf pirates loomed on the horizon, an unexpected ally that promised to change the tide of battle. With every heartbeat, the warriors of the Gundam Alliance steeled themselves, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, united by their unwavering spirit and the echoes of their ancestors guiding them through the darkness. The heavy atmosphere aboard the Albion aircraft carrier was punctuated by the incessant beeping of the radar monitor. Pawnee, a seasoned pilot with keen instincts, stared intently at the screen, watching as a breach in the enemy's defenses appeared. The realization sent a jolt of adrenaline through her veins, compelling her to swiftly open the internal communication line. "Captain Fix, come in." Pawnee's voice rang out, crisp and authoritative, cutting through the din of the operations room. Captain Fix, the stalwart leader of the fleet and a man of few words, acknowledged her report with a nod, his weathered face betraying no hint of the storm brewing outside. "Listen up, captains of the entire fleet. I want all suppressors to invade the enemy camp immediately." His voice commanded respect, and the air crackled with energy as the orders reverberated through the communication channels. At once, the fleet sprang into action, small airships bursting forth from the Albion like a swarm of hornets, their engines roaring with a fierce determination. Pawnee watched as her comrades surged toward the recently breached defense line, their mission clear: to infiltrate the abandoned space transfer station of the notorious Sea Wolf pirates. "Comrades, provide cover for our brothers. Break into the enemy camp." Pawnee's words ignited a spark among her troops, each pilot fueled by the promise of victory. She focused on the on-screen display, where another newly developed Gundam caught her eye. It was the GP-01, piloted by another companion, a brilliant engineering feat that had exceeded her expectations. "I didn't foresee the GP series GP-01 developed by the boss being this formidable," she mused, impressed by the graceful maneuvers of the White Orchid Gundam. The machine darted effortlessly through the fray, its sleek form evoking the elegance of a dancer, weaving in and out of enemy fire with unparalleled agility. The White Orchid GP-01, enhanced by the ingenious mind of Tugdekin Bay, boasted a striking resemblance to the GP-01FB, yet it exceeded the original specifications by an impressive 10%. Armed with a beam gun in one hand and a beam saber in the other, the Gundam unleashed a torrent of firepower, a laser cannon suspended menacingly at its waist. Its mobility was astounding. It leaped and dodged like a rabbit, rendering the pirates' mobile suits unable to lock onto its position. The screen flickered with action as the White Orchid GP-01 wreaked havoc within the enemy ranks, a ballet of destruction as it shot down 10 modified pirate spaceships, 100 mobile suits, and 20 fighter planes. The battle had raged for over half an hour, and fatigue began to etch lines of worry across Sayama Taro's forehead. The radar display painted a dire picture. Only 30 modified spaceships remained, alongside a mere 500 mobile suits. The fighter squadron had been completely obliterated. Taro wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes flickering with concern as he glanced at his reflection in the cockpit's glass. The anxiety of battle weighed heavily upon him, a stark contrast to the ambitions he had nurtured since taking over his father's pirate group. Under his leadership, the crew had expanded and thrived, yet this day proved to be an unprecedented trial by fire. "Head, the opponent has breached our camp. There are a total of 60 small airships. They've concentrated their forces at 3 key locations." The announcer's voice cut through Taro's thoughts, bringing a new wave of urgency. The image of the abandoned space transfer station projected before him, 3 ominous red dots blinking menacingly on the screen. Taro's heart raced. He quickly mobilized his remaining forces stationed at the transfer station, determination setting his jaw. "Connect the camera feeds from those locations to me," he ordered, his voice steady despite the tempest of emotions roiling within. "What's the situation, Chief?" one of his subordinates asked, the tension palpable. Taro's eyes widened as the images from the 3 cameras flickered to life, displaying only the small airships. No sign of any enemy personnel. A chill ran down his spine, a foreboding sensation settling in his gut. "Chief, the deputy has returned with his troops," another announcer interjected, a spark of excitement in their voice. Yet Taro felt no surge of relief. Instead, a sense of dread tightened around his chest. The deputy's return did little to assuage his unease. He quickly reached out through the comms, instructing the deputy to redirect the remaining pirates back to the abandoned transfer station. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation, each passing moment amplified by the eerie silence in the station. Taro felt a growing disquiet. The longer they remained in this precarious position, the more vulnerable they became. He could almost sense the shifting tides of fate, drawing them toward an inevitable confrontation. As the minutes ticked by, Taro recalled the teachings of his father, who had often spoken of the importance of faith and strategy in times of uncertainty. Patience is a virtue, he had said, but courage is what defines us when the storm rages. With this in mind, Taro steeled himself, preparing for whatever may come. The distant roar of engines filled the air, drawing his gaze back to the radar. He watched intently as the red dots converged, the small airships steadily approaching the transfer station. A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind, plans and contingencies, hope and despair. But in that moment, he focused on one thing, the resolve of his crew. Ready yourselves, everyone. We stand together, not just as pirates, but as brothers and sisters in arms. Taro rallied, his voice booming with conviction. Whatever lies ahead, we will face it together. His words ignited a spark of unity among the crew, the spirit of camaraderie reigniting their determination. Each pilot prepared for the coming storm, hearts beating in synchrony, an unyielding force poised to confront their adversaries. As the airships drew nearer, Taro felt an awakening within him, a sense of purpose driven by the bonds forged in the heat of battle. In the shadows of the abandoned transfer station, destiny awaited. The clash of wills loomed on the horizon, and with it, the promise of glory or ruin. In the chaos of war, they would either emerge victorious or become legends whispered of in the annals of time. And as the Sea Wolf pirates prepared to face the oncoming tide, Taro knew that every moment counted. Every decision could alter the course of their fate. Chapter 12. Taro Sayama and the Mysterious Organization. Amidst the war-torn expanse of space, the cacophony of distant explosions echoed through the hangar. The pilots were tense, their minds still lingering on the latest skirmish. Joya and Jo-Na stood by their Gundams, taking a momentary respite from the intense battles. The elder sister, Joya, had her long hair tied back in a bun, while the younger, Jo-Na, wore hers in a ponytail. Sweat glistened on their brows, and they drank water to rehydrate, using towels to wipe away the signs of fatigue. Their Gundams, currently undergoing urgent repairs, stood as symbols of resilience and defiance in the face of overwhelming odds. Alongside their machines, the hangar housed the Gundam of Tugdekin Bay, the formidable No. 7 full armor model, and Li Xiuqing's renowned Thunderbolt Gundam, equipped with the advanced FA-78 systems from the Gundam Thunderbolt series. Each machine was a testament to engineering and power, yet the tension in the air was palpable. The battles ahead would test their resolve. Inside the cockpit of his own Gundam, Tugdekin Bay observed the unfolding battle on his screens, his arms crossed in contemplation. His gaze was steady, his features stern, exuding the composure of a seasoned warrior. Outside, Li Xiuqing leaned against the railing, waiting for orders, while the repair crews worked tirelessly to prepare the machines for another round of combat. Commander Tugdekin, Joya spoke up, her voice carrying the exhaustion of battle. The enemy's reinforcements are on the move. Over 20 modified ships, nearly 500 mobile suits, and 80 fighters. It's enough to compensate for their previous losses. Tugdekin Bay turned his attention away from the monitors to look at Joya, whose determination was evident despite the weariness in her eyes. The shock troops must press on, he replied. If they can secure the abandoned space transfer station, we can stem the tide of the enemy's advance. Moments later, Yuanzhu Gundam No. 6 returned to the hangar. Its cockpit opened, and Aviana emerged, removing her helmet to reveal shoulder-length blue hair. She accepted a bottle of water from one of the maintenance staff, drinking deeply before using a towel to wipe the sweat from her face. She took a brief respite, though her eyes never left the Gundams, still awaiting resupply. The situation was dire. With each Gundam needing maintenance, the pressure on the remaining pilots outside increased. Captain Fix's voice crackled over the comms, issuing a direct order to Li Xiuqing. Lieutenant, your Gundam is cleared for immediate deployment. Engage the enemy. A surge of energy coursed through Li Xiuqing as he received the order. Without hesitation, he activated his Gundam, guiding it onto the ejection platform. Lieutenant Li Xiuqing, Longshin, he announced. As his Gundam shot forth into the void, Zhou observed from the hangar, her arms folded across her chest. Her sister Zhou Na and Aviana stood beside her, their eyes also fixed on the departing machine. Is the Gundam piloted by Lieutenant Li Xiuqing really superior to ours, Commander? Zhou asked, her tone carrying a mixture of curiosity and challenge. Tugdekin Bey turned to face the three women, his expression calm yet authoritative. Despite his commanding presence and rugged handsomeness, he did not carry an air of vanity. The admiration in the women's eyes was not for his appearance, but for the strength of his leadership and the wisdom he often displayed. Yes, he replied. The Thunderbolt Gundam he pilots is indeed more powerful than yours. Even my own No. 7 full armor Gundam, without its heavy armored backpack, would struggle to match its firepower. With Li Xiuqing now taking the field, our advantage will hold, provided he doesn't falter. Aviana spoke up, her voice carrying a note of curiosity. Then why develop the GP series, Commander? The GP-01 White Orchid doesn't seem to outclass the Yuan Zhu Gundam in terms of firepower. What's the reasoning behind this new line of Gundams? Tugdekin Bey's eyes gleamed with a hint of excitement. The White Orchid wasn't designed for sheer firepower, Aviana. It was built for agility and flexibility. No existing model of the Yuan Zhu Gundam can match its maneuverability. The GP-01 moves like a white orchid blooming amidst chaos, swift and unyielding. Zhou Na, who had remained quiet, now spoke, a hint of eagerness in her voice. Then the next model in the GP series. Will it also specialize in a unique capability? Tugdekin Bey gave a slight nod. You're perceptive. Yes, the next model will focus on optimizing a particular aspect of combat. Out in the battlefield, Li Xiuqing could feel the rush of adrenaline as he engaged the enemy. The sheer speed, power, and destructive output of the Thunderbolt Gundam exhilarated him. His hands gripped the controls tightly, guiding the machine with precision as he pressed the trigger, unleashing a barrage of missiles that streaked across the battlefield. Each shot found its mark, reducing pirate mobile suits and fighters to smoldering debris. The Thunderbolt's arsenal roared as a 6-barrel missile launcher mounted on its left shoulder fired, scattering smaller warheads that tracked multiple targets, tearing through the enemy ranks. A twin-beam rifle, mounted on the wrist, discharged powerful red beams, piercing through enemy mobile suits. Particle cannons on its shoulders erupted in a flash of light, vaporizing a modified battleship in a single, devastating blast. Watching from a distance, Taro Siyama, an enigmatic figure of the mysterious organization, stood in the command center aboard his ship. His brows furrowed as he observed the new Gundam, which had entered the fray and decimated his forces within minutes. 5 ships, 80 mobile suits, and 30 fighters had been lost. The battlefield was a sea of chaos, and in the midst of it, the Thunderbolt Gundam was a force of nature. Then, as if to deepen the mystery, an urgent report came in. Sir, multiple explosions have occurred at the abandoned space transfer station, but no traces of the enemy can be found. Sayama's expression darkened as he realized the situation had taken a troubling turn. The explosions could not be accounted for by the movements of the Thunderbolt alone, raising the specter of a hidden adversary lurking in the shadows. His voice, laced with quiet intensity, resonated through the command center. Prepare for the unexpected. The hand of fate moves against us, and we must be ready to face whatever unseen force awaits. Taro Sama stood resolute at the helm of the Sea Wolf Pirates Command Center, a place pulsating with the hum of high-tech machinery and the undercurrent of imminent conflict. Suddenly, an urgent message interrupted the low murmur of voices. A video projection sprang to life over the surface of his command desk. The operator in charge of the surveillance room appeared, his voice tinged with a mix of anxiety and awe. Commander Sama, there is something you need to see, the operator said. The surveillance footage recorded some disturbing occurrences. As the video played, Taro watched intently. The first clip showed a pirate on patrol, walking his routine circuit. Without warning, the man collapsed, his body contorting unnaturally as if struck by an unseen force. He then tilted at a sharp angle, and before his body could touch the ground, an invisible force dragged him away, vanishing into the shadows. The second clip was no less unnerving. Another pirate suffered a gruesome fate as his head twisted to an impossible angle before his lifeless form dropped onto the floor. His body settled awkwardly on his haunches, then, as before, was dragged off as if by a phantom. Sayama's eyes narrowed, his mind racing through possible explanations. This isn't the work of any ordinary enemy, he murmured, piecing together the unsettling puzzle. There's something more at play here. His experience told him these were not isolated incidents. The mercenaries who had dared to infiltrate their stronghold had vanished without a trace, and now it seemed they were being hunted by something far more sinister than mere men. He issued immediate orders. Equip thermal sensors and sweep every sector. No place is to be left unchecked. As the men dispersed to carry out his commands, another crisis loomed. A report came through that contact had been lost with one of the monitoring rooms. Attempts to re-establish communication failed. Taro's expression hardened. He knew the situation there had likely turned dire. Before he could issue further commands, his secret cell phone buzzed in his pocket, an eerie vibration that seemed to echo the turmoil of the moment. He withdrew from the command room, seeking a secluded alcove where his voice would not carry. With a curt tap, he answered the call. Mr. Sayama. A voice on the other end greeted with a smooth, almost rehearsed calmness. I understand that you find yourself in quite a predicament. Enough of the pleasantries. I'm not interested in your false sympathy, Taro growled. You had your hand in this, didn't you? You sent those mercenaries to punish me. Mr. Sayama, I assure you, the mercenary group that attacked you is not affiliated with us in any way. The voice replied with an unconvincing ease. Taro snorted, his skepticism evident. Spare me your lies. It's all too convenient that you contact me now. The voice persisted. Believe as you wish, Mr. Sayama, but we do genuinely want to extend our hand in cooperation. You recall the arrangement we discussed 2 years ago, don't you? Taro's gaze hardened as memories resurfaced. The mysterious organization had approached him then, bearing gifts of advanced mobile suits far superior to anything available on the market. In exchange, they demanded a share, 1/9 of the pirates' plunder. The partnership had been tolerable at first, mutually beneficial even. But as time went on, the organization's demands grew. The cut increased to a harsh 60-40 split in their favor. This was a bitter pill to swallow, especially since the organization merely supplied the suits without lifting a finger in combat, leaving his men to risk life and limb on every raid. Tell me your conditions, Taro demanded, his tone guarded. There are two, came the reply, the voice as unyielding as a closed door. First, from now on, you will surrender 55% of all spoils taken by the Sea Wolf pirates, regardless of whether our mobile suits are used in the operation. Taro's grip tightened on the phone, his jaw clenched with barely restrained fury. Such terms would reduce his men to nothing more than starving marauders, struggling to scrape by. He took a slow breath, forcing his voice to remain even. And your second condition? The second condition is that you must capture a Gundam mobile suit. A bitter chuckle escaped Taro's lips. Your organization is so eager to get its hands on this Gundam. Is it more advanced than your suits? Or do you simply want to benefit from my efforts while you sit idly by? The edge in his tone cut deep, but the voice on the other end was unfazed. Mr. Sayama, we are not asking you to work for nothing. It's true that the Gundam represents a leap in mobile suit technology. If we acquire its secrets, we can develop mobile suits far beyond what is currently possible. In return, we will supply you and your men with these advanced suits, enabling you to undertake greater heists with more ease. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Let me think on it, Taro said curtly, cutting the call before a response could be given. He pocketed the phone and returned to the command center, where his subordinates awaited further instructions. As he walked, a verse from the Quran resonated in his mind, like a whisper from the depths of his soul. And whatever of misfortune befalls you, it is because of what your hands have earned. These words weighed upon him, a reminder of the path he had chosen. For years, the Sea Wolf pirates had lived as wolves upon the waters, preying upon the weak and plundering the riches of others. But there was a sense now that the consequences of those actions had begun to unravel around him. Returning to the command room, Taro's gaze swept over his men, who were preparing for the next sweep. Ready the mobile suits, he commanded, his voice steady. We move to secure the monitoring room and retrieve our missing comrades. If there is an enemy, we will face it with our own strength. The men saluted in unison, and the air hummed with a renewed resolve. Whatever force sought to encircle them, Taro would not cower. The Gundam might be a prize worth seeking, but he would do so on his own terms. As the Sea Wolf pirates mobilized, Taro felt a strange calm, as if a higher purpose was subtly guiding his steps. It was more than just survival now. It was a test, and one he intended to pass. Chapter 13. Accept the conditions. Lieutenant Li Xiuqing's Yuan Zhu Gundam Thunder streaked across the battlefield like a vengeful spirit, a harbinger of destruction that tore through the chaos of the skirmish with unrelenting fury. His Gundam moved with a fluidity and power that outstripped the capabilities of the GM mobile suits, MS, struggling to keep pace with him. The Tianyi mercenary group's pilots, caught in the maelstrom, exchanged uneasy glances. Lieutenant Xiuqing's rushing in too fast. Is he trying to get himself killed? One pilot muttered, glancing at his console. His GM MS struggled to close the distance between him and the Yuan Zhu Gundam Thunder. Maybe he's just too excited, another pilot suggested, but there was concern in his voice. As if to punctuate their doubts, the Yuan Zhu Gundam Thunder unleashed its wrath upon the enemy forces. All of its missiles had already been fired, leaving its particle cannon and beam guns to carry the burden of battle. The shoulder-mounted cannon ignited the void, a searing beam lancing out to obliterate a pirate ship that had been modified into a makeshift war vessel. The pirate MS that dared to challenge him fared no better, with each shot from his dual-barrel beam gun reducing them to scattered fragments in the darkness of space. Panic rippled through the ranks of the pirate pilots as they glimpsed the hulking form of the Yuan Zhu Gundam Thunder. Their attempts at retreat became desperate and chaotic. "What are you doing?" screamed a pirate commander over the comm. "Don't retreat. Attack, you fools!" His voice abruptly cut out as the Yuan Zhu Gundam Thunder's particle cannon turned him into a memory. While many of the pirate MS scattered in terror, others fell into the trap laid by the advancing GM MS, who swiftly picked off the stragglers. Despite the seeming advantage held by the Tianyi mercenaries, the battle was far from over. Nearly half of the GMs had been forced to return to the mothership for maintenance, and even the iconic GP-01 Gundam White Orchid had retreated to the Albion MS carrier's hangar, its outer armor scorched and in need of repair. Inside the hangar, the mechanical arms of the maintenance systems buzzed with activity. The automated maintenance programs repaired the external damage while the technicians oversaw the finer adjustments. Amidst the organized chaos of the hangar bay, Tugdikin Bey, commander of the operation, sat in the cockpit of Yuanzu Gundam No. 7, monitoring the battlefield from his displays. The tactical map flashed with a new warning. Another hostile force, a second wave of pirate reinforcements, appeared on the left flank of the mercenary fleet. They were moving quickly, closing in on the Tianyi forces with the apparent intent of breaking their formation. "Captain Fix, the enemy's second wave is closing in." Tugdikin Bey's voice came through the comm channel, steady despite the rising tension. "I'll intercept them with a heavy equipment package. It's too dangerous for you to go alone." Captain Fix replied, worry evident in his tone. "I won't be alone. I'm taking Yuanzu Gundam No. 6 and 10 GMs to back me up," Tugdikin Bey insisted, his voice resolute. "The main battlefield needs reinforcements, but we can't ignore this flank." With his decision made, Tugdikin Bey activated the heavy equipment backpack, which attached itself to Yuanzu Gundam No. 7's frame, enhancing its firepower and mobility. The Gundam launched into space with a surge of thrusters, trailed by the other MS units. The rescue team Tugdikin was about to face numbered nearly 100 MS, with a dozen modified warships providing support. It was the last significant force that the Seawolf pirates could muster. As they approached, Tugdikin opened fire. The mega beam cannons mounted on his waist unleashed a torrent of energy, piercing through two pirate ships in a single stroke. His right-hand beam gun spat bolts of superheated plasma that obliterated pirate MS with surgical precision, while his wrist-mounted dual-barrel beam guns and missiles took down the rest. Within moments, the rescue team's MS began to fall back. Aviana, one of the GM pilots accompanying Tugdikin, couldn't help but admire the commander's skill. "The firepower on the boss's Gundam is insane. It makes Li Xiuqing's Gundam look like a pea shooter," she remarked, her voice filled with awe. She locked onto two targets and squeezed the trigger, sending a pair of low-recoil shoulder-mounted cannons firing. The enemy suits exploded in showers of debris, adding to the battlefield's growing chaos. "Pick up the pace, brothers and sisters, or the boss will leave nothing for us," Aviana called out, rallying her squad as they dove back into the fray. On board the pirate flagship, Taro Sima, the commander of the Seawolf pirates, watched with mounting dread as the last of their reinforcements were torn apart by the enemy's superior firepower. His command center, once filled with the frenetic energy of a battle in progress, had grown eerily quiet as the operators struggled to maintain composure. Suddenly, a subordinate's voice broke the tense silence. "Commander, we're under attack at the base. Multiple teams have been ambushed." "What do you mean?" Taro Sama demanded, his eyes narrowing. "There's no identifiable source. The search teams are being wiped out," the officer explained, anxiety evident in his voice. How are the thermal sensors not detecting anything? Sayama's frustration mounted as he glanced at the displays. The sensors were the first to go silent, and then the teams fell one by one. Sayama knew the time for conventional tactics had passed. His grip tightened on the armrest of his chair as the realization settled in. Whoever was coming for him was methodical and ruthless. He wasn't about to wait and let death come to him. With a trembling hand, he dialed a secure number on his private communicator. "Mr. Sayama, what is it?" The voice on the other end was calm, unperturbed by the chaos. "Give me the password," Sayama growled, his impatience barely masked. After receiving the passcode, Sayama motioned to his personal guards. "Escort me to the private hangar. Now!" The guards snapped to attention, forming a protective cordon around him as they left the command center. Sayama had no intention of being caught off guard by a phantom enemy. His mind raced with contingency plans as they made their way to the Zhuang's hangar, where his personal MS waited. There was a time for defiance and a time to accept the conditions fate imposed upon him. And right now, his only condition was survival. The acrid stench of smoke filled the air, stinging the eyes and searing the lungs. The hiss of a smoke bomb releasing its payload hung thick like a choking fog. The pirates coughed violently, stumbling in confusion as the noxious fumes clawed at their throats. "Damn it, this smoke bomb is laced with tear gas," one pirate shouted, his voice strained and hoarse. Amidst the turmoil, the sound of pained screams echoed through the darkness, the cries of companions abruptly silenced. Several pirates collapsed, clutching their wounds as blood pooled beneath them. Panic spread like wildfire. The dread in their eyes was unmistakable as some threw down their guns and ran for their lives, only to be cut down by bullets that came from seemingly nowhere. It was a slaughter. Blood sprayed into the air like a crimson mist, and those who managed to flee only met a swift end further down the line. Emerging from the murk, 10 mercenaries from the Tianyi Company stepped into view, each clad in advanced armored combat uniforms that glinted with a faint metallic sheen. Their leader, a stern-faced veteran, raised his hand in a quick gesture, and the squad immediately split into 2 teams of 5, each moving with calculated precision. They were not merely soldiers, they were wolves among sheep. On the far side of the compound, another firefight raged on. The Sea Wolf pirates had barricaded themselves within a critical facility, their once confident expressions now drawn with terror. 23 Tianyi mercenaries took cover behind scattered debris and broken walls, laying down suppressive fire as they advanced. Though 3 had been wounded, their comrades quickly applied battlefield dressings, pulling them out of harm's way without hesitation. The pirates had discovered a means to pierce the invisibility cloaks of the Tianyi mercenaries' armored suits. It had been a clever ruse, deploying heat detectors and using the facility's fire suppression system. Torrents of water cascaded down like an unrelenting monsoon, stripping away the mercenaries' camouflage and rendering them visible. "They're exposed now," shouted one pirate, his voice brimming with false bravado. "There's nothing to fear. Kill them all." They unleashed a hail of gunfire upon the mercenaries' positions. Bullets sparked against steel and ricocheted off walls, and the air was filled with the deafening roar of automatic weapons. But just as quickly, the chaos stilled. A sudden silence fell, broken only by the grotesque splatter of a pirate's head exploding. His lifeless body crumpled to the ground, painting the floor in a macabre mural of blood and bone. "Snipers!" Someone yelled, the word laced with terror. In a panicked scramble, the pirates sought refuge behind whatever cover they could find. One pirate, too slow to react, took a bullet to the thigh, collapsing to the ground with a pained groan. "Help me!" he cried, clawing desperately at the earth. A comrade dashed to his aid, but his bravery was met with a sniper's wrath. He was dead before he hit the ground. The others, learning from the folly of heroism, stayed hidden, ignoring their wounded companions' cries. The wounded man's pleas for salvation only grew louder, more pitiful, until a gunshot silenced him by tearing through his hand. His shrieks echoed, laced with agony and despair. The snipers were relentless, shifting their aim to pierce the heart of any who dared show themselves. Another shot cracked through the air, this time striking a pirate cowering behind cover. Panic set in, and the pirates broke into a mad dash for a nearby, closed-off room. They stumbled over their fallen brethren, desperate to escape the mercenaries' deadly accuracy. In the rush, several more were gunned down. Those still breathing pressed on, throwing themselves into the safety of the enclosed space. For a brief moment, they thought they were safe. Then the walls around them shattered in a symphony of explosions, blasting out large holes. Dust and debris clouded the room as several Tianyi mercenaries stormed through the breaches, their weapons barking death. "What fools!" one mercenary scoffed, stepping over the bloodied corpses. His voice was cold, disdainful. "Did you really think a bunker or another room could hide you? Our helmets are equipped with see-through technology. We saw every move you made." The lifeless bodies lay scattered across the room, their blood seeping into the cracks of the floor. The stench of death lingered heavily in the air. Meanwhile, across the compound, Taro Sayama, the young commander of the Sea Wolf Pirates, found himself in an ambush of his own. Cornered and outgunned, he gritted his teeth, refusing to give in to despair. The clang of gunfire reverberated around him as he fired back, his aim steady and determined. But his heart knew the truth. His men were falling, one after the other, their numbers dwindling. He ducked behind a metal crate, his breaths ragged and labored. His thoughts turned inward as he recalled his younger days, back when honor and brotherhood held meaning. Those days seemed distant, like a memory from a lifetime ago. Now it was kill or be killed. His ideals had been swallowed by the harsh reality of this world, where survival demanded abandoning every last shred of humanity. As he reloaded his weapon, a voice called out from the shadows, calm and unyielding. "Taro Sayama, surrender now. You are surrounded. You have no more cards left to play." Taro glanced around, searching for the source of the voice. He caught sight of a figure stepping forward, clad in a mercenary's armored suit. The man's gaze was piercing, as though it could strip away any facade and lay bare the truth. "Surrender? I have never surrendered in my life," Taro growled, raising his weapon defiantly. "If I am to die here, then I shall take as many of you with me as I can." But as he spoke, his voice wavered. In that moment, he knew the end was near. The realization settled heavily upon him like the weight of 100 battles fought and lost. The mercenary's voice softened, taking on a tone of something almost akin to pity. "There is no shame in accepting your fate, Taro. Life is a series of tests, and some are meant to humble us so that we may rise again. Lay down your arms and accept the conditions, or you will not live to see the dawn." Taro hesitated, his grip tightening around his weapon. He had always believed that the strength of a man lay in defying the odds, in facing death head-on. But now, confronted with the futility of his resistance, he felt a flicker of doubt, as though an unseen hand was urging him to pause and reflect. He thought of the past, of the honor he once sought to uphold, and in that silent contemplation, something within him shifted. He lowered his weapon, his voice barely a whisper. "I accept." Chapter 14. The Spectre of Yasha. The heavy clang of metal echoed through the hangar as Taro forced open the massive door, revealing the dimly lit interior of his personal mobile suit bay. His guards, clad in tactical gear, held a defensive perimeter with rifles and rocket launchers at the ready. The mercenaries who pursued him had underestimated the loyalty and preparedness of these elite fighters. They held their ground with a tenacity that bought Taro precious time. He stepped into the vast space, his eyes settling on the colossal black shape that loomed before him. An 18-meter-high mobile suit, shrouded in darkness, as if it were a specter summoned from another world. Its pitch-black armor seemed to absorb the light, and its angular design gave it an almost demonic appearance. Mounted on each shoulder were powerful weapons, while a sleek beam rifle was gripped in its right hand, a broad shield attached to its left. Behind its back hung a long, solid naginata, a blade fit for a warrior of another age. He recalled the day he had been entrusted with this machine, handed over by the mysterious organization that always stayed in the shadows. They had called it the Ghost Yasha, a fitting name for such a fearsome construct. Now, as Taro prepared to board, he could feel the weight of his destiny settling upon his shoulders. Climbing into the cockpit, Taro quickly secured himself and activated the system. He entered the encrypted password on the sleek touchpad, and the machine's eyes lit up, glowing a menacing red in the darkness. The Ghost Yasha had awoken. As the display panels flared to life, Taro deftly adjusted the driving mode to suit his familiar combat style. It had been years since he last piloted a mobile suit for the armed forces, and though he now bore the title of pirate captain, the skills he honed in the military had never dulled. He grinned as he tightened his grip on the control sticks. "I was once a soldier, a member of the elite mobile suit team. Even after I took over the old man's pirate group, I kept piloting in every skirmish and raid. Today, Ghost Yasha, let's see if you're truly as formidable as they claimed." Just as he finished speaking, a thunderous explosion ripped through the hangar door. The Pro-Guards line had finally broken under the mercenaries' relentless assault, and the enemy was pouring in. Without hesitation, Taro initiated the launch sequence. The hangar's roof slid open, and the catapult platform surged forward, sending Ghost Yasha into the sky. Control, this is command. We've detected an unidentified mobile suit launched by the pirate forces. Be advised, this unit is not in our current database. Captain Fix's voice crackled over the communication channel as the mercenary operators scrambled to understand what they were up against. All units, locate the target and engage immediately. The mercenary mobile suits, generic GMs, opened fire, beams of light streaking towards Ghost Yasha. But Taro was unfazed. His instincts took over as he maneuvered his machine with flawless precision, evading the incoming fire as though the beams moved in slow motion. In a swift counterstrike, he returned fire, the beam rifle's searing shot cutting through the nearest GM like a knife through silk. One after another, the GMs fell to Ghost Yasha's unerring accuracy. Fall back! Fall back! Shouted one of the remaining pilots. We need Gundam support immediately. We can't match this thing. Taro's grin widened. When you were slaughtering my men earlier, you seemed so eager. Now that I'm here, you all scatter like frightened children. His voice carried an edge of dark amusement as he drew the long naginata from the mobile suit's back, the blade gleaming with a cruel edge. He closed in on the nearest GM, dodging its desperate attempt to counterattack with a beam saber. With a single sweep of the naginata, he cleaved the enemy machine in half. The GM exploded, its severed halves crumbling into fiery debris. Ghost Yasha's dominance was unyielding, and the pirates' morale surged with every fallen adversary. Taro could feel the exhilaration of victory coursing through his veins. This was indeed the finest mobile suit he had ever piloted. Suddenly, the proximity alarm blared within the cockpit. Taro's instincts screamed danger, and he threw the control stick to the side, narrowly avoiding a blast from a particle cannon that grazed the suit's armor. He quickly scanned the direction of the attack and saw the source, a sleek, brightly colored mobile suit charging towards him, the Yuanzu Gundam Thunder. So, the Gundam has finally arrived, Taro muttered, his eyes narrowing as he studied the enemy's approach. Let's see what you've got. The pilot of the Yuanzu Gundam, Li Xiuqing, locked his gaze on Ghost Yasha, his voice calm but filled with resolve. So, you're the trump card of this pirate group? I'll show you the difference between a Gundam and an inferior machine. Without hesitation, the two suits exchanged fire. The twin-barrel beam cannon mounted on Ghost Yasha's left shoulder unleashed a barrage of energy, while the wrist-mounted beam cannons of Yuanzu Gundam Thunder responded in kind. The beams collided in a dazzling display of light and fury, each combatant struggling to overpower the other. Impossible! Li Xiuqing exclaimed as alarms blared in his cockpit. The beam output of that mobile suit, it's stronger than I expected. The intensity of the duel escalated as Ghost Yasha and Yuanzu Gundam clashed, their movements blurring together in a deadly dance. Taro switched tactics, aiming the particle cannon on his right shoulder at the Gundam. Li Xiuqing retaliated with his own particle cannon, and once again, the beams met in the air, neither side able to gain an advantage. Determined to end the standoff, Li Xiuqing activated his beam saber and lunged forward. Taro responded with a fierce slash of his naginata, the solid blade colliding with the glowing energy weapon in a shower of sparks. The melee intensified, with each strike coming closer to finding its mark. Your Gundam's strength is impressive, Taro said, pushing the control sticks as he blocked another blow. But raw power alone will not determine the victor here. As they continued to trade blows, Taro felt a calm focus descend upon him, as if guided by something greater than himself. There was a deeper purpose in this battle, beyond mere survival or victory. It was as if the spirit of the Ghost Yasha itself demanded to be unleashed, to exact justice and carve its name into the annals of legend. With a final, decisive movement, Taro drew upon every ounce of his skill and willpower. He feinted left, drawing Li Xiuqing off balance, then brought the naginata down in a devastating arc, severing the Gundam's weapon arm. As the severed limb tumbled into the void, a stunned silence fell over the battlefield. Ghost Yasha stood victorious, its black armor glinting ominously in the starlight. The legend of the specter that haunted the skies had just begun. Taro-sama tightened his grip on the controls of the Oni Yasha, his mobile suit's cockpit reverberating with the blaring siren. The crimson warning lights painted the dim interior in a stark, pulsing glow, matching the intensity of the battle that raged outside. His heart drummed in rhythm with the alarms, while his eyes darted across the screens, displaying the status of his war machine. Oniyasha twisted through the void, evading enemy fire with fluid, serpentine movements, and fired back with a burst from the beam cannon mounted on its right shoulder. His opponent, Yuanzu Gundam Thunder, danced away from the assault. Its metallic body gleamed, reflecting the flashes of nearby explosions as it gracefully dodged the barrage. The siren blared again, alerting Taro to another threat closing in. His sensors pinged with the approach of additional enemy units. 2 more Gundams were closing in fast, their identifications flashing on his screen: Zhouya and Zhou-Na. The siblings' reputation preceded them, seasoned pilots known for their lethal coordination. They piloted their Gundams with a synchronized elegance that was as fearsome as it was beautiful, moving like a pair of predatory birds circling their prey. Taro's gaze flicked to his left. A bad situation was rapidly growing worse. He was now outnumbered 3-1. He activated the public channel, his voice edged with frustration. "I thought you were brave warriors. Yet here you are, hiding behind numbers. 3-1. Is this what passes for honor?" Zhouya's voice crackled over the comms, a sneer evident in his tone. "Honor? This isn't some ancient duel where knights face each other one-on-one, Sayama. Out here, there is only victory and defeat." His sister Zhou-Na added with a mocking lilt. "The battlefield is no place for romantic ideals, pirate. Did you expect chivalry?" Before Taro could respond, a new voice cut through the channel. "Enough talk. Attack together," Li Xiuqing ordered, his impatience palpable. Taro clenched his teeth, his frustration giving way to a simmering rage. If this had been a one-on-one duel, he was confident he could handle any of them. But 3 Gundams working in concert were a different story. Each movement had to be precise, each decision flawless. Even a single miscalculation could spell his end. His fingers hovered over the controls, desperately seeking an opportunity to break free. He quickly switched to the private channel and barked orders to his subordinates, his voice strained. "Don't just sit there. Cover me, and keep 2 of them off my back." But his crew was silent. The other pirate pilots had lost heart. Their morale, which had briefly surged when Taro first took to the field, was now shattered. The sight of their leader being overwhelmed by the enemy had sown seeds of doubt, and no one dared to venture closer. "Cowards," Taro muttered under his breath, gritting his teeth. Oniyasha's defenses were crumbling. A volley of beam fire scorched the space just below the mobile suit's feet, and a shot from behind sent a shock through the entire frame. He jerked the controls, narrowly avoiding a direct hit that would have breached the cockpit. Oniyasha was wounded. The beam cannon on its left shoulder had been reduced to a smoldering wreck, and the long, menacing naginata it wielded had been shattered into fragments. "Curse it all," he spat, desperation clawing at him. "If this keeps up, I'm finished." Just then, a flicker of static ran across his communication screen, and a new image abruptly appeared, a blurred figure with a distorted voice. The sudden intrusion startled him, but there was no time for suspicion. "Taro-san," the figure's voice buzzed through the cockpit speakers. "It looks like you're in quite the predicament. Are you here to mock me?" Taro snapped, his anger spilling over. "Far from it," the voice replied smoothly. "You're a valuable partner, after all. I would never mock you in your time of need. But there is something important that I failed to mention earlier." "What are you talking about?" "Speak quickly, or I'll have no need for your advice." "There is a red button on the right-hand control panel," the voice explained. "Pressing it will temporarily boost Oniyasha's performance for 3 minutes. However, be warned. Once the enhancement ends, the system will go into cooldown for 15 minutes before it can be activated again." Taro's eyes darted to the red button. "And you neglected to tell me this sooner, why?" "A minor oversight," the voice replied with a hint of amusement. "But consider this your last-ditch option. And remember, you must claim at least one of the Gundams for us. Then you'd better hope I come out on top." Taro shot back, ending the transmission. The communication screen flickered back to the battlefield. He didn't hesitate. His hand moved swiftly to the red button, his thumb pressing down with a determined force. Almost immediately, Oniyasha surged with new energy. The frame trembled as power coursed through its systems, boosting its speed and response times to a level that far exceeded the standard output. Taro could feel the difference in the way the controls responded, like the sudden, untamed burst of a wild horse freed from its reins. With renewed vigor, he launched Oniyasha into an offensive maneuver, charging directly at Zhouya's Gundam. The sudden acceleration caught the enemy pilot off guard, and Oniyasha's fist connected with the opponent's torso, sending it reeling backward. Without giving Zhouyu a chance to recover, Taro spun Oniyasha to face Zhou Na's approaching Gundam, sidestepping her incoming attack with a speed that defied the earlier sluggishness. Impressive, Zhou Na acknowledged over the open channel, though her voice carried a hint of unease. But how long can you keep this up? Taro ignored the taunt. His focus sharpened as he seized the fleeting advantage, capitalizing on the surge of power. His fingers danced across the controls, launching a flurry of beam fire at Zhouyu while deftly parrying Zhou Na's blade with Oniyasha's remaining shield. The 3-minute window was slipping away, but in those precious moments, he was no longer the hunted. He was the hunter. The newfound energy felt like divine intervention, an unyielding force surging through him. The atmosphere around him thickened, as if the spirits of ancient warriors whispered encouragement from a distant realm. Taro's movements became a prayer, each strike a plea for redemption, every dodge a vow to defy fate itself. The voice from before echoed in his mind, urging him onward. The path to victory was narrow and treacherous, but for the first time since the battle had begun, Taro Sayama felt it was within reach. He would not die here. He would rise as a legend, the specter of Yasha, the warrior who defied overwhelming odds and struck fear into the hearts of his enemies. As the 3-minute enhancement faded, the battlefield once more tilted toward the Gundam pilots. Yet, Taro's resolve had only strengthened, for the brief surge had reminded him of his purpose. He gripped the controls with a calm determination, his eyes fixed on his opponents. This fight was far from over. Chapter 15. Synergy and Suppression. The battlefield hung in tense silence, broken only by the faint hum of machinery and the crackle of static across communication channels. Oniyasha's armor, a dark and ominous black, shuddered as fissures appeared along its sleek surface. Crimson lines of vapor seeped through the cracks, trailing like wisps of malevolent energy. Inside the cockpit, Taro Sayama's gaze flickered to the data streaming on his left screen. The indicators showed a rapid surge in the mobile suit's performance. The enhancements were active, and Oniyasha was awakening with a vengeance. Li Xiuqing's heart tightened at the sight, and even though neither he nor his comrades, the sisters Zhouya and Zhou-yin, fully grasped the extent of what was happening, their battle instincts screamed that danger was imminent. The battlefield had taught them many harsh lessons, and they recognized the signs of an enemy entering an unrestrained state of combat. What's going on here? Li Xiuqing's voice betrayed his frustration, repeated twice more in disbelief as he tried to process the unprecedented speed and power shifts displayed by Oniyasha. Zhou Ya's eyes narrowed at the readouts flashing across her HUD. This isn't normal. Something's driving that machine beyond its limits, she murmured. Suddenly, Oniyasha lunged toward Yuanzu Gundam Thunder, covering the distance between them in a blink. It moved with a fluidity and grace that defied its size. And before Li Xiuqing could react, the beam saber emerged from Oniyasha's hand and carved a vicious arc toward Thunder's waist. Li Xiuqing gritted his teeth as the alarm blared throughout his cockpit. His instincts took over, and he quickly maneuvered the beam saber of Yuanzu Gundam Thunder to intercept the blow. The collision of blades sent sparks dancing through the vacuum, and the impact reverberated through his entire frame. As the warning lights continued to flash, the output level showed Oniyasha's energy far outmatched his own. How? The realization came too late. The enemy had not just gained a marginal advantage. Its output had surged to levels that defied normal operational constraints. Zhouyu reacted swiftly, pushing her thrusters to the limit to assist her brother. However, Oniyasha was faster still. It twisted out of the way, striking out with a powerful kick that sent Yuanzu Gundam Thunder spiraling backward. Li Xiuqing gasped as he was thrown against his harness, the cockpit spinning wildly. He fought to keep his breathing steady as his vision blurred momentarily from the force of the blow. His chest ached from the strain as he struggled to regain control, bringing his Gundam back into a balanced stance. This isn't just a mobile suit, he muttered through clenched teeth, struggling to understand how a mere pirate's machine could possess such capability. It was almost as though the suit was alive, an extension of its pilot's will. The sisters continued their assault, coming in from both sides. Zhou Yin's Gundam, Yuanzu No. 4, approached from the left, her beam saber slicing downward in a furious strike. Oniyasha parried the attack effortlessly, wielding its own blade with deadly precision. As Zhou Ya's Gundam No. 5 joined in, striking from the right, Oniyasha deftly blocked both sisters simultaneously, holding back the force of two Gundams with an almost contemptuous ease. This is impossible, Zhouya shouted, her voice a mixture of awe and frustration. Her Gundam sensors relayed data that defied logic. Oniyasha seemed to anticipate their every move, meeting each blow with swift, calculated responses. The two sisters, who had fought side by side for years, found themselves struggling to match the sheer speed and dexterity of this one foe. Oniyasha spun back just as a beam of light shot through the space where it had been an instant earlier. The attack came from Li Xiaoming, who had finally recovered enough to support his comrades. Without hesitation, Oniyasha surged forward again, propelling itself toward Yuanzu Gundam Thunder. In a flash, it was behind him, the twin beam sabers slashing down in an X formation. Go to hell? Taro's voice echoed through the comms, his voice cold and devoid of emotion as he aimed for a kill. Li Xiaoqing barely managed to raise his Gundam's shields in time. The reinforced plates shattered under the impact, splitting in half and dispersing into space like fallen leaves. His breathing was ragged as he discarded the remnants of the shields, knowing they would offer no further protection. His hands trembled slightly as he gripped the controls, his gaze fixed on Oniyasha, which was already moving toward the sisters again. This speed and flexibility, it's beyond anything we've faced, Zhou Yin whispered. A pirate group shouldn't possess such advanced technology. Stay focused. We can't afford a single mistake. The three Gundams regrouped, each pilot's resolve hardening in the face of the overwhelming threat. The trio of suits formed a protective formation, bracing for the inevitable clash. Oniyasha glowed with a crimson aura, almost as if it had become a demon in mechanical form. It tore through the void like a scarlet comet, closing in on them with terrifying speed. Yet even as it advanced, a sense of calm came over Li Xiaoqing. He remembered the teachings of his grandfather, a revered scholar who would often speak of the battles of old, where valor was measured not just by strength, but by faith and unity. His grandfather's words echoed in his mind, reminding him that the heart, fortified by trust and righteous purpose, could overcome even the most insurmountable odds. The three pilots were not just individuals. They were bound by their shared belief and mutual reliance. And in that synergy lay the path to victory. As Oniyasha neared, they acted not as three separate combatants, but as a single cohesive force. Zhouya led the charge with a feint to draw Oniyasha's attention, while Zhou Yin flanked from the side, her beam rifle discharging rapid shots to restrict its movement. Li Xiaoqing struck from above, his Gundam's beam saber aimed for Oniyasha's exposed flank. It was a dance of suppression, a harmony of purpose, where faith and brotherhood intertwined. Though the path was fraught with peril, Li Xiaoqing's spirit surged with the ancient words of his forefathers. In hardship lies the test of unity, and in unity lies the strength to prevail. The Gundams moved as one, and the tide of the battle began to shift. The battlefield lay cloaked in smoke, the acrid scent of burning metal filling the air as three damaged Gundams stood like silent warriors unable to meet each other's gaze. Each bore scars from the ongoing clash. Yuanzu Gundam No. 4's left foot had been severed, Gundam No. 5's right arm was torn away, and Thunderbolt had lost all its auxiliary weaponry. The tide of battle, which had briefly favored the pirate leaders, now faltered as chaos erupted. Several Gundams had broken into the heart of their formation, tearing through ranks with merciless efficiency. Amidst this disarray, many pirates failed to grasp the precariousness of their situation. Taro Sayama's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He gripped the control stick tightly, adrenaline surging through his veins. His Gundam, the Black Yiksha, was poised to deliver a lethal strike. With victory so close at hand, the thrill of battle overtook him. He was about to bring down another opponent when the cockpit's warning siren blared sharply, snapping him back to reality. A beam of light streaked towards him from above. Instinct took over, and he jerked the controls, narrowly evading the searing energy. A new Gundam barreled toward him, cutting through the darkness like a blazing star. The emblem of GP-01 Gundam White Orchid shone brilliantly against its metallic armor as it charged forward with a shield in one hand and a glowing beam saber in the other. Another one? Sayama scoffed, voice laced with annoyance and a hint of disbelief. Does this kid think he's invincible? With fierce determination, Sayama maneuvered Black Yiksha, darting toward the incoming Gundam like a red meteor. His movements were swift, almost as if he were dancing in the vastness of space, closing in on his opponent with deadly precision. He slipped behind White Orchid in an instant, positioning himself to land a decisive blow. From a distance, Li Xiuqing and his fellow pilots watched helplessly, knowing they were too far to intervene. The proximity of the two mobile suits left them paralyzed with dread, fearing that a single wrong shot could spell doom for their comrade. They braced themselves for the inevitable, hoping that somehow White Orchid would defy fate. Just as Kuroyashi's beam saber swung toward its target, the unexpected occurred. In a dazzling display of skill, Gundam White Orchid pivoted in place, its beam saber arcing around with deadly precision. The strike aimed straight for Kuroyashi's cockpit, forcing Sayama to block. The clash of beam sabers sent a burst of light radiating outward. Before Sayama could react, the White Orchid's head-mounted 60mm Vulcan cannons fired a rapid burst, momentarily disrupting his view. Seizing the moment, White Orchid pressed the attack. It slammed its shield into Kuroyashi's other beam saber, sending a jarring shockwave through the pirate's mobile suit. A powerful kick followed, aimed at the cockpit with such force that had the armor been any less sturdy, Sayama would have been crushed instantly. Inside the cockpit, Sayama grunted in pain as the impact rattled him. Panic began to seep into his thoughts as the realization struck. This opponent was no mere novice. Despite his initial confidence, the pilot of White Orchid matched his every move. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and he gripped the controls tighter, seeking any opening to regain his advantage. Yet his strikes failed to find purchase, meeting only parries and countermoves that left him increasingly desperate. This can't be happening. Sayama's voice was a low growl, his frustration mounting as each exchange passed without victory. He glanced at the timer for his Gundam's booster enhancement, which was rapidly ticking down. Less than a minute remained before it would expire, leaving him vulnerable. Then, White Orchid suddenly backed away, drifting to the side like a specter retreating into the shadows. Sayama's eyes narrowed in confusion, wondering what his opponent was plotting. An alarm blared through the cockpit, and as he looked up, the screen filled with a growing sphere of light, a beam attack aimed directly at him. The intense heat seemed to sear his skin even from within the cockpit, forcing him to act fast. With a swift motion, he activated Kuroyashi's particle cannon, aiming to intercept the beam. Twin streaks of light collided, the impact generating a blinding flash that consumed everything in its path. Sayama's heart pounded in his chest as the cockpit alarm screeched again. His cannon's output had been overpowered, the enemy's beam breaking through and tearing toward him with relentless force. He twisted the controls, yanking Kuroyashi into a sharp dive. The massive beam shot past, its radiant energy searing the air and melting the right shoulder of Kuroyashi's armor. The particle cannon mounted there, hissed, and fell silent, rendered useless by the damage. The chill of near death crept down Sayama's spine, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he took stock of the situation. That was close, too close, he muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. His hands trembled, a silent acknowledgement that if he had hesitated even for a fraction of a second, his Gundam would now be nothing but space dust. The alarm wailed once more as White Orchid resumed its relentless assault, pressing the advantage with another swift charge. Sayama gritted his teeth. Though his right shoulder was sluggish from the damage, his Gundam's left arm remained intact, and he wielded his beam saber with renewed resolve. The two mobile suits clashed repeatedly, beam sabers slicing through the air in bursts of vivid light. But as the timer for Kuroyashi's enhancement reached 0, Sayama felt a jolt as the synergistic function abruptly disengaged. The boost in his reflexes and speed faded, leaving him feeling as though he were wading through thick mud. No, not now, he shouted, desperation clawing at his throat. His movements became labored, and White Orchid's attacks came faster, more precise. Each blow chipped away at his defense, whittling down his resolve. He could see the pilot of White Orchid, a young man, his expression calm and focused, through the Gundam's reinforced glass. There was no sign of exhaustion or doubt in his eyes, only an unyielding resolve that burned with the intensity of 1,000 stars. Sayama's grip tightened on the controls, but his heart wavered. For the first time in his life, he felt the crushing weight of helplessness. It wasn't just his Gundam that was breaking, it was his spirit. As White Orchid readied for the final strike, a voice resonated within Sayama's mind, a distant yet familiar echo. It was as if the voice came from another world, a world where the divine's grace was a guiding light even in the darkest times. In that fleeting moment, he remembered the words of an ancient teaching. Even in suppression, there lies a path to surrender and salvation. For in every struggle, there is purpose, and in every defeat, a chance for redemption. With that thought, Taro Sayama closed his eyes, awaiting whatever fate would deliver next. Chapter 16. The 12-year-old genius pilot. The battlefield shimmered with the dim glow of space debris and the flicker of emergency lights. Oniyasha's mobile suit lay dismembered, its head, arms, and legs severed in an instant by the gleaming beam saber of the GP-01 Gundam White Orchid. Samataro, leader of the Sea Wolf Pirates, stared in horror at the view screen, his breath hitching in his throat. He watched helplessly as the Gundam prepared to deliver the final blow, raising the saber high for a decisive cut. "Stop!" commanded Tudikin Bay, his voice steady over the comms. "Leave the mobile suit intact. We'll take it back for research." The Gundam White Orchid's blade hesitated, withdrawing with a hum as its pilot followed the order. Taro slumped back into his seat, his body trembling from the near-death experience. Cold sweat traced lines down his brow, and his hands shook uncontrollably as he gripped the edges of the cockpit, struggling to regain his composure. He was alive, but barely. His heart was heavy with the sting of utter defeat. Suddenly, signal flares shot up from the nearby abandoned space transfer station, illuminating the dark void with bursts of red and white. A notification crackled over the comms. The Tianyi mercenary group had officially seized control of the transfer station, declaring its capture. The mercenary group's captain, a gruff-voiced veteran named Fix, made the announcement. "Taro Sayama, head of the Sea Wolf Pirates, is now in our custody. Lay down your arms and surrender. Those who comply will live. Those who resist will die." The pirates, their morale shattered and leader captured, offered no further resistance. One by one, they laid down their arms. The Sea Wolf Pirates' remaining members were quickly herded into modified cargo ships, each watched over by stern-faced mercenaries. As the operation wrapped up, Tudikin Bay and his team of Gundam pilots returned to the mothership. Inside the hangar of the MS Albion, the pilots assembled in a crisp line, saluting as Tudikin Bay approached. All eyes, however, were drawn not to the commanding officer, but to the youngest among them, the 12-year-old pilot of the Gundam White Orchid, Yu Yanchun. To those unacquainted with the mercenary group's exploits, the sight of a mere child donning the pilot's uniform and standing among hardened veterans was unthinkable. The story of how Yu Yanchun, at such a tender age, became one of the most formidable pilots in the fleet began just over a month ago. It had all started with a frigate returning to base, towing a small, dilapidated airship behind it. According to the captain's report, they had intercepted a distress signal on their journey back, leading them to rescue a group of hostages, including Yu Yanchun and his elder sister, Yu Baishue. The siblings hailed from the Han Xia Kingdom, and their harrowing ordeal began during what was supposed to be a leisurely family vacation. The trip had quickly turned into a nightmare when a pirate group attacked their space tourist ship, kidnapping the passengers to demand ransoms. Those who failed to pay faced even grimmer fates, trafficked or harvested for their organs. The pirates' ruthlessness left no room for compassion. Yu Yanchun's family had not escaped the cruelty unscathed. His parents sacrificed their lives during a desperate bid for freedom, allowing Yu Yanchun, his sister, and a few other captives to flee aboard a small airship. Their frantic escape was cut short when pirates noticed them, pursuing the escapees with a relentless barrage of gunfire. By the time the frigate found them drifting in the emptiness of space, many of the survivors had already perished. The Tianyi mercenary group initially intended to contact the home countries of the hostages and arrange for their return. However, Yu Yanchun had other plans. Grief-stricken and fueled by a desire for justice, he pleaded with the mercenary commanders to annihilate the pirate group that had murdered his parents. But the mercenaries were not a charitable organization. They were warriors for hire, and they had little interest in taking on a mission without compensation, especially not at the behest of a mere child. Yu Yanchun's pleas fell on deaf ears, dismissed as the naive ramblings of a grieving boy. Unwilling to accept their refusal, Yu Yanchun took matters into his own hands. One night, as the base lay quiet and the watch officers grew lax, he snuck into the hangar where the GP-01 Gundam White Orchid stood, shimmering like a sleek predator at rest. Through sheer force of will and a remarkable natural aptitude, he managed to power up the Gundam and, without any formal training, activated the launch sequence. Alarms blared as Yu Yanchun piloted the Gundam out of the hangar, its engines roaring with the thrill of freedom. As he maneuvered through the void, his fingers danced over the controls, feeling the machine's power resonate through his very bones. He had never piloted a mobile suit before, yet somehow it all felt familiar, almost instinctive. A nearby frigate, returning from a reconnaissance mission, detected the unauthorized launch and scrambled its mobile suits to intercept. The pursuing forces underestimated the boy's resolve and skill. The Gundam White Orchid darted through the darkness with an elegance and ferocity that belied its pilot's age. None of the GM mobile suits dispatched to halt his escape could match his evasive maneuvers. The base soon dispatched additional mobile suits, but it was the intervention of the Zhou sisters, veteran ace pilots with countless sorties under their belts, that finally brought the chase to an end. The sisters coordinated their efforts, attacking from opposite angles to box Yu Yangchun in. After a tense series of exchanges, they managed to disable the Gundam's propulsion systems and retrieve the runaway pilot. When the cockpit opened, Yu Yangchun was forcibly dragged out by several gruff mercenaries. The sight of a child emerging from the pilot's seat left many of the gathered soldiers speechless. Some exchanged incredulous glances. Others murmured in disbelief. How had a boy barely in his teens accomplished what many seasoned pilots would struggle to achieve? The whispers did not cease as Yu Yangchun was escorted to the brig for questioning. His eyes, however, showed no fear. Instead, they burned with the intensity of a child who had seen too much and lost too much. He had tasted the void's cold embrace and faced the terror of death without flinching. His skill with the Gundam was not a mere fluke. It was born from the necessity of survival and the unyielding desire for vengeance. Todikin Bey watched the boy's defiant expression and saw in him something more than just raw talent. There was a kind of bravery there, a spirit that would not easily break, a flame ignited by loss but capable of illuminating the path to greatness. It was then that the commander made his decision. The boy would stay. Under the guidance of experienced pilots, Yu Yangchun would train to become a true Gundam warrior, honing his skills not just for vengeance, but for a greater purpose. In that moment, the seeds of a legend were sown. A legend of a boy who piloted a Gundam with the determination of a warrior and the purity of a child's heart, defying the limits of what was thought possible and etching his name among the stars. In the chaotic aftermath of the skirmish, the air crackled with tension as Yu Baishua broke free from the crowd and rushed to shield her younger brother, Yu Yangchun. Her arms stretched wide, trembling but resolute, like a hen defending her chicks from an encroaching predator. Her voice, strained and desperate, pleaded for mercy from the mercenaries. She bowed her head and spoke on her brother's behalf, apologizing for his reckless act. Zhou, one of the senior mercenaries, stood firm and unyielding. Her voice cut through the air with the chill of cold steel. If an apology could undo what was done, why would we need laws? In many places, the military would have the right to shoot first and ask questions later for what your brother did. If not that, he would still face the full wrath of a military tribunal. But he's just a child. Yu Baishue's voice cracked, her grip on her brother tightening. Does being a child grant one the right to endanger others? Should we ignore the consequences of his actions just because he is young? Zhou Yu's words struck like a hammer, shattering Yu Baishue's fragile shield of hope. The weight of the mercenary's gaze bore down upon her, and for a moment, she was silent. Yangchun stood defiantly by his sister's side, his young eyes fierce with a resolve that belied his age. His gaze met Zhou Yu's without a hint of surrender, even as his sister's grip tightened around him. At that moment, the leader of the Tianyi mercenary group, Todikin Bey, strode into the scene. His presence was commanding, his tall frame exuding authority with each step. His lieutenants swiftly relayed the details of the incident, their voices hushed and urgent. "Greetings, Commander." The mercenaries saluted as Todikin Bey approached. Yu Baishue instinctively stepped in front of Yangchun, her slender frame seeming to grow as she opened her arms to shield him. But it was futile. With a simple gesture from Todikin Bey, two female mercenaries seized her, dragging her aside despite her struggles. The boy remained where he stood, staring up at Todikin Bey, who drew a pistol from the holster at his hip. He aimed it squarely at Yangchun's forehead, the barrel gleaming under the harsh lights of the docking bay. "So, little one, you're the brave soul who dared to steal the new Gundam I've developed," Todikin Bey said, his voice carrying a mix of amusement and menace. I only took it to seek revenge," Yangchun replied, his voice steady despite the fear that coiled in his gut. "Once I've avenged my parents, I'll return the Gundam to you." Todikin Bey's lips curled into a wry smile. "Revenge, you say? And how do you think you'll achieve that? A Gundam, no matter how advanced, is still just a machine. Your enemies won't be a handful of thugs. They'll come at you in swarms, legions of mobile suits that will reduce you to space debris before you can even scratch them. Yang Chuan's resolve wavered, but his eyes remained locked on Tudkin Bey's. His defiance was not entirely quelled, though it trembled at the edges. The mercenary leader's voice softened slightly as he continued. You have two choices, boy. The first is death. The second is to join the Tianyi mercenary group, swear your loyalty to me, and prove yourself useful. If you do, I might just help you get your revenge. What do you say? Yang Chuan's jaw tightened, and his small hands clenched into fists. I accept the second choice. But you have to promise me, you'll destroy the pirates who killed my parents. Tudkin Bey chuckled, a deep, rumbling sound that reverberated through the bay. You've got guts, I'll give you that. Very well, I'll agree to your condition. But first, you must prove yourself worthy. Serve me well, and you'll have your chance. The pistol was returned to its holster, and Tudkin Bey turned to his lieutenants. Make sure this kid is trained properly. I want our best instructors on him. Yes, sir, came the reply as they moved to execute the command. As Tudkin Bey began to walk away, Yu Baishue found her voice again, and with it, her courage. How can you ask a child to become a soldier? She protested, her voice raw with emotion. He's not even old enough to understand what it means to take a life. He's already made his choice, Tudkin Bey replied, not bothering to turn around. It's either this, or I could still carry out his punishment for theft. Or would you like to decide for him? Should I pull the trigger, or will you let him take his fate into his own hands? Yu Baishue could not answer. The choice laid before her was as cruel as it was clear. Then you too will have a choice, Tudkin Bey continued, pausing to glance back at her. You may either return to your homeland or stay here. If you stay, you'll work. We don't keep anyone around who isn't useful. In the end, she chose to stay. She joined the mercenary group as a logistics worker, an ordinary private tasked with mundane duties like cooking and distributing supplies. She would stay near her brother, watching over him in the only way she could. Yang Chuan's potential as a pilot soon became evident. Under the grueling instruction of the mercenary trainers, he swiftly mastered the controls of his Gundam, named White Orchid for its elegant design. Though he was young, his tenacity in battle was unmatched, and he often returned from sorties unscathed, his enemies left in ruins behind him. His fellow soldiers began to whisper tales of the young genius pilot who wielded his Gundam as though it were an extension of his own body. One day, as the mercenary fleet prepared to dock at an abandoned space transfer station, Captain Fix approached Tudkin Bey. Commander, we'll be arriving at the station in 15 minutes. The scouts have reported finding some valuable equipment. You might want to see this for yourself. Tudkin Bey nodded. Very well, I'll join you shortly. As the seasoned pilots took a break, Yang Chuan watched as his sister bustled about in the background, serving meals to weary soldiers. She looked at him with a mixture of pride and fear. Pride for the warrior he was becoming, and fear for the toll it would exact on his soul. Chapter 17. Transfer and Treasure. The dimly lit conference room buzzed with tension as a holographic round table displayed a series of grainy, intercepted videos. The footage captured the attention of every attendee, some present in the room, others joining as flickering 3D projections. The somber air hung heavy as the discussion veered toward the recent failures and unexpected complications that had emerged. I did not expect Taro Sayama to fail, murmured a voice from the shadows. The speaker's tone carried the weight of disappointment, yet simmered with a controlled intensity. The worst part is that the Black Yiksha, one of our most advanced mobile suits, has been lost. Its technology, developed through our organization's finest efforts, is now in enemy hands. The figure addressing the assembly leaned forward, his features masked in the gloom. This only further confirms the capabilities of that mobile suit they call Gundam. We must acquire it, no matter the cost. His words echoed in the chamber, resonating like the toll of a war drum. And Gundam isn't the only prize. We must also seize everything else that could give us the upper hand. Minister Gulas, a seasoned operative known for his unyielding persistence, cleared his throat as several projection screens emerged atop the circular table, illuminating the room with an unearthly glow. The images displayed mercenaries clad in formidable combat armor, locked in fierce battles. Observe, Gulas commanded. These recordings were intercepted from the Sea Wolf Pirates base. Watch closely. He paused as the scene unfolded. A mercenary stood defiant amidst a barrage of rocket fire, the explosions blossoming around him like destructive flowers. When the smoke cleared, the armored warrior remained unscathed, the sheer resilience of his suit leaving the viewers speechless. Gulas continued, his voice laced with intrigue. The armor worn by this mercenary regiment is remarkably resilient. Not only can it withstand high-caliber gunfire, but even rocket launchers fail to penetrate it. And that's not all. His fingers tapped a command on his console, transitioning the video into a thermal scan. It showed several mercenaries fading from view as they activated a cloaking mechanism. Many nations have developed stealth capabilities for their battle suits, he conceded, but the cloaking technology used by this group is superior. No ripples in the air, no thermal signatures left behind. They move like phantoms, leaving no trace. It is beyond anything we've encountered. The assembly grew restless, the murmurs spreading like wildfire. The mercenaries' unmatched capabilities hinted at an advanced technology far outstripping even the most sophisticated equipment available to any known military power. "Can we identify who's backing this mercenary group?" asked one of the virtual attendees, his tone a blend of curiosity and suspicion. "Thus far, our intelligence indicates that all their equipment originates from a munitions company of the same name, Tianyi Arms Manufacturing. The mobile suits, armored combat uniforms, and even the cloaking devices are of their own design," Gulas replied, his voice betraying a hint of frustration. "But the company itself is a mystery. It seemingly appeared out of nowhere a few years ago. We've yet to uncover who finances them." The unknowns loomed large. Speculation filled the air. Were they dealing with a covert organization deliberately diverting attention through a front company? Or was this merely a testbed for some newly developed technology? There were more questions than answers, and the lack of clarity gnawed at them. If the true power behind Tianyi was an entity more formidable than any of them, launching an offensive could prove disastrous. Until more was uncovered, caution would be their guide. Gulas continued the investigation. "Find the truth about this company," the speaker from the shadows ordered. "For now, the meeting is adjourned." Tugdekin Bey, commander of the Tianyi mercenary group, stood amidst the quiet darkness of an abandoned space transfer station. The cavernous structure was filled with containers that seemed to stretch endlessly into the shadows, each brimming with resources and energy materials. His sharp eyes scanned the labels, stacked rows of black-based energy stones, crates of scorched gemstones, and other military-grade supplies waiting to be claimed. Among the hoard lay nearly 100 tons of energy stones, shimmering with potential. Captain Fix approached Tugdekin Bey, holding a tablet that displayed the latest intelligence. His steps echoed lightly in the vast, empty hall as he extended the tablet, his voice gruff with fatigue. "Boss, here's what we've uncovered so far." Tugdekin accepted the tablet and swiftly scrolled through the data. His brow furrowed as the extent of the pirate leader's assets unfolded. Several laundering fronts disguised as legitimate businesses, millions upon millions in illicit funds circulated through multiple currencies, and entire corporations quietly absorbed into the criminal enterprise. There were restaurants, entertainment venues, food manufacturing companies, and even a mining operation, all acquired with dirty money. He gave a low chuckle. It seems this pirate king had amassed quite the treasure. "No wonder he lived like an emperor," Tugdekin muttered. "Fix, we will reassign everything under the Tianyi name. Move it all to our control." Fix nodded, already anticipating his commander's strategy. "We can list some of the businesses under Tianyi Mercenary Group's assets, especially the food companies. Our brothers who suffered injuries or lost limbs in battle could find work there. It will provide them with livelihoods and ensure their families don't go hungry." "And the bounty funds?" Tugdekin inquired, his tone shifting to one of practical concern. "The universal currency in the Wally bank accounts totals 100 million, Fix replied. "We can use part of it to compensate the families of the fallen. We'll allocate bonuses based on each soldier's service and merit." Tugdekin's gaze hardened as he considered the sacrifices made by his men, their courage, the blood they shed, and the loyalty they gave to the cause. He was determined to see that no warrior's legacy was left to fade into obscurity, that even in death, their worth would be honored. "Ensure that the families of the fallen receive more than what is owed," Tugdekin instructed. "Let it be known that we look after our own. The honor of a warrior lives on through the care shown to his loved ones." In that moment, Tugdekin Bey felt the weight of responsibility and the tug of destiny. The path before him was shrouded in uncertainty, yet there was clarity in his purpose. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whether from rivals seeking Gundam's power or enemies lurking in the shadows, he would face them head-on. With his brothers by his side, bound by faith and forged in battle, there was no prize he could not claim. And thus, as the abandoned transfer station echoed with the silent promise of conflict and fortune, The gears of destiny turned, carrying Tugdekin and his warriors ever closer to the final reckoning. "Boss, should we keep his companies involved in money laundering?" Colonel Fix asked, his voice steady through the comm link. Tugdekin Bey leaned back in his command chair aboard the ship, his dark eyes reflecting the data on the tablet screen. "Keep them for now," he replied thoughtfully. "They might prove useful later." The tablet buzzed with new intel, its holographic display unfolding before him. Under interrogation, Taro Soma, the notorious pirate leader, had revealed the existence of several hidden treasures, caches known only to him and a handful of his most trusted men. Each location was protected by encrypted codes and concealed identification cards, leading to forgotten places in the far reaches of the galaxy. The first cache's coordinates were set for an abandoned space transfer station, a relic from wars long past. Tugdekin and his men suited up, donning their gleaming white space suits as they prepared for the descent. With a hiss, the shuttle's door opened, releasing a small cloud of vapor into the vacuum of space. The crew exited and floated towards the station, magnetized boots clinging to the old metal walkways. The once bustling transfer station had fallen into disrepair, its corridors dim and eerily silent, illuminated only by the flickering emergency lights. "I never expected a pirate captain to stash his loot in a place like this," Colonel Fix murmured as they approached a large, sealed door. "Sometimes, the most dangerous place is the safest," Tugdekin responded, swiping the identification card through the reader. This was once a major hub, a sort of space dock where cargo ships came for repairs and refueling. Before the wars, it was a lifeline for the sector. Now, who would think to come here? The decay keeps most people away, making it the perfect hiding place. The lock clicked open, and the heavy door groaned as it slid aside. As the stale air escaped from within, the station's long-abandoned interior automatically lit up, illuminating a massive storage chamber filled with rows of containers of various sizes. Tugdekin gestured towards the containers. "Open them." The crew used specialized tools to unlock the first container. As the lid was lifted, their faces were illuminated by the warm, golden glow inside. It was filled with gold bars, stacked neatly from floor to ceiling. "Gold," Colonel Fix whispered, his eyes widening. "I didn't expect this much." "Gold has always been a universal currency," Tugdekin said as he walked up to the open container, his voice calm yet commanding. "In times of war, when paper money loses its value and electronic payments become unreliable, gold remains. It's tangible, unchanging, real. People turn to it for stability when everything else falls apart." The men worked their way through the containers, opening one after another. The riches revealed were staggering. 13 containers filled with gold bars, each weighing between 100 grams to a kilogram. As they opened the 14th container, they found piles of gemstones, emeralds, sapphires, and rubies glinting like stars against the darkness. Then came the 32nd container. It held a rare, shimmering metal with a reddish hue. "It's red gold," Tugdekin stated, his tone laced with reverence. "Far rarer and more valuable than common gold. Its mines on Earth, Mars, and the asteroid colonies are few, making it worth more than 10 times that of gold." The remaining containers held even more treasures: cash, jewels, and ancient artifacts. The 40th to 50th boxes revealed bundles of currency from various nations, all in the highest denominations, their value preserved despite the march of time. Even though society had shifted to electronic transactions, the stacks of cash served as a reminder that sometimes, in the chaos of war, old ways had to be relied upon. Colonel Fix frowned as he inspected the cash. "It's strange to see so much paper money here," he remarked. "In this age, with facial recognition payments and credit chip transactions, who still relies on cash?" Tugdekin's expression remained thoughtful. The captain prepared for the worst. If he ever found himself on the run, electronic payments would be frozen, and digital tracking would become his enemy. But with cash, there is always a way to survive, to buy passage and safe harbor without leaving a trace. As they moved to the final containers, Tugdekin ordered, "Colonel, distribute the largest gold bars among the men who fought in the last raid. They deserve to be rewarded for their valor." The men, still catching their breath in a zero-gravity environment, erupted in cheers as they heard Tugdekin's words. Their voices echoed through the corridors of the abandoned station, a stark contrast to the silence that had enveloped the place for so long. Tugdekin's gaze shifted to the pile of treasure before them, reflecting on the fragility of wealth in the face of adversity. "These riches," he began slowly, "are more than just valuables. They represent power, freedom, and the chance to build something greater. But remember, the value of gold is not in its weight, nor the sparkle of gemstones. It is in the honor and dignity it allows one to uphold. The moment took on a solemn tone as the crew listened, inspired by the words of their leader. For Tudikin Bey was not merely a commander to them, but a guiding light, a man who drew from the timeless wisdom of his ancestors. His thoughts echoed the teachings of the great warriors of history, whose victories were not measured in the wealth they amassed, but in the just causes they championed. As Tudikin turned to leave, he paused for a moment, his eyes lingering on a small chest in the corner. Its surface was adorned with an intricate pattern of Islamic calligraphy, a relic from a time long forgotten. He reached out, brushing away the dust to reveal the inscription. The treasures of this world are temporary, but the treasures of the hereafter are eternal. He felt a sense of calm wash over him, as if reminding him of his purpose beyond the conflict and strife. This treasure hunt was not just about finding gold or securing power. It was about a journey to reclaim what was lost and to protect the legacy of those who had come before him. As he walked away, Tudikin knew that the real test lay not in uncovering treasure, but in the choices he would make with the power it bestowed. In a universe filled with conflict, his honor would remain his most precious possession, one that no war could tarnish. Chapter 18. Aodos Unveiled. The dim lights of the abandoned space transfer station flickered as remnants of past battles lay strewn across the cold, metal floors. Over the last few days, the salvage teams had combed through every corner, leaving no scrap uncollected, no system unchecked. It had become a hive of activity, each task a small piece in the larger operation orchestrated by Tudikin Bey, the young yet astute leader whose reputation had spread like wildfire among the stars. On the first day, munitions and weaponry were gathered and secured in 6 modified cargo ships. The pirates who had once wielded these tools of war had surrendered in the face of Tudikin Bey's overwhelming assault. Stripped of their armaments and power, they watched in silence as 2 frigates escorted the laden ships back to the central base. For most, the spoils of war were not to be seen again. By the second day, teams worked tirelessly to transfer energy and resources to the modified vessels. But there was simply too much to be stored, too much to be contained. Despite the best efforts, 20 ships still overflowed, and even the larger frigates could not bear the load. Seeing this logistical conundrum, Tudikin Bey made a decision that was as calculated as it was bold. He called for additional transport ships from the base. He couldn't help but chuckle as he observed the fruits of their raid, remarking to his trusted lieutenant, as expected from a notorious pirate band. Their hordes are vast, almost absurdly so. It seems a few more hauls like this could easily make one richer than any legitimate merchant. His voice carried a tone of cynicism, masked by the veil of his unyielding gaze. Tudikin Bey was a man of ambition, but also one of principle. Legitimate business, he often scoffed, is but a shadow of what it could be. Yet he knew better than to rely solely on plunder. There had to be order amid the chaos. On the 5th day, order came in the form of judgment. Taro Sayama, the pirate leader, was brought before Tudikin Bey, his once defiant demeanor now shattered. The remnants of his crew, key figures who had followed him into countless battles, were lined up beside him. All of them knelt in resignation. Above, on the catwalk overlooking the scene, Tudikin Bey stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes void of mercy. He raised his hand, and with a slight motion, signaled their fate. The crack of rifle fire echoed through the hollow corridors as the mercenaries executed the condemned, each shot precise, ensuring no lingering life remained. When it was done, the bodies were gathered and carried away to the incinerator, where the flames consumed them, leaving no trace of their existence. Captain Fix report, Tudikin Bey commanded, turning to his officer, who stood at attention beside him. Boss, the assets under Taro Sayama's name have been successfully seized. Everything has been transferred in accordance with your directives. Tudikin Bey nodded, his expression unchanged. Good. You and the men have done well. Captain Fix allowed a rare smile to surface. It is our duty, sir. The men are grateful for your fair treatment, sharing the spoils with everyone. You've earned their loyalty. I reward those who serve faithfully and punish those who falter. That is the only policy I need. Tudikin Bey's tone softened for a brief moment, but the steel beneath it remained. As he turned to leave, Captain Fix hurriedly asked, Boss, where are you headed next? Is there anything else you need us to take care of? Nothing for now. I'm returning to the mothership to study the Onyasha mobile suit that we captured. The information extracted from Taro Sayama indicated it was developed by a group known as Amaterasu. I want to know what makes it so unique. It nearly cost us everything. Fix looked puzzled. Waterloo? I'm unfamiliar with the term, sir. Todikin Bey paused, glancing back with a hint of amusement. It's a reference to a decisive battle from a history not of this world. His words left the officers exchanging bewildered glances, none understanding the implications of a history they had never known. In the hangar, the Onyasha mobile suit stood dissected, its components laid out as if for an autopsy. Orbis, the chief of maintenance, greeted Todikin Bey with a respectful nod. Boss, the analysis is underway. Here is our latest report. He handed a tablet to Todikin Bey, who scanned the data quickly. The OS used by this mobile suit is indeed advanced, Orbis commented, excitement tinged in his voice. However, compared to the one you've developed, it still falls short. Their system requires manual tuning for each pilot, while the new OS you created, Aodos, automatically calibrates to the individual skills. With just a simulation, it adjusts the technical parameters and evolves with the pilot's experience, storing the data on a personalized chip. The more skilled the pilot, the stronger the machine becomes. Todikin Bey allowed himself a rare moment of satisfaction. This system, Aodos, the automatic orchestration operating system, is the culmination of years of research. It's not just an innovation. It's a testament to the spirit of ingenuity that can flourish even in a world as harsh as this. Orbis's admiration was evident as he gave a thumbs up. You've truly outdone yourself, sir. It's hard to believe you're younger than some of the senior engineers, and yet capable of such groundbreaking advancements. Todikin Bey's gaze drifted over the remnants of the Onyasha. What they see as innovation, I see as a puzzle. My journey to this world has given me the opportunity to piece together different technologies, concepts, ideas from books, theories from another life. It's more than just dismantling and rewriting code. It's about harmonizing these disparate elements to create something that transcends the sum of its parts. The air in the hangar was filled with a subtle hum as the Aodos continued its orchestration, blending human skill and machine precision into a unified force. For Todikin Bey, this was not just a technological achievement. It was an act of faith, a belief that even in the darkest reaches of space, the light of knowledge could illuminate a path to greatness. As he walked away, his thoughts turned inward, reflecting on a verse from the Quran. And he is with you wherever you are. For Todikin Bey, this was a reminder that the true essence of strength lay not just in machinery and strategy, but in the pursuit of wisdom guided by a higher purpose. The Aodos was more than an operating system. It was a manifestation of that pursuit, a step toward mastery over a world that sought to deny him at every turn. And with every challenge, he would rise, fortified by the faith that guided him and the resolve that burned within. The automatic orchestration operating system, Aodos, had been in use for nearly a month, earning high praise from all Mobile Suit, MS, pilots in Todikin Bey's mercenary group. Unlike the standard GIM MS sold to other factions, their Gundams were equipped with advanced technology that set them apart. Aodos, with its unparalleled precision, was the secret weapon of Todikin Bey's elite forces. As a fiercely independent leader, Todikin had no intention of sharing this technology. Even if others discovered the capabilities of his system and offered an immense fortune for it, he would never part with it. It was not just a technological edge. It was a matter of honor and pride. Todikin Bey stood on the maintenance deck, surrounded by the metallic hum of machinery. Mechanical arms suspended the Onyasha, his custom Gundam, as engineers carefully disassembled its armor piece by piece. His sharp eyes scanned every detail, scrutinizing the intricate network of wires, circuits, and components laid bare before him. He admired the craftsmanship of this formidable machine, noting how its design pushed the boundaries of MS engineering. It seems the hardware on this MS is not far behind our Gundam, Todikin remarked, his voice resonating with a mix of curiosity and caution. Chief Maintenance Officer Orbis, a veteran engineer known for his meticulous attention to detail, nodded in agreement. True, my Bey, but there's a stark difference in the quality of their armor. While this suit's plating is thicker, it doesn't match the resilience of Gundamium alloy. For the same volume, this mobile suit's armor is 20% heavier, making the main body weigh over 90 tons. Todikin furrowed his brow. Mass might be meaningless in the vacuum of space, but it still affects the handling and agility of the suit. I'm curious to see what kind of power plant they've installed. To produce that level of thrust and power, even rivaling a Gundam's output, the engine must be exceptional. Especially when its special abilities are engaged, the power surges almost surpass our own capabilities. At that moment, a maintenance worker approached Tugdekin and Orbis, holding a small device no larger than the palm of his hand. "Boss, Chief, we found this during the disassembly," the worker reported. Tugdekin took the device, examining it closely. His gaze narrowed as he identified the object. "A positioning device," he muttered. "It appears the organization known as Amaterasu didn't fully trust that pirate team. They wanted to keep a close eye on their assets." Orbis frowned, sensing the unease in his leader's voice. "What do you want us to do with it, my bae?" "See if you can trace the signal back to its source," Tugdekin instructed. "If you can find out where Amaterasu is operating from, it could give us a strategic advantage." "It's a long shot, but we'll give it a try," Orbis replied, taking the device. "If it proves futile, we'll destroy it immediately." As Orbis walked away, shouts erupted from a group of mechanics gathered around the dismantled Gundam. "Over here! We found the power plant!" One of the engineers called out, his voice echoing through the maintenance bay. Tugdekin and Orbis moved quickly toward the source of the commotion. Before them lay the heart of Oniyasha, a power plant unlike any they had encountered. It was a blend of archaic and futuristic technology, with ancient-looking runes engraved along its cylindrical core, glowing faintly as if imbued with a mystical energy. A subtle hum emanated from within, vibrating with a cadence that stirred something deep within Tugdekin's soul. The sight of the runes brought to mind the words of his father, who had spoken often of the old traditions, the ancient ways when warriors not only wielded weapons but also carried with them a spirit, a faith that guided their actions. The runes bore a resemblance to the sacred scripts once used by scholars in times of war and peace, writings believed to connect the material world with the divine. Tugdekin whispered a verse from the Quran under his breath, as if acknowledging the power before him. Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim, he said, invoking the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate. It was a reminder that even in the cold reaches of space, faith remained a light in the darkness. "This is no ordinary power plant," Orbis remarked. "It's designed to channel more than just energy. There's an entire subsystem here dedicated to activating some kind of amplification. It's almost as if it's meant to awaken the suit, like a sleeping warrior waiting to rise." Tugdekin's mind raced as he considered the implications. Amaterasu's technology was not merely mechanical. It delved into something beyond science, bordering on the mystical. Oniyasha's power plant wasn't just a machine. It was a conduit, a vessel for some ancient force. The leader's thoughts turned to strategy. If Amaterasu had harnessed such a power, it was only a matter of time before they deployed more units like the Oniyasha. His group would need to prepare, to find a way to counteract not only the physical might of these machines, but the enigmatic energy they wielded. "We'll extract the power plant and run a full analysis," Tugdekin decided, his voice firm with determination, "and have our scholars study the runes. If there is a deeper meaning to be found here, I want to know it." As the engineers moved to carry out his orders, the atmosphere grew heavy with anticipation. It was not just the discovery of new technology that set their hearts racing, but the realization that they stood on the brink of a revelation, one that could reshape the fate of their mercenary group and the galaxy beyond. Hours passed as the disassembly continued, each component revealing more about the design of the Oniyasha. Tugdekin watched with a mix of fascination and vigilance, his mind already formulating plans and contingencies. He knew that to face an enemy like Amaterasu, he would need more than just superior weaponry. He would need to awaken the spirit of his warriors, to remind them of their roots, the courage of their forefathers who once fought with swords and faith. As the last of the armor plates was removed, a final piece of the puzzle emerged. Hidden within the inner workings of the MS was a small compartment, lined with more runes and containing an old, weathered scroll. Tugdekin unrolled it carefully, revealing a set of ancient instructions written in a language not spoken for centuries. "Prepare the scholars," he said, passing the scroll to Orbis. "We must understand the secrets of this machine. If we can unlock its true potential, then perhaps we can turn the tide against Amaterasu. For now, we move forward with faith as our shield and wisdom as our guide." In the silence that followed, the hum of the power plant seemed almost like a heartbeat, a promise that something more lay beneath the cold steel and circuitry, something waiting to be awakened. And with that, Tugdekin Bey took the first step into a new chapter of the war, where technology and faith would converge to forge the path ahead. Chapter 19. Processes at a nuclear fission power plant. This is a nuclear power device. I didn't expect the development and miniaturization of such a thing to be possible, Orbis marveled, staring intently at the nuclear energy emblem engraved on the power unit. Though this century has achieved the successful development of nuclear fusion plants, bringing abundant energy to the masses, military-grade power sources still largely rely on nuclear fission, alternative electric sources, or even fossil fuels. For now, major nations continue to test and verify fusion plants cautiously, ensuring they meet military standards. Yet, many massive warships and starcraft utilize nuclear fission technology, not only for sustained, long-term energy, but also to channel power into devastating beam weapons. The threat, however, lies in the very nature of fission. No level of advancement can reduce the risks posed by a fission plant accident. An explosion could release radioactive material deadly to human life. As a safeguard, soldiers assigned to these plants are required to wear heavy isolation suits to protect themselves from radiation exposure. Orbis considered the peculiarity. Large power plants may use fission, but he'd never heard of small warships equipped with it. And yet, here they were, facing a fission unit dismantled from the captured Onyasha MS. This organization must be astonishingly capable. No nation has managed to miniaturize a nuclear fission power plant. Yet here they are, commented Tudikan Bay, assessing the MS before him. Li Xiuqing, along with other Gundam pilots, joined the gathering. So, this MS was able to overpower our Gundams temporarily because of this nuclear device, Li remarked, his voice carrying a tone of reluctant acceptance. The crushing defeat they had faced suddenly made sense. It wasn't due to superior engineering or technology alone, but because the enemy MS had harnessed the synergistic power of a nuclear fission device, allowing it a brief but intense performance boost. Boss, if we take this nuclear power plant back for analysis, we might replicate it ourselves, Aviana observed, gazing at the compact power source. Couldn't this enhance our Gundam's capabilities and unlock further potential? Tudikan Bay replied, as much as I'd want to integrate nuclear energy into your units, this power plant is fission-based, too hazardous. A leak or accident could cause untold harm from radiation, so I cannot approve this request. The Gundam pilots exchanged glances, a trace of disappointment apparent. But Tudikan Bay's reasoning was unassailable. Nuclear radiation's risks were simply too high for practical application. However, don't lose hope, he continued. I may have vetoed fission technology for Gundams, but that doesn't mean this device won't serve us. I'll work to upgrade this fission model into a fusion-based power source. If we succeed, our Gundams will all run on safe, fusion-based power in the future. There was a collective pause as his words sank in. Among them, Tudikan Bay was revered for his brilliance. Whether developing mobile technology or pioneering new inventions, his abilities were legendary. Yet, suggesting he could outpace an entire generation of international scientists? Some found the claim hard to believe. After all, the brightest minds across nations struggled for years to create stable fusion technology. It would seem like hubris for even their esteemed leader to imagine he could accomplish such a feat alone. But despite their doubts, no one dared voice them. It would be foolhardy to question Tudikan Bay's authority openly. Little did they realize that Tudikan Bay's confidence was not without reason. He possessed knowledge of solar furnace technology, so advanced it was near the myth of perpetual motion, a level of understanding that would shock the most seasoned scientists into rethinking everything they knew. In truth, given the resources, Tudikan Bay would set to work on fusion and solar furnace technology immediately. Though he knew the theories and designs, the world's current technological base couldn't support such advancements yet. Developing next-gen nuclear technology would require not only scientific breakthroughs, but also a robust industrial ecosystem, a complex web of technical engineering and manufacturing capabilities that didn't yet exist. Even if Tudikan Bay could develop the technology on his own, mass production was a different story. Modern industry lacked the capacity to adopt such a paradigm shift immediately. In a bold move, Tudikan Bay had once distributed the blueprint of his fusion technology to the global community, sharing his designs with scientists and industrial engineers worldwide. Whether in space colonies or on Earth, Mars, or even Jupiter's orbital stations, his blueprints had circulated, igniting intrigue and ambition. The chill of the void pressed upon the scene like a solemn prayer. Beyond the windows of the bridge, stars glinted, silent witnesses to the many struggles of the Tianyi mercenary corps. As I watched the pulsating lights of the transport ships approach, I couldn't help but spread my hands with a sheepish grin and say, "It's embarrassing, really. Your technology is simply too advanced for us." Todikin Bey, his tall form silhouetted against the vastness outside, turned to me with a slight smile. His gaze was intense but steady, exuding a presence that commanded both respect and reverence. "Our world's industries aren't prepared," I continued, my voice laced with a touch of admiration and caution, "to even begin understanding the complexities of nuclear fusion as you wield it. It would take us 20 years at best, possibly longer." Todikin's eyes gleamed with a sense of understanding, perhaps even pity, for the technological gap that separated our civilizations. His own nuclear fusion technology operated at an incomprehensible level, years ahead of what we considered achievable. A strange irony washed over me. Here I was, an emissary from a future touched by Gundams, standing before a man whose own genius was eclipsing mine in every conceivable way. Days passed in an unhurried rhythm, each one bringing fresh encounters that felt like intricate brushstrokes on a vast, unfolding canvas. On the horizon, 18 mighty transport ships sailed in under the escort of 6 frigates, each vessel imposing and crafted with precision. These were no mere cargo transports. They were lifelines, charged with transporting goods for merchants who had aligned themselves with the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. 2 of the frigates, scarred and painted by recent skirmishes with the notorious Hyrule Pirate Regiment, bore their marks like war medals. The memory of that battle still echoed in our minds. Pirates were a menace, yes, but they were also a test that Todikin Bey's fleet had passed without a scratch, solidifying the Tianyi Corps' reputation. Merchants favored these escort arrangements, not only for the protection they offered, but also for the peace of mind that came with each voyage. The contract terms were precise and comforting. If, by some chance, pirates overwhelmed our defenses and plundered the cargo, the Tianyi Mercenary Corps would compensate them for 20% of the value of the lost goods. This wasn't an act of charity, but rather a calculated promise, an insurance policy that kept their business relationships steady as the stars. And if a hired transport ship was lost in the fray, the rent would be fully refunded, allowing the merchants to mitigate their losses. In times as uncertain as these, even a single percentage point could mean the difference between ruin and fortune. Yet, Todikin's vision extended beyond these monetary transactions. He had crafted the Tianyi Mercenary Corps into something more profound than a simple group of escorts for hire. With each successful delivery, each defended transport, his reputation and his reach grew. As the newest shipment was unloaded, the crew of the remaining 4 frigates gathered, watching with stunned expressions as crate after crate of cargo appeared. Just days prior, their comrades had returned, telling tales of their triumph against the Hyrule pirates, stories interwoven with boasts of impressive loot. But now, with their own eyes fixed on the mountains of precious items laid out before them, it was clear that the truth had outdone any boast. Inside the crates were rare metals, precious stones, and ancient relics thought long lost, riches beyond imagining. The veteran crew members, once skeptical, now whispered in awe, fully understanding that the spoils they beheld were more than just material wealth. They were the fruits of a conquest that strengthened their name across the stars. Standing among the crates, Todikin's hand brushed the top of one that contained a piece of ancient technology. His expression was a mask of contemplation as he surveyed the mysterious machine before him, a nuclear fission power plant from another era. Its design was unlike any we'd ever seen. In its age-worn metal and faded control panel, Todikin saw the shadows of another time, a distant world left behind, yet still echoing in our own. "Remarkable, isn't it?" he murmured, as if speaking to the fates themselves. I approached, feeling the hum of ancient power emanate from the artifact. "This technology," I began, all thickening my voice, "is practically a relic, an inspiration that might yet fuel our future. Do you think it could be used to develop a thermonuclear reactor, perhaps?" Todikin didn't answer immediately. He closed his eyes, his fingers tracing the surface of the machinery, as if connecting with its past. Here was a man driven by a belief deeper than his ambitions, a faith that inspired him to wield technology like an artisan crafting a masterpiece. In moments like these, I was reminded of the timeless verses from our own world, the words that inspired us to embrace knowledge as an act of worship. It was this very spirit that Todikin embodied. His pursuit wasn't merely for power or wealth, but for something that would benefit his people, to craft something enduring, something that might elevate his world toward the stars. Turning to me, he spoke with a voice softened by conviction. The ways of knowledge are endless. This power plant is more than metal and circuits. It's a testament to the wisdom of those who came before us. They built it with intention, with dreams. So too, must we build our own. His words struck a chord deep within me. I could see that he didn't merely want to replicate this technology. He wanted to transcend it, to create something uniquely suited to his world's needs. A Minovsky-type thermonuclear reactor, a creation that could sustain not just his fleet, but entire cities, entire nations. The revelation settled over the gathered crew like a blessing, each member captivated by his vision. They were part of something more significant than any of them had imagined. They weren't merely escorting cargo or protecting merchants. They were guardians of a burgeoning legacy, carriers of a promise that stretched toward infinity. In the days that followed, Todikin assembled the best minds under his command, forming teams to study the ancient power plant. They mapped its circuits, analyzed its core, and debated its intricacies late into the night. A silent prayer of ambition was woven into their labor, a prayer that spoke of a future woven with light and power, a future that would honor both knowledge and faith. As the night blanketed the base in shadow, I stood alone by the ancient power plant, feeling the hum of its forgotten purpose. My thoughts were interrupted by a soft murmur from one of the engineers passing by. He glanced at me, his face a blend of reverence and pride. "We are building more than machines here, aren't we?" he asked almost to himself. "Yes," I replied, my gaze still fixed on the dormant core of the power plant. "We're building the future." And as I looked upon the vast assembly of vessels, weapons, and people, I understood the silent prayer in their work, the quiet resolve to ascend, to transcend, and to honor the wisdom of those who came before, just as Todikin Bey envisioned. In that moment, beneath the distant stars, I saw what was truly being forged here. Not just a new age of technology, but a legacy that would endure through the cosmos, a story written in the language of stars and faith. Chapter 20. In the Shadow of Mercy. It took more than 2 painstaking weeks to secure the abandoned space transfer station and to unearth the hidden treasure caches of Taro Sayama. Supplies and precious artifacts, tucked away in vaults known only to Sayama, were meticulously transferred to the fleet. However, when they activated the positioning device to navigate the galaxy undetected, something went amiss. The enemy had already hacked the system, rendering the sophisticated equipment into nothing more than scrap metal. 3 modified ships, each bearing the now captive pirates, were set to their final destination with a ration supply of food and water. Each ship was configured to send a distress signal upon arrival in a different quadrant, allowing authorities to claim the vessels and deal with the pirates as they deemed fit. The weight of decisions and actions loomed heavily over the fleet, stirring murmurs of a plan so fraught with peril that some questioned whether the path chosen was one of mercy or of sheer cunning. In the dimly lit command center, Todikin Bey, a man of authority, known for his severe yet fair hand, sat in silence. 3 officers from the mercenary ranks stood before him, a chill creeping down their spines as they awaited his judgment. The room was cool, perhaps 24 degrees, yet their bodies betrayed them, each man's forehead dotted with beads of cold sweat, and their hands trembling as if in a fevered prayer for mercy. Todikin Bey, still as a mountain, continued to review the reports on his desk, his attention seemingly lost in the pages. His gaze never lifted to meet theirs, yet the officers could feel the weight of his presence pressing upon them. The silence stretched painfully, a lingering specter of their recent actions. After a time, Todikin Bey leaned back in his seat, the leather creaking as he closed his eyes briefly. With a calm yet thunderous voice, he broke the silence. "Do you know the measure of your actions?" he intoned, each word a hammer upon their conscience. "Yes, Commander," the 3 officers stammered in unison, voices trembling as they acknowledged the gravity of their offenses. Without another word, Todikin Bey reached into his desk, extracting a single bank card. He slid it across the polished surface of a table, a symbol of both punishment and grace. "Take it," he ordered. The officers hesitated, their hands frozen. They understood that in accepting it, they were partaking in his judgment, in whatever fate he deemed just. Noting their reluctance, Todikin Bey's voice took on a sharper edge. "When I command you, I expect obedience. Take the card." The officer standing in the center extended a shaking hand, retrieving the card as if it burned his fingers. "Yes, sir. This is a warning," Todikin Bey said, his voice low and resonant, carrying the quiet fury of one who held complete dominion. "The next time should you make such a choice again, there will be no leniency." Do you understand? Understood, Commander, they replied, voices choked with a mixture of fear and relief. After a rigid salute, the three men turned and exited the office. As they stepped outside, each let out a sigh of relief, their hands brushing away the cold sweat that had gathered upon their brows. I never imagined the commander would be this merciful, murmured one of the men, casting a glance back toward the imposing office door. He knew everything, every movement, every thought we dared to conceal, another added, his voice barely above a whisper. The realization of Tugdekin Bey's unrelenting surveillance left them shaken to their core. They could feel the weight of unseen eyes, a network of informants and spies, even among those they considered allies. Their apprehension, however, stemmed from more than mere detection. 2 weeks earlier, the trio had been charged with retrieving the treasures of Taro Sayama. But the sight of gold, rare metals, and priceless relics had ignited a flame of greed. Blinded by temptation, they devised a plan to siphon off a portion of the treasure, bringing trusted subordinates into the scheme to facilitate the operation. But betrayal came from an unexpected place. When they returned to their quarters, a file awaited them on their personal consoles, a detailed recording of their secret conversations, the plan, and its every clandestine step. Panic seized them. How had Tugdekin Bey known? Their trusted subordinates had turned, warned discreetly by the commander's intelligence network. They had been given an ultimatum: expose their superiors or become complicit and face inevitable ruin. For the subordinates, the choice was clear. Thus, the plot unraveled, and the conspirators found themselves exposed before Tugdekin Bey's discerning eye. Tugdekin Bey, with calculated composure, had given them the choice. The bank card held 3 million universal credits, a generous fortune, but also a statement. He granted them leniency, a warning paired with a reward. The gesture was akin to the tactic of an ancient sovereign: deliver punishment with one hand while offering a morsel of grace with the other. It was an unmistakable message. He had seen everything, and they had been spared this time, but they could never forget the ever-present weight of his gaze. In the silence of his office, Tugdekin Bey allowed himself a rare moment of reflection. In his position, power was a fragile thing, as capable of mercy as it was of devastation. He understood well the lessons of old. Control is wielded not through fear alone, but through loyalty secured by sparing kindness. He could have revealed their treachery to the entire mercenary corps, casting them as pariahs. Instead, he had chosen the path of strategic mercy. Far beyond the office walls, in the heavens and the stars, a belief guided him. A belief that no one escapes judgment, but that mercy can be an even more formidable tool than punishment. From his own past, he knew that the soul was honed not in constant retribution, but in the delicate balance of forgiveness and consequence. His position demanded not only command, but the wisdom to lead with a steady hand, tempered by an unyielding sense of justice. The officers, now back in their quarters, sat silently, contemplating the implications of Tugdekin Bey's actions. In their hands, the bank card seemed heavier than any weapon they had wielded, a token of their commander's clemency, but also a stark reminder of his omnipresence. As they returned to their duties, they walked with new purpose. Each step resonated with the unspoken vow to reclaim their honor, to seek forgiveness not only from their commander, but from the deep faith they knew he held dear, a faith that called for justice, yet embraced mercy. Far off, in the silent expanse of space, the three modified ships continued their journey, a testament to the path Tugdekin Bey had chosen. They bore their burden of lives lost to greed and violence, awaiting the hand of justice. In Tugdekin Bey's world, every man faced his choices, weighed by the balance of mercy and retribution. Here, among the stars, even in the darkness, there was light enough to see by. The vastness of the stars sprawled endlessly before Tugdekin Bey, shimmering like a celestial ocean. He took a deep breath, eyes fixed beyond the cold, thick glass of the command deck. This was his domain, a universe where alliances and warfare collided in the boundless reaches of space. But today his mind was not on the stars. No, today, the true challenge lay within his own ranks. Why was it that he resisted the counsel of others on this matter? Unity. Yes, unity was what he valued above all else within the Tianyi mercenary corps. Petty disputes, rivalries, any chink in their harmony was a threat in itself. The corps was a well-honed blade, a singular force. To weaken it with personal quarrels or power struggles was unthinkable. His primary duty was to ensure this harmony. And yet, the 3 lieutenants within his ranks had unsettled him deeply. For months, rumors circulated, whispers that these officers held secrets not aligned with the Corps' mission. But Tugdekin knew better than to act on rumor alone. He wasn't one to undermine his commanders openly, nor to sow distrust among his people. He'd read in countless leadership texts and seen in old imperial dramas. A leader who ruled by fear and doubt would soon be alone, a king atop a crumbling throne. Instead, he had chosen the path of wisdom, as exemplified by the most devout sultans of old, measured, discerning, and strategic in all things. Though he had read many secular accounts on effective governance, he often turned to a simpler truth. A heart rooted in faith would guide with purity, aiming to cultivate rather than dominate. As long as Commander Li Jiaming, the steadfast leader of the Tianyi forces, performed his duty without transgressions or hidden agendas, Tugdekin Bey would trust him. No meddling, no interference. Only should Li's decisions impact the Corps' prosperity would Tugdekin take action. This promise was his own secret pact, his way of honoring the unspoken bond between himself and his commanders. Yet still he harbored doubt. There was wisdom, he had once learned, in handling matters of insubordination with careful precision. In his past life, a world where he'd watched old dramas and read tales of long-forgotten empires, he had seen rulers topple over intrigues far subtler than this. The cautious steps he'd learned from those dramas had become guiding stars in his command. With 3 officers whose loyalty lay in question, he would act, but carefully, ensuring his decision would not disrupt the delicate fabric of the Corps. A few days later, his trusted lieutenant, Saki, approached with a grim look. Tugdekin straightened in his chair, his gaze sharpening as Saki delivered his report. "Sir," Saki began, his voice barely containing the tension within him, "Mijiaoangwa's government is warming to us, slowly but surely." Tugdekin's eyes narrowed. He had been aware of the cold reception they'd received when they first approached Mijiaoangwa regarding the Sea Wolf pirates, one of the deadliest spacefaring threats in recent memory. When the Tianyi Mercenary Corps had initially requested intelligence on the pirate faction, Mijiaoangwa had been dismissive, almost mockingly indifferent. In the eyes of that nation's officials, the idea of a mercenary group defeating a force as formidable as the Sea Wolf pirates seemed ludicrous. Mijiaoangwa's government had given the Corps little more than a vague guess of the pirates' whereabouts, considering it a fool's errand. But Tugdekin was no fool. Relying on his network of alliances and informants, he gathered precise coordinates from other sources and led a fierce assault on the pirates. The onslaught that followed was swift and merciless. Years of terror imposed by the Sea Wolf pirates ended in a single, decisive strike. The galaxy reacted in shock. Nations that had tolerated or feared the Sea Wolf pirates were stunned. Mijiaoangwa was left reeling at the sheer efficiency and prowess displayed by the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. This, Tugdekin knew, was the power of faith combined with disciplined strength. His actions did not come from a desire for bloodshed, but rather from a principle rooted in justice. The galaxy had enough darkness. It didn't need more from those sworn to protect the innocent. Yet, this victory held complications of its own. By destroying the Sea Wolf pirates, Tugdekin had shifted the balance of power, drawing the attention and cautious respect of Mijiaoangwa. While before they had viewed the Corps as mere mercenaries, now they recognized them as a force to be reckoned with. It was a reluctant respect, born of fear and awe, but respect nonetheless. Saki continued, "The Mijiaoangwa authorities seem rattled, sir. They've requested more diplomatic channels to discuss potential collaborations. And they've even invited our representatives for a state visit. They view us now, not as disposable soldiers, but as equals." A shadow crossed Tugdekin's face. Respect could lead to alliance, yes, but it could also be a precursor to deceit. Had they not approached him with such indifference before? Yet now, sensing their shifting stance, he felt a deep-seated caution well up within him. The lessons of his past life echoed in his mind. True allies were forged in trust, not fear. "Let them wait," Tugdekin replied finally. "We have no need to rush into their arms simply because they fear us now. Instead, maintain correspondence and give them what they want within reason. But make it known, the Tianyi Mercenary Corps bends to no one." A quietness fell over the room as he finished speaking. Saki observed his commander with admiration. Tugdekin had that rare kind of strength, the wisdom to see the long game, the patience to hold his position, and the faith to trust in a higher purpose. As Saki departed, Tugdekin was left alone, the silence of the command deck almost serene. He glanced at the stars once more, a myriad of sparkling lights amid the dark expanse. In that infinite cosmos, he felt both small and profoundly connected to something greater. A prayer he remembered from his youth surfaced within him, steadying his heart as it had so many times before. Grant me the wisdom to know my path, the strength to hold to it, and the patience to see it through. In moments like these, he found solace, for he was reminded of his purpose, not merely as a leader of warriors, but as a man bound to principles larger than himself. Here, in the silent beat of the universe, he sensed the truth he sought. True power was not wielded through force alone, but through resolve rooted in faith. It was this faith that had guided him across countless battles, and that he knew would guide him in battles yet to come. Chapter 21. Expansion of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps and Arms Manufacturing. The cool night air drifted over the city, brushing through the silent corridors of the royal palace in Mijiaongua, a kingdom, though more commonly known by its ancient name, Mycone. In the grand hall, torchlight flickered against the stone walls, casting shadows that danced like the ghosts of former kings. Within these walls, King Thracian Mycone brooded, his silver hair catching the moonlight streaming through the narrow windows. King Thracian was no ordinary ruler. Over 70 years had he ruled, yet the advancing tide of human biotechnology blessed him with a youthful vitality that belied his years. Though his face showed the lines of wisdom, his mind remained sharp, his spirit resilient. But in recent nights, even his advanced age could not bring him the solace of sleep. The cause of his unrest was simple, yet profound, a power within his borders that rivaled his own military. The Tianyi Mercenary Corps, commanded by Tudikan Bey, held capabilities unparalleled by any national force. And worse, they were equipped by the ever-growing Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company. Together, these two organizations had risen from obscurity to become a formidable presence, operating bases and factories with a workforce large enough to rival small armies. Their grip on cutting-edge weaponry and technology made them as dangerous as they were valuable. King Thracian tapped his fingers rhythmically on the arm of his throne, lost in thought until the sound of footsteps heralded the arrival of his most trusted advisor. Prime Minister Dutlan. The king addressed his advisor, a seasoned statesman whose hair had long since turned gray from the pressures of governance. Dutlan's expression was calm, his demeanor reassuring, but even he could see the unease shadowing his king's eyes. Your Majesty, Dutlan began, with a slight bow, I am aware that the Tianyi Mercenary Corps weighs heavily on your mind. I have consulted with the intelligence department, and they assure us that Tudikan Bey has shown no signs of hostility toward us. In fact, his interests lie primarily in maintaining stability. As long as we leave them in peace, it is likely they will do the same. I know, the king sighed, leaning back in his throne. But what assurance do I have that this peace will last? Such a powerful force, operating privately within our lands. It goes against everything I have worked for. I cannot shake the fear that one day, their allegiance will shift with the scent of gold from a rival nation. It would take only a single contract from a wealthier kingdom to turn their guns on us. Dutlan paused, his wise eyes narrowing thoughtfully. Your Majesty, if I may be so bold, I have an idea. The king's gaze sharpened. Speak, Dutlan. Dutlan leaned forward and lowered his voice, whispering a plan into the king's ear. As the king listened, his eyes widened slightly, a spark of hope rekindling within him. When Dutlan finished, the king nodded, a glint of renewed confidence in his gaze. Meanwhile, Tudikan Bey moved through the corridors of one of his newly expanded bases, an air of purpose in his stride. He wore a dark, sleek uniform, his figure imposing, eyes hardened by the relentless challenges he faced each day. Tianyi Mercenary Corps had grown, now operating 5 bases, 2 of which lay beyond the borders of Mycone, in alliance with neighboring countries. The mercenary force, combined with the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company's 6 newly minted factories, buzzed with activity around the clock. Engineers, scientists, and workers toiled tirelessly, producing everything from advanced weaponry to the technologies of survival. Tudikan himself was a visionary, driven not only by ambition, but by a profound sense of duty to those under his command. His expansion was not only for power, it was, as he often reminded himself, for survival. In one section of the main base, he had ordered the creation of experimental agricultural facilities. These were no ordinary rooms. They were state-of-the-art greenhouses with precise control over temperature, light, and humidity. Under his supervision, fruits, vegetables, and even livestock thrived, despite the sterile environment. Tutankhamun understood well that an army, no matter how well armed, was only as strong as its food supply. An old adage whispered in his mind, armies march on their stomachs. Should his lines of food supply ever be compromised, he wanted the means to sustain his forces independently. Self-sufficiency was not only prudent, it was essential in an era where trust was scarce and loyalty could shift as quickly as the winds of war. Food supplies were not the only contingency. Tutankhamun had spearheaded a water purification initiative, a project he called Any Water. This advanced filtration technology transformed wastewater into drinkable reserves, an invaluable safeguard against drought or sabotage. Additionally, he had acquired a mineral water company, ensuring that, even in peacetime, his forces were supported by a supply chain that ran smoothly and efficiently. Yet, as the demands of command pulled him in countless directions, he felt the toll on his own body. Some nights, he found himself staring into the mirror, his reflection unfamiliar to him. His thoughts drifted back to memories of another life, a life in a distant world where he was known by a different name. The face in the mirror was a stranger's, a face hardened, with dark circles etched beneath his eyes, reminders of the sacrifices he had made. These moments of reflection were brief, cut short by the weight of responsibility that rested heavily on his shoulders. Every morning, he rose before dawn to oversee the operations, to train, and to plan. He knew his soldiers looked to him as a beacon, and he would not falter. Far away, within the opulent palace, King Thracian turned his gaze to the stars above. He couldn't shake the feeling that forces beyond his understanding were at play. Perhaps, he mused, it was the will of the divine, guiding men like Tutankhamun Bey onto paths that none could foresee. In his heart, King Thracian clung to a belief that, with faith and wisdom, a balance could be struck, a peace that could endure despite the ever-present specter of war. The wise words of his late father echoed in his mind. True power lies not in might, but in unity, in aligning with forces that share common goals. As the moon cast its silvery light over the kingdom, King Thracian resolved to follow his advisor's plan. Perhaps there was a way to bring Tutankhamun Bey closer, to offer him a position of honor within the kingdom, a bond that could foster trust where fear had taken root. The night was silent, but beneath its calm lay the rumblings of a new alliance, one that could reshape the future of the Mycone kingdom. Yunus Osman had been an unassuming figure, obese, thick glasses perched on his nose, and a head of unruly hair. His outwardly ordinary appearance masked a mind that was anything but. Yunus spent endless hours poring over manuals on Gundams, indulging in histories of ancient military campaigns, and studying technical treatises on weapons design. His friends affectionately called him the technical nerd, half joking about his obsession with military tactics and futuristic tech. He often wondered if it was a divine irony that he found himself in this new world, equipped with knowledge that, while impressive in theory, had always been far from practical back on Earth. Now, as he examined his reflection in the polished metal of his quarters, Yunus saw a new man, a leaner figure, with the slight ruggedness of a battle-hardened leader. His gaze held a trace of scholarly wisdom mixed with the unmistakable glint of a man who had endured hardship. His transformation over the last few months had been gradual but unmistakable. If his Aunt Huiwan from his previous life were to see him, she'd likely exclaim, "You've lost weight, Fei Fei." Yunus chuckled at the thought, then steeled himself and dressed, heading to the cafeteria to grab a meal before another long day. Despite the factory's semi-automated systems, robotic arms, and high-efficiency assembly lines, the mercenaries and factory workers were busier than ever. Every part of the operation required precision, and whenever machinery malfunctioned, human hands stepped in to resolve the problem. Yunus knew that they relied on each other's skills and resilience, a unity he had carefully fostered. Inside the cafeteria, the air buzzed with lively chatter. Rows of tables were occupied by mercenaries and workers, all refueling for the day. The cuisine was a reflection of the diverse backgrounds of his crew, a vast spread of rice, noodles, hearty breads, steamed buns, fresh vegetables, and robust meat dishes. A sign at the entrance reminded everyone of Yunus's rule: eat as much as you need, but waste nothing. The Tianyi Mercenary Corps' cooking team worked tirelessly alongside the factory's food services, ensuring that everyone ate their fill without excess. Yunus filled his tray with a modest bowl of rice, a ladle of egg soup, and a balanced selection of meat and vegetables. He picked up a coffee, the only luxury he permitted himself, and made his way toward an open spot. Nearby, Yu Yangchun, a young, ambitious mercenary, was wolfing down fried chicken, clearly attempting to satisfy a voracious appetite. Yu Baishue, his elder sister and a member of the cooking team, scolded him gently, advising him to take care with his diet. Too much, Yangchun. You'll make yourself ill eating like this. Eunice, overhearing their exchange, chuckled and commented, "The young have their appetites. Let him enjoy his meal." He pulled out a chair and sat nearby, earning a chorus of greetings from those around him. "Boss!" Yu Yangchun grinned. "I don't think I've ever seen you in the cafeteria before. It's an honor to have you eat with us." Eunice raised an eyebrow, amused. "You've been here over a month, and you haven't seen me once?" Yangchun shook his head. "No, I thought you'd eat in some fancy office with rare dishes like they show in the movies." His cheeks flushed as he realized how silly he sounded. Baishue gave her younger brother a nudge under the table, but Eunice only smiled. "I'm not that kind of leader. What's good enough for you is good enough for me." An older employee, who had been with the company for years, nodded approvingly. "We share meals here. The boss has never made us feel like he's above us." Eunice ate in thoughtful silence, but his mind was already churning with ideas. His organization was growing rapidly, and with that growth came new responsibilities. The mercenaries were stronger, better trained, and well-fed. He could feel the unity binding them, a brotherhood that would face any threat together. For the first time in years, Eunice felt the weight of destiny pressing on him. They were no longer a scattered group of fighters. They were becoming a force, a legacy in the making. The camaraderie in the room was disrupted as several mercenaries stood up, finished with their meals. They nodded respectfully to Eunice, acknowledging him with a humble "Boss, we're heading back to work." As they left, Li Xiuqing, one of his closest commanders, approached with Pawnee and Aviana by his side, their expressions reflecting an odd mix of exhaustion and admiration. "Boss," Xiuqing greeted Eunice with a grin. "You look like you've lost weight. Shouldn't you be eating more?" Eunice chuckled, gesturing to his half-empty tray. "A leaner leader is a sharper leader, Xiuqing." The room shared in the laughter, lightening the air. These were the moments that bound them, a shared meal and a shared joke. But Eunice knew that their challenges were only beginning. The day's work awaited, and Eunice excused himself to meet with his core team in the strategy room. A map of their territory was splayed out on the large, rectangular table, alongside blueprints of advanced weaponry and mobile armor suits, each a testament to his dedication to the craft. With a deep breath, he gathered his team, every face familiar, every pair of eyes filled with the same determination that glowed in his own. "Brothers, sisters," Eunice began, his voice calm, yet carrying an undertone of fervor. "We stand on the precipice of something greater than ourselves. The Tianyi Mercenary Corps isn't just a name anymore. It's a shield and a sword, a force to be reckoned with. But we must remain true to our values. Remember the essence of service, of discipline. Without that, we're no more than another gang of armed men." As he spoke, Eunice saw the spark of understanding light in their eyes. Inspired by his words, Li Xiuqing stood and spoke, his voice firm. "The world will know Tianyi not just as a name, but as a symbol. We will bring honor to those who fight for a cause and humility to those who only seek power." A murmur of agreement rippled through the room, and Eunice nodded approvingly. "Prepare yourselves. The journey ahead is not for the faint-hearted. We'll face storms, but together, there is nothing we cannot overcome." In the silence that followed, Eunice felt a powerful unity filling the room, a shared purpose that transcended the usual hierarchy. He sensed a divine guidance in their unity, a blessing as steady as the march of time itself. He closed his eyes briefly, sending up a silent prayer that they might be led by wisdom and justice, that their battles would be righteous, and that they would remain steadfast in the face of adversity. As they moved forward, Eunice knew that this was no longer a mere group of warriors. They were family, bound by loyalty and courage, led not by mere fate, but by an unwavering will to protect their own and bring peace to a world that desperately needed it. Chapter 22, A Legacy Tested, the Gerbera Gundam. The aroma of freshly prepared noodles filled the spacious break room, dimly lit and buzzing with quiet chatter. Todikin Bey was absorbed in thought, his eyes drifting out the large window, watching the stars as they shimmered above the vast military compound. The wars fought among the stars had left their scars on his soul, yet he held the serene calm of one who understands his duty and the burdens that came with it. Li Xiuqing, his trusted friend and comrade since childhood, placed a steaming bowl in front of him. "Here, I made these noodles just for you," Lee said with a grin. Tugdekin nodded, a glint of gratitude in his otherwise weary eyes. "Thank you, old friend." Yu Yangchun, the curious new recruit, watched them with open intrigue. "Lieutenant Lee, what's the relationship between you and the boss?" he asked, leaning forward, unable to contain his curiosity. "You don't seem like typical colleagues." Yu's sister, Yu Baishue, shot him a warning glance, subtly trying to curb his eagerness. Yet even she looked on, intrigued, as her gaze shifted from Lee to Tugdekin. Lee chuckled, his eyes reflecting the quiet nostalgia of years past. "We grew up together, neighbors in the same village," he began. "When Tugdekin decided to build this company, I just run away from home. So, naturally, I joined him, ready to take on the world." He also had another reason. Tugdekin interrupted with a sly smile. He was escaping his fiancée. Lee shifted, his cheeks coloring ever so slightly. But before he could respond, Sakiki, a tactician who had earned Tugdekin's trust with her keen insight, approached with a tray and leaned in to whisper a report into his ear. "Understood. You have my full authority," Tugdekin replied softly, acknowledging her report with a slight nod. She quietly slipped away, her face reflecting the disciplined focus of someone who had spent a lifetime in command. She began her modest meal, her plate holding only slices of bread, ham, and a cup of tea, a stark reminder of her simple habits despite her vital role. As Tugdekin was about to enjoy the noodles, Li Xiuqing spoke up, catching his attention. "Boss, you remember Zhao Xinlin, don't you?" Tugdekin paused, chopsticks hovering above the bowl. "Of course I do. Why bring her up now?" Li hesitated, but pressed on. "I blocked some contacts on my old phone and found a message from her. Apparently, she's been trying to reach you. Says she wants to see you. Your sisters have been asking about you, too." They seemed concerned. A brief silence filled the room as Tugdekin's expression softened. The name, Zhao Xinlin, evoked memories of a distant past, a woman he'd once felt a deep connection with before the call of duty consumed his life. Yet, shaking off the nostalgia, he spoke with steady resolve. "She was never my girlfriend, Lee, nor my first love." Undeterred, Lee raised a playful brow. "As you say, boss." Their exchange lingered in the air, sparking the interest of those in the room. To many of them, Tugdekin Bey was the stoic scientist, the commander who lived solely for his work. It was difficult to imagine him entangled in something as vulnerable as romance. But such was the mystery surrounding the man who led them. Finishing his meal with a swift finality, Tugdekin rose. "I'm going to test the new Gundam models. Let's see if the work we've put in truly paid off." The gravity in his voice silenced any lingering whispers. The room watched as he left, anticipation heavy in the air. The hangar loomed vast and dimly lit, each Gundam a towering sentinel encased in silent power. Tugdekin Bey walked purposefully toward the newly developed units, his gaze sweeping across them. GP-02 Physalis, GP-03 Stamen, and GP-0 for Gerbera. Each machine represented untold hours of relentless innovation and aspiration. Li Jiaming, the seasoned commander-in-chief, approached him, flanked by his sister, Zhou Na. "Boss, these new Gundams are marvels. But I have to say, Physalis shocked me. A nuclear payload, even a tactical one. I think you understand the implications." "It's a concept," Tugdekin replied calmly, his eyes fixed on the Gundam's looming form. "Nothing more. But if you turn that concept into reality," Li Jiaming warned, "you'll have the power to disrupt the global balance. They'll mark you as a threat." Tugdekin turned to meet Li's gaze, a fire kindling in his eyes. "If that day comes, Commander, I'll be ready. Power is only dangerous if wielded carelessly. But with it, we can challenge the superpowers, end the cycle of dominance and oppression." A beat of silence fell between them. Li Jiaming felt a twinge of unease. This was the side of Tugdekin that both inspired loyalty and bred fear. The visionary who saw beyond conventional limits, who believed, perhaps too deeply, in his capacity to alter fate itself. Meanwhile, Zhou Na eyed the GP-0 for Gerbera Gundam with a calculating gaze. The Gerbera shares a lot of design principles with GP-01. Why create this model when it seems redundant? Tugdekin smiled, his gaze shifting to Gerbera. Redundancy is often misunderstood. Each Gundam has its purpose, its place. Where White Orchid was designed for versatility, Gerbera represents resilience, persistence in battle when all else fails. In times of great struggle, each must carry its weight, uniquely suited to the task at hand. Zhou Na considered his words, realizing the profound depth Tugdekin imparted into every detail. For him, these machines weren't mere instruments of war. They were embodiments of purpose, each crafted with careful intention, each Gundam carrying the hopes of its creator. As the test commenced, Tugdekin climbed into the cockpit of the GP-04 Gerbera, the machine humming to life around him. The console glowed with lines of data streaming across the screen, like lifeblood rushing through veins. Through the comms, Lee's voice crackled. "We're ready when you are, boss." The hangar doors opened, revealing the cold expanse beyond, an endless void of stars, a battlefield as unforgiving as it was vast. Tugdekin's hand settled on the controls, steady as he felt the immense power of the Gundam pulse beneath him. He initiated the Gerbera systems, maneuvering into a graceful launch as the hangar echoed with the low hum of engines and the sharp hiss of hydraulics. The Gundam surged forward, cutting through the void, each maneuver smooth, precise, a reflection of its creator's determination. As he navigated through the stars, he murmured a quiet prayer, a prayer not of fear, but of faith. He invoked guidance, humility, and purpose, seeking strength from the divine as he faced the unknown. To him, every Gundam bore the weight of an oath, a pledge to stand against tyranny, to serve not just one cause, but all who yearn for freedom and peace. In that moment, Tugdekin Bey became more than a man within a machine. He was a testament to resilience, embodying the courage and faith that fueled his creation. The stars lay before him, an endless path of trials and tribulations, yet he felt ready, empowered by his vision and the divine guidance he revered. The Gerbera moved forward, a shining sentinel in the vast cosmos, ready to carve its own legacy. The battlefield lay silent in the shadow of twilight, as if holding its breath. Towering machines, lined up like ancient soldiers awaiting orders, gleamed under the soft hues of the setting sun. Among them stood the newly designed Gundam Gerbera, its dark, sleek frame exuding a presence that captured the attention of every pilot and engineer present. Its silhouette seemed to hum with potential, a stark contrast to its predecessors. In the center of the gathered crowd, Tugdekin Bey, a seasoned warrior and chief strategist, watched with intense eyes. His brow was furrowed, his gaze penetrating, as if he were envisioning the Gundam Gerbera blazing across an enemy formation, a swift shadow that no one could escape. With a few heavy steps, he approached the massive machine, his voice firm yet contemplative. At first, he began, "I thought our existing combat approach was enough, sufficient, familiar. Why change what already worked?" He paused, letting his words sink in. "But I came to realize, as any commander must, that victory lies in the unexpected. And so, I chose to alter the core design, adding a new tactical dimension." A murmur rippled through the crowd. Tugdekin Bey's vision was one of decisive depth. "The Gundam Gerbera," he continued, his voice gaining a subtle edge, "possesses something unique. It boasts an agility and speed that even the Gundam White Orchid cannot match. It can pierce through enemy ranks and strike where it is most effective, at the heart of command." Beside him, Zhou Na, one of his most trusted mechanics, couldn't contain her curiosity. "But Bey Tugdekin," she asked, leaning forward slightly, "just how fast is the Gerbera? Faster than all our other models?" A faint smile touched Tugdekin Bey's lips, barely noticeable. "Yes, Zhou Na. This Gundam exceeds the speed of all known mobile suits. Combined with the Hurricane thrusters and additional propellant tanks, it even surpasses the fastest fighter jets. A force like this changes the game." Zhou Na exchanged a look with her sister, Zhou Ye, whose eyes were gleaming with anticipation. Their hearts raced, as the promise of a Gundam that could rival fighter jets stirred something long buried within them. Hope for true battlefield supremacy. Mobile suits, or MS, had for too long been relegated to secondary roles. Limited in agility, they could not outmaneuver the swift fighters. Their missile defense was painfully inadequate. But the Gundam Gerbera promised something different. Here was a machine crafted to overcome weaknesses that had long shackled their forces. Around them, the crowd shifted, murmuring in approval as the notion took hold. Li Xiuqing, one of the Gundam pilots who had seen countless battles, nodded with respect. This wasn't merely a new machine. It was a revolution. Beside him, the young but skilled pilot Li Jiaming raised his hand, an uncertain glint in his eye. "Bey Tugdekin," Jiaming ventured. "Why are we testing only the Gerbera? What are the other prototypes? The ones equipped with the Orcus system?" "The Orcus system," Tugdekin Bey replied, nodding in acknowledgement of the question, "is complex. The armaments and pedal mechanisms have yet to reach functional stability. To proceed without them would be premature. His tone was resolute, giving no room for further question. Gerbera alone has the foundation to serve as our sword. Swift, precise, and relentless. For a moment, the air grew thick with anticipation. Tudikin Bey's gaze moved to the assembled pilots. Now then, he announced, a trace of challenge in his voice. Who will test Gerbera first? They exchanged glances, excitement flickering among them. To be the first to pilot the Gundam Gerbera was both an honor and a risk. We'll draw lots, Tudikin Bey declared, and let fate choose our warrior. One by one, each pilot drew a slip of paper from the worn leather bag held by an aide. Joya, the skilled pilot who had already proven herself in countless skirmishes, unrolled her slip and held it up to the fading light. She felt a shiver of excitement as she saw her name emblazoned in bold ink. She looked up, meeting Tudikin Bey's approving gaze, and nodded. With a steady breath, she made her way to the Gundam Gerbera, donning her combat uniform and climbing into the cockpit. As the cockpit doors sealed, shut around her, a profound silence fell, broken only by the quiet hum of the Gerbera's systems coming to life. Inside, Joya's heart pounded. She was surrounded by a wall of monitors, a dizzying array of buttons and levers, each representing a part of Tudikin Bey's vision. She adjusted her gloves, feeling the weight of responsibility settle upon her, then closed her eyes for a brief moment. Bismillah. She whispered the words as a prayer, invoking strength and guidance, a reminder of her purpose and her faith. This mission was more than a test of mettle and skill. It was a test of courage, a proof of the unyielding spirit that each pilot carried into battle. Joya, can you hear us? Crackled a voice through the intercom. It was Tudikin Bey, his voice measured, grounding. Yes, clear as day, she replied, her voice steady, though her hands trembled slightly with anticipation. Gerbera's systems are all in check. Good. Remember, speed is your weapon, your shield. Keep your course tight, aim for the formation's core, and trust your instincts, he reminded her. This isn't just a machine. It's a promise to bring victory to our people. With a nod, Joya pushed forward on the throttle. The Gundam Gerbera roared to life, its powerful thrusters igniting as the machine took off with a burst of speed that was breathtaking. In a blur, she felt the immense force of acceleration, pressing her into her seat. The world outside the cockpit streaked by as she maneuvered through the test field, the Gundam's response so fluid, it felt like an extension of herself. She pushed harder, feeling the hurricane thrusters engage, sending her rocketing forward with dizzying velocity. The landscape became a mere streak of colors as Gerbera surged ahead, each movement precise, each command responsive. The thrill of this newfound freedom washed over her as she executed a series of evasive maneuvers, weaving between imaginary foes with grace and ease. In the control room, Tudikin Bey watched with fierce pride. He saw his dream taking form, as Gerbera became not only a machine of war, but an instrument of liberation. As Joya completed her final maneuver, she brought the Gundam to a graceful halt, her breathing heavy but exhilarated. The cockpit door opened, and she stepped out, eyes bright, a triumphant smile playing on her lips. Tudikin Bey, she announced with reverence, Gerbera is ready. Ready to lead us to victory. With a nod, Tudikin Bey placed a hand on her shoulder, his voice filled with solemn pride. Then let this be a testament, a declaration to all who oppose us. We are here, and we will not falter. And as the twilight deepened, the Gundam Gerbera stood as a silent promise, a guardian ready to carve its path through the heart of the storm. Chapter 23, Unmanned Gundam Gerbera. Under the silvery, cold light of the command room, an intensity permeated the atmosphere as Second Lieutenant Joya prepared for the test. Before her lay Gundam Gerbera, a towering sentinel of metal and circuitry, poised for battle. Even in its stillness, the Gundam exuded an aura of formidable, almost living energy. Joya, a seasoned pilot renowned among her peers, knew this was no ordinary machine. It was a prototype, born of uncharted technology and ambition. With a final deep breath, she adjusted her helmet, securing herself in the cockpit. As the harness fastened over her chest, the realization of what lay ahead washed over her. Today, she would face a test not of her experience, but of her endurance and limits. System check complete. Gundam Gerbera, ready for simulation, reported a calm, disembodied voice from the command room. Zhouya's hands tightened around the control sticks, feeling the weight of the machine respond beneath her. With the pedals underfoot and throttle within reach, she began the initiation sequence. The screens flickered to life, illuminating her in the cockpit's ambient glow, as if the Gundam itself were a guardian cloaking her in a protective embrace. The first simulation commenced, with drones and mobile suits programmed to attack. Zhouya gritted her teeth as she adjusted to the Gerbera's shocking speed and responsiveness, the frame moving in sync with each twitch of her fingers. She hadn't even activated the additional propellant tank, yet the Gundam surged forward like a gale force wind. Her reactions, honed from years of combat experience, barely kept up with the new levels of acceleration. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she maneuvered, counterattacking and dodging with razor-thin precision. The drones moved as swarms, weaving through space like flocks of birds, each one bearing down on her with relentless aggression. She managed to strike several targets, but with each passing second, her vision blurred slightly, a reminder of her own physical limits against the machine's speed. Second Lieutenant Zhouya, can you continue? A calm voice broke through her concentration over the comms. It was a question more out of protocol than concern. Zhouya knew her answer. She could sense her body nearing its threshold, her breaths coming quicker, her pulse erratic. Bravado had no place here. Survival did. She exhaled sharply and responded, negative. I am disengaging. She unlatched her helmet as the machine powered down, releasing a tension she hadn't fully realized she held. As she stumbled from the cockpit, her legs weak and shaky, two attendants moved to assist her, gently guiding her back to the ground. Around her, the other mobile suit drivers murmured amongst themselves. They'd watched the test, seen the Gerbera's speed with awe and trepidation. Did you see that? It's beyond anything we've seen, whispered one, his voice hushed with reverence. Second Lieutenant Zhouya is one of the best, yet even she couldn't control it. I doubt any of us could, agreed another, shaking his head in wonder. The Gerbera, it's like starlight itself, outpacing everything. But the murmurs quieted when a stern cough punctuated the air. The pilots turned quickly, snapping to attention. Captain Tugdekin Bey stood before them, his presence commanding respect, as firm and steady as a mountain. He regarded them all with a hard, unyielding gaze that bespoke a life of battle and discipline. Enough talk. You have your duties, he said simply. Yes, Captain, they replied in unison, bowing before dispersing to their stations. Moments later, Lieutenant Li Xiuqing stepped forward, his gaze steady as he took his turn in the Gundam Gerbera. In contrast to Zhouya's disciplined control, Li Xiuqing's approach was fiery, full of daring resilience. His reputation preceded him as one of the base's finest pilots, a commander with both skill and an almost prophetic instinct in the heat of battle. As he settled into the cockpit, a hush fell over the command room. The screens were set. The next stage of simulation began with a faint hum of machinery as the drones repositioned themselves. The Gerbera responded to his touch with an intensity that felt like a sentient force. Even without the additional propellant tanks, its initial sprint was unlike anything Li Xiuqing had ever experienced. He leaned into the controls, breathing in rhythm with the machine's power as it surged forward, evading each drone's assault with graceful, deadly precision. Lieutenant, the next phase of the battle has begun. A voice crackled over the comms. Acknowledging the prompt, Li Xiuqing focused, pushing his reflexes to their limit. With every maneuver, he skillfully dodged and counterattacked, his movements swift and precise. In the command room, the analysts observed the screens with bated breath, noting each statistic as his hit rate rose, reaching a staggering 70%. Behind them, Tugdekin Bey observed the Gundam's performance without a hint of reaction. He remained statuesque, arms crossed over his chest, gaze fixed. Commander, should we initiate the next stage? An officer asked. Tugdekin's response was unhurried, yet decisive, asked the pilot. After a beat, Li Xiuqing's voice sounded over the comms, steady and resolute. I can proceed. The command room was silent as dozens of missiles locked onto the Gerbera, each one armed and guided to follow the Gundam's every move. Li Xiuqing steeled himself, knowing the stakes had risen. He activated the Hurricane Thruster and felt the added thrust as the Gundam accelerated, leaving the missiles trailing in a cloud of blazing propulsion. The speed increased exponentially, the surrounding stars a blur as he outpaced the missiles. But the pressure mounted in his chest, the rapid acceleration pressing him back into his seat. He was pushing the limits of both man and machine, feeling the strain in every sinew and bone. "Commander, the missiles have lost their target," an announcer reported, watching the tracking systems with awe. "They're in a free drift now, without direction. Deactivate missile guidance and commence retrieval," the officer instructed, his voice a calm counterpoint to the chaotic power just witnessed. With the test complete, Li Xiuqing gradually reduced speed, his body relaxing as the machine obeyed. The Gundam Gerbera returned to its initial pace, its movements fluid and obedient, as if respecting the man within. The lieutenant leaned back, breathing heavily, but a small smile played on his lips. He knew, beyond any doubt, that this machine, this Gerbera, had become an extension of himself, a weapon of remarkable promise. In the shadows, Tugdekin Bey watched, his eyes thoughtful. He sensed that the Gundam Gerbera was more than just an instrument of war. It was a vessel of destiny, a silent witness to the strength and resilience of those who dared to tame it. As the simulations concluded, the command room lay quiet, the tension replaced by a reverent silence. Outside, stars shimmered in the heavens, a quiet reminder that, even amid battle, there was a divine order, an unwavering guide for those brave enough to walk the path. The Gundam, the men, and the mission, each was a part of that grand design, bound by faith and honor as much as by steel and circuitry. A dense fog hung over the valley as dawn approached, bathing the terrain in a harsh, cold light that seeped through the shadows. The Gundam testing grounds lay silent, shrouded in early morning mist, awaiting the first signs of activity. Li Xiuqing, the lead pilot, leaned against the cold steel of the observation deck, his breath slow and labored. His fingers clenched and unclenched around his helmet, the bitter chill seeping into his palms. He recalled the sensation from moments ago, the weight of the cockpit pressing down on him, as if his chest were in a vice, constricting his breath with an unseen force. A flash of memory stirred within him. It was the feeling of confinement he remembered from his childhood, a moment in the past he couldn't quite name, but one that surged forward each time he climbed into Gundam Gerbera's cockpit. "A few more seconds, and I might have felt my heart would burst," he muttered, removing his helmet and gasping as if he could finally breathe again. After a moment, he steadied himself and descended the platform, his gaze drifting to the horizon where the rising sun was just beginning to break through the mist. Despite the rigorous testing that lay ahead, there was something sacred in this quiet hour, a moment of peace before the trials of the day resumed. Back at the base, another test pilot prepared for their own trial within Gerbera. Yu Yangchun, a young and determined soldier with nerves of steel, climbed into the cockpit, her resolve steeled by Li's previous efforts. She had seen the toll it had taken on him, but she was undeterred. Her mind was clear, her focus unshakable. But as she engaged the controls and felt the machine's power surge through her, she quickly realized why the tests had taken their toll. The cockpit felt stifling. It pressed on her like the weight of unseen stones, forcing her body to the edge of her physical limits. She powered through the test, her muscles strained to breaking as she maneuvered through simulated enemy attacks. By the time she returned to base, the adrenaline had subsided, leaving her body weak and trembling. She stumbled out of the cockpit, her stomach twisting as she vomited, purging the effects of the brutal test. The other Gundam pilots observed in silence, exchanging grim looks. They, too, would face the trial, knowing the test results had all followed the same pattern. One by one, the pilots emerged battered and drained, each performance mirroring the struggles of Li Xiuqing and Yu Yangchun. The Gundam Gerbera systems were flawless in terms of power and function, yet something critical was amiss. Inside the command room, Tugdekin Bey watched the results, his brow furrowed in contemplation. A respected leader with a reputation for balancing intensity with wisdom, Tugdekin was well aware of the pressures his team faced. The Gerbera project was unprecedented, a machine of immense power that required a masterful blend of physical prowess and mental fortitude. But more than that, it required a soul that could synchronize with the Gundam's immense energy. "The hardware is intact," he noted to his team, "but the synchronization is unstable. We must refine the interface to bridge the gap between human and machine. Otherwise, we risk pushing the limits of human endurance to a point beyond recovery." He called for the person in charge of the engineering team, his sharp gaze fixed on the test reports displayed on the tablet in his hand. "The data reveals a flaw in the software, a disconnect that renders the system sluggish and strained under pressure. We need our pilots to command with fluidity, not wrestle with resistance." The head engineer nodded. "Understood, Bay. I'll have the software department prioritize this." We'll adjust the algorithm to enhance real-time responsiveness. Tugtekin gave a short nod. It's time we look at solutions that go beyond mechanics. Consider this Gundam as if it has a soul, and let the software department bring it to life. I want Gerbera to move with the pilots, like an extension of their own will. Once the arrangements were made, Tugtekin retreated to his private office, where sketches and data lay scattered across his desk. A concept gleamed in his mind's eye, the path to realizing the Gundam's true potential clearer than ever. Since discovering the possibility of nuclear fission as an energy source, he'd been consumed by inspiration. The Gundam's power would flow not only from its mechanics, but from a life force born of its pilot's intent, will, and connection. Lost in thought, he murmured, "If one path is obstructed, find another." There is always a way for those willing to look. In that quiet moment, a deep spiritual conviction came over him, a resolve inspired by a sense of divine purpose. He felt a sudden, humbling gratitude, a reminder that even as they faced the limits of human endeavor, they were guided by something far greater. It was a feeling he wished he could impart to his team, a sense that they were not alone in this ambitious pursuit. His reverie was interrupted by a knock on the door. Li Jiaming, a seasoned commander and trusted advisor, stepped into the room, his expression grave. "Bei," he began, "international reports have been troubling. Turmoil has broken out across several regions, with wars and unrest driving people from their homes. The number of refugees is rising, and many have nowhere left to go." Tugtekin took in the news with a solemn nod. The world beyond their mission was fracturing, whole nations breaking apart under the strain of conflict, leaving innocent lives shattered. It was a harsh reminder of the fragility of humanity, and yet there was an opportunity here, a chance to serve a higher purpose. "Are any of these refugees from the states that have fallen?" he asked quietly, his mind already whirring with possibilities. "Yes," Li confirmed. "Some have already surrendered to the Empire. But others refuse, clinging to their democratic ideals, unwilling to submit to authority." Tugtekin regarded Li thoughtfully, his decision swift. "These people, then, are men and women of conviction. Arrange for the selection of those who may wish to join our efforts here. Offer them a place within our service corps, should they wish it. We will honor their loyalty to their principles by allowing them to help build something better." Li bowed his head, understanding his commander's vision. "It will be done, Bei." As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the base, the Gundam pilots gathered once more. Each pilot carried within them a quiet determination, their spirits tested but unbroken. The Gundam Gerbera was no mere machine. It had become a symbol of their struggle, a testament to human resilience, a beacon for those who sought a new path in a world fraught with turmoil. Tugtekin Bei looked out over his team, his eyes reflecting both the weight of his responsibility and the faith that drove him forward. He stood firm, knowing that their journey was not theirs alone to bear. In their pursuit, they carried the dreams of the displaced, the hopes of those who had been cast aside by war, and the unwavering belief that they could reach beyond the stars to create a future where justice, courage, and faith endured. And with that, the Gundam Gerbera awaited its final awakening, the dawn of a new legacy. Chapter 24, The Visit. After a grueling 7 days of testing Gundam Gerbera, the headquarters of the Tianyi Mercenary Group and the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company braced itself for the arrival of a distinguished guest. Rumors of the impending visit stirred restlessness among the employees, and whispers filled the halls. The King of Thrace himself would soon arrive, accompanied by his eldest son, Prince Grady, a serious and pensive young man of 25, and his youngest daughter, Princess Rabina, a spirited girl of 18 with a keen eye for combat craft. The royal entourage would dock at Tianyi's sprawling asteroid base, surrounded by an impressive personal guard fleet, 2 heavily armed motherships, and 8 sleek frigates. Prince Grady watched through the viewport as fragments of drifting meteorites passed by, streaks of light against the endless dark of space. The hum of engines seemed louder, each thrumming vibration reminding him of why he had been summoned here. He knew his father was troubled by the rise of the Tianyi Mercenary Group, a private force that had quickly amassed power in ways unheard of among ordinary kingdoms. To wield such strength with no political oversight posed both a threat and a mystery, and it was this puzzle that had led his father to make the journey here. Grady had meticulously studied everything known about the mercenary group's sudden ascent. The sheer speed with which they had risen, their ability to outmatch many official armies, and most concerning, their unwavering loyalty to the enigmatic Tugtekin Bei. While his father's intentions for the visit were carefully hidden behind layers of diplomatic courtesy, Grady suspected his father harbored deeper fears. A sleeplessness had plagued the king in recent nights, and Grady could sense the anxiety in the man's silence. This visit, therefore, was more than diplomatic. It was his father's unspoken appeal to fate. Just as he drifted into thought, the quiet chime of the communications console broke through. A member of the Royal Guard's communications team relayed that the king wished to see him. With a nod, Grady turned, leaving the viewport behind and making his way to his father's private chambers. When he entered, Princess Rabina was already there. Her delicate figure standing by the throne where their father sat, her silver hair cascading down her shoulders, framing her youthful face. Her silver eyes sparkled with an unbridled curiosity as she watched Grady approach. "The prince salutes his father," Grady said formally, bowing slightly. "Come, stand beside me, my son." The king beckoned, his voice filled with an unreadable gravity. Grady obeyed, taking his place to his father's left, while Rabina stood on his right, her hands demurely clasped before her. A large projection screen lit up before them, casting a soft glow over the room. On the screen, they watched as a convoy of Tianyi frigates and Jim mobile suits escorted their fleet through a vast field of stars, their metallic frames gleaming in the distant light. "What do you make of this, father?" Grady ventured, his eyes lingering on the unfamiliar mobile suits surrounding them. "Steady yourself, Grady. They merely honor us with an escort," his father replied, though his tone belied a hint of apprehension. With a gleam of excitement, Princess Rabina pointed to a powerful-looking mobile suit displayed prominently on the screen. "Father, is that their famous Gundam model?" she asked, her gaze fixated on the imposing frame, admiration evident in her voice. The king nodded, his expression solemn. "Yes, Rabina. That is their flagship mobile suit model, the one that defeated the notorious Seawolf pirates, a menace that plagued our kingdom and countless others for years." Rabina's eyes sparkled. She had long admired the sleek power of mobile suits, often attending military parades and studying them from a young age. Her gaze softened, her fingers almost reaching out to the screen as if to touch the distant image. Grady, however, found himself more skeptical. Is it truly possible for a single Gundam to overpower such formidable adversaries? He muttered, a frown etching into his face. A single mobile suit besting an entire fleet, no less one led by the Seawolf pirates, sounds exaggerated. The king raised an eyebrow. But that's the enigma of the Tianyi mercenary group. They wield not just one Gundam, but at least 5, according to the intelligence our spy masters have gathered. "Observe," he added, pointing to another Gundam that had just appeared on screen. Grady's doubts simmered beneath his stoic exterior, but he remained silent, stealing a glance at his father, whose gaze held a restrained admiration. The king of Thrace was a man not easily impressed, yet here he stood, drawn into the gravity of the Tianyi group's prowess. It troubled Grady more deeply than he could admit. The captain of the Royal Guard appeared just then, kneeling with a bowed head. "Your Majesty, we have arrived above the Tianyi General Base and are prepared to begin our descent." The king offered a silent nod, and together with his son and daughter, he prepared to disembark. As the royal ship entered the Tianyi General Base's docking area, a low murmur rippled through the assembly of Tianyi employees who had gathered to witness the arrival. Pilots and engineers, clad in the pristine uniforms of the Tianyi group, lined up along the landing bay. Some dared to whisper, their eyes widening at the sight of royalty, while the more disciplined officers motioned them to silence, urging them back to their posts with sharp commands. Despite the grandeur of their arrival, it was not Tugdekin Bey himself who came to greet the king. Instead, Li Jiaming, the esteemed commander-in-chief, and Sakiki, the diplomatic president of the company, stood at the forefront of the reception line, each bowing deeply in respect. Li Jiaming, a stern but courteous man, had assembled a ceremonial guard that saluted with their hands placed firmly over their chests as the royal family descended from their ship. In a united gesture, Li Jiaming and Sakiki stepped forward, bowing slightly and speaking in perfect unison. "We welcome His Majesty the King of Thrace, His Royal Highness Prince Grady, and Her Royal Highness Princess Rabina to Tianyi." The King of Thrace extended his hand with a dignified grace, first to Li Jiaming, then to Sakiki, each man responding in turn with a respectful shake. The gesture was small but meaningful, laden with centuries of tradition, acknowledging the unlikely but undeniable power of the group they had come to assess. Inside the halls of the base, the royal family was escorted past the bustling corridors lined with holographic maps, weapons displays, and vigilant guards, all seemingly oblivious to the tension. At the end of the corridor awaited the meeting chamber, where their true encounter would begin. Grady glanced at his father, sensing the apprehension tempered with the kindling of admiration in his father's gaze, a flame too nascent to name. Stepping into the chamber, Grady steeled himself for what lay ahead. Here, under the watchful presence of the Tianyi group's leaders, he would finally understand the force that had stirred his father's sleepless nights and his own cautious respect. In this place, where diplomacy and strength wove into the very fabric of the walls, the future of Thrace and the Tianyi mercenary group would be decided. The deep blue horizon of Thracian territory stretched endlessly, painting a serene backdrop to a day rich with anticipation. The king of Thrace, a figure radiating both majesty and wisdom, stood with his retinue before the ranks of the Tianyi mercenary group. Rows of mercenaries, clad in gleaming battle suits that seemed woven from the starlight itself, stood before him, their disciplined postures a silent testament to their formidable prowess. The king's gaze was sharp, scanning each soldier and noting the artistry and power embedded in their armor. So, the king's voice was firm yet curious. This battle suit, one of the main tools you use to defeat the Sea Wolf pirates, yes? Sakiki, a high-ranking officer of the Tianyi mercenary group, took a respectful step forward, his face sincere, marked by humility. Your Majesty speaks truly. With these armored suits, we've managed to secure our foothold against the pirates. Their base fell to our tactics and the precision of this combat armor. The king nodded, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. He scanned the area once more, his gaze probing as he asked, "But where is your chairman?" "Surely, such a visit merits his presence." With a slight bow, Sakiki replied, "Your Majesty, our chairman is away on urgent business and regrets his absence. He has entrusted us with the honor of welcoming you today, and we hope you will pardon him." The king gave a gracious nod, his expression softening. "There is no offense taken. Duty calls to each of us, and I understand the burden he carries." He turned to his children, Prince Mikhail and Princess Rabina, both of whom were standing by his side, their faces alight with intrigue and anticipation. "Your Royal Highnesses, shall we accept their invitation?" With a nod, Sakiki bowed even deeper, his words measured and reverent. "Your Majesty, Your Highness Prince Mikhail, and Your Highness Princess Rabina, it is our profound honor to invite you to explore our facilities." The royal family moved forward, accompanied by 3 male and 3 female guards, their eyes alert, each guard an extension of the king's vigilant protection. Among the Tianyi mercenary group's ranks stood Tugdekin Bey, a man shrouded in quiet intensity, his uniform marking him as one of the most capable fighters within the mercenary group. Clad in a distinctive Tianyi uniform, Tugdekin adjusted the controls on the latest model of the Gundam with a familiarity born of countless hours in the cockpit. Though he stood amidst the mercenaries, his gaze was never far from the royal procession. As the king entered the manufacturing facility, his eyes widened at the scene before him. Rows of robotic arms whirred and glowed with automated precision, synchronized in their movements as they assembled intricate components. Each piece clicked into place, and drones buzzed overhead, ferrying materials between stations. Only a handful of human employees moved through the scene, providing minor adjustments, checks, and commands where needed. Thrace's eyes brightened, impressed by the seamless integration of human and machine. Princess Rabina, youthful yet perceptive, observed the manufacturing line with fascination. Her gaze darted to the gleaming corridors and the automated processes, taking in every detail with keen interest. "I can't help but wonder," she whispered to her brother, her tone a blend of awe and admiration, "what level of intellect lies behind these machines. Such automation must reduce the strain on manpower and accelerate production." A faint smile played across Prince Mikhail's lips. "It's a testament to their ingenuity, Rabina. But as impressive as it is, remember, there is always a human touch that brings it all together." Their tour then moved toward the heart of the facility, where a newly designed frigate awaited. The vessel's sleek lines reflected an aesthetic that balanced elegance with sheer power. Stepping onto its deck, Rabina's eyes lit up at the sight of the advanced instruments and sophisticated weaponry. "President Sakiki," the king addressed, his tone calm but probing, "this frigate, will it be available for sale?" Sakiki, his expression unchanging, replied with a measured response. "At this moment, Your Majesty, there are no plans to sell it." The king's eyes lingered on the frigate, admiration and curiosity flickering in his gaze. "Should your plans change, inform our kingdom at once. Thrace would be eager to purchase a fleet of these." "Of course, Your Majesty," Sakiki assured him with a respectful nod, his voice steady. You shall be the first to know. They ventured deeper into the mercenary group's facilities, pausing at various points of interest. The Tianyi base seemed to pulse with life, each station and structure revealing the cutting-edge technology that was the mercenaries' lifeblood. Rabina's attention was caught by the cockpit of a custom GEM mobile suit stationed nearby. She leaned closer, her sharp eyes picking up on a subtle, yet significant difference. Father, she whispered, discreetly moving to the king's side, the cockpit layout in this GM model. It's distinct from those in our fleet. See that slot there? It's designed for an AOTO's automatic orchestration operating system, something our models lack. Commander Li Jiaming, standing nearby, overheard her observation and offered a polite nod. Your Highness has a keen eye. This system is undergoing rigorous testing. If it passes, we may consider retrofitting such systems into your nation's mobile suits in the future. The king nodded thoughtfully. Your innovation is commendable. Has the demonstration of the combat uniforms been arranged? It is ready, Your Majesty, replied Commander Li Jiaming. If you would kindly follow me. They proceeded to a vast training ground, where rows of combat uniformed soldiers were waiting. The demonstration commenced with a synchronized display of martial prowess, each move executed with the precision of prayer, each stance an echo of Thracian valor. Sakiki stood by, providing a steady stream of details regarding the suit's features, enhanced strength, speed, and endurance, each designed to elevate the ordinary soldier to extraordinary heights. As the display reached its zenith, Tugdikin Bey stepped forward, embodying the blend of warrior spirit and humility that was central to the Tianyi mercenary group's ethos. He demonstrated the suit's capabilities, moving with agility that defied human limits, his actions fluid yet charged with intensity. Princess Rabina, captivated, leaned closer to her father. It's almost as if they're dancing, father. Each movement is precise, almost sacred. The king's gaze softened as he watched, pride swelling in his chest. Indeed, Rabina, in every clash, in every strike, there is meaning and purpose. A warrior's discipline is his prayer. The demonstration concluded to thunderous applause. The king turned to Sakiki, his voice filled with gratitude. You have shown us not only the strength of your technology, but the spirit that guides it. This visit has been a reminder of how purpose and skill can forge a path forward. With a deep bow, Sakiki replied, We are honored, Your Majesty. May our collaboration bring prosperity and protection to both our realms. As they left the Tianyi base, the royal family held in their hearts a renewed sense of purpose, the vision of a future shaped not by power alone, but by unity, wisdom, and honor. The king's final glance at the mercenary soldiers was filled with respect, for he knew they were allies bound by faith and shared purpose, a bond that transcended even the stars. Chapter 25. The Silent Covenant. The crimson banners of Mycone fluttered under the golden sun, as King Ceres stood beside his son, Prince Grady, and daughter, Princess Rabina. His eyes glinted with satisfaction, observing the towering armored combat suits arranged in a disciplined row. The visiting entourage from the Thracian kingdom marveled, their awe tempered only by the restrained reserve expected of royalty. King Ceres turned to President Sakiki, a poised man with a gaze that held secrets, yet betrayed nothing. President Sakiki, King Ceres inquired, a slight smile playing on his lips. What price are you considering for these marvels? With calm authority, Sakiki inclined his head. Your Majesty, I regret to inform you that the armored war uniform is not for sale at this time. Our team is conducting extensive live combat verifications. Much remains before it's prepared for the market. A sharp intake of breath came from Prince Grady, his face flushed with frustration. So, you won't sell this or that? Does your kingdom have no interest in dealing with Mycone? His words, laced with impatience, broke the composure of the royal delegation. King Ceres cast a stern look at Grady, his voice low yet commanding. Grady, hold your tongue. Turning to Sakiki, the king softened his tone, offering an apologetic smile. Please forgive my son, President Sakiki. His heart is unbridled, a trait I hope he will learn to temper. I trust you won't take offense? Your Majesty, on the contrary, Sakiki replied with a slight bow, his voice imbued with a tactful respect. His Highness's frankness speaks of sincerity. We value those who speak without guile. King Ceres chuckled warmly. Then I must thank you, President Sakiki, for such understanding. He gestured forward. Now let us continue. As they moved through the spacious hangar, King Ceres' eyes caught sight of a colossal warship docked in the distance. The Albion MS mothership, a vessel of stark and intimidating beauty. The king's gaze lingered on the mighty hull and the intricate network of weapon systems, every inch of the ship conveying its purpose as a weapon of war. "What a majestic creation," the king murmured, his admiration unmasked. Commander Li Jiaming, a composed yet youthful leader in the Tianyi mercenary group, approached with a respectful nod. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Although this vessel has seen combat, we continue to encounter areas needing improvement." King Series gave a thoughtful nod. "Ah, Commander Li, in Hanxia there is a saying, a craftsman takes his time. Perfection is not achieved in haste. Great things take years of relentless effort." His gaze returned to the ship, a tinge of envy in his eyes. Beside him, Rabina observed the Albion MS mothership with silent wonder. Her eyes gleamed with the fervor of someone seeing her dreams given form, her hand reaching instinctively for her father's sleeve, as if seeking his permission. The king, sensing her awe, gently patted her hand. He turned to Li Jiaming with a fatherly smile. "Commander Li Jiaming, would it be possible for us to tour this formidable vessel?" "It would be our honor, Your Majesty." As they stepped aboard the Albion, an atmosphere of reverent silence followed them. The crew members, clad in uniforms of sharp precision, moved with the grace and efficiency of a well-honed machine. They passed by the imposing megaparticle turret, the primary weapon of the ship, its metallic sheen casting a reflection that seemed to embody the soul of the Albion itself. King Series could not hide his admiration. To see a ship of this caliber in our lifetime is a rare gift. Your chairman's vision and craftsmanship speak to a genius beyond his years. Li Jiaming nodded with a quiet reverence. "Indeed, Your Majesty. In our eyes, our chairman is a man of unmatched ability. His mind conceives what others can only dream. A leader worthy of loyalty, then," King Series mused, his gaze warm as he absorbed the energy and pride evident in Li Jiaming's words. He admired the unity and purpose that seemed to radiate from every individual aboard the Albion. They exited onto the main deck just as a thunderous roar filled the air, drawing their attention to a nearby launch pad. An enormous mobile suit, a towering machine of polished armor and intricate machinery, ejected from the bay with a flash of blue light. It soared into the skies with an agility that belied its massive frame, executing maneuvers with astonishing speed and precision. "Father," Rabina's voice, tinged with excitement, broke the solemn atmosphere. She pointed eagerly at the soaring figure of the mobile suit. King Series, unable to deny his daughter's ardor, cast a wry smile at the Tianyi representatives. "My daughter, Rabina, has always harbored a fascination for military machinery, particularly mobile suits." His tone was both indulgent and proud. "President Sakiki, Commander Li, that machine? Is it one of your new Gundams?" Sakiki nodded. "Yes, Your Majesty. This is our latest model, the Gundam Physalis, undergoing its final rounds of testing. Would it be possible for us to observe the trial?" King Series inquired, his voice almost hopeful. "With pleasure, Your Majesty," Li Jiaming replied, gesturing toward the command center. Inside the control room, an expansive projection screen illuminated with the image of the Gundam Physalis, executing a series of combat maneuvers in a simulated battlefield. The machine's armor gleamed under simulated solar light, its movements fluid yet precise. The agility of the Physalis was mesmerizing, a dance of metal and power that held Rabina transfixed, her eyes wide with admiration. King Series, too, was deeply affected, though his heart held a blend of envy and reluctant respect. He understood the immense power such a machine could confer upon his kingdom. If Maikon could possess even one such mobile suit, it would transform their military capabilities overnight, providing them with an indomitable advantage over their rivals. Beside him, Prince Grady's jaw tightened, his gaze hard with desire. In that moment, he could see the difference between the suits they had purchased from the kingdom of Hanxia and this Gundam, a machine built not only for war but for dominance. If only Maikon could wield such a weapon, Grady muttered under his breath, barely concealing his longing. In any conflict, we would reign supreme. The king placed a hand on Grady's shoulder, his voice low and firm. Remember, Grady, strength is earned not by desire alone, but by devotion and discipline. To build a kingdom strong enough to wield such power requires a unity and faithfulness to higher principles. His words echoed the age-old wisdom that had guided Maikon through years of challenge and triumph. In his heart, King Series knew that the journey of faith and strength, the true strength that lay beyond machines, was the path his kingdom would need to follow if they were to thrive in this changing world. As the Physalis continued its dance across the screen, Rabina watched, her heart stirred not only by the marvel of the machine, but by the quiet realization that strength came from within, from a heart molded by purpose and bound by faith. She could feel the essence of her father's words resonating within her, a reminder of the heritage they held and the legacy they were sworn to uphold. In the distance, the Gundam Physalis glided against the horizon, a symbol of dreams both coveted and restrained, a silent testament to the power of purpose shaped by patience, wisdom, and unyielding conviction. The Gundam Berries test had concluded, and the fruits of rigorous engineering were on full display, promising power tempered by resilience. The arena of the testing grounds was illuminated by crackling energy fields, dust and faint luminescence mingling in the air. Technicians hurried about, whispering in excited voices as they pored over the test results. In the distance, the looming figure of Gundam Sour Berry returned from its final test, a shadowed giant moving with the grace of an ancient warrior. King Thrace of Thracian, the rightful ruler of a kingdom known for its ancestral codes and strategic prowess, walked towards the platform with a dignified air. His gaze was directed not at the towering machines, but at the commander of this metallic domain, a man who seemed carved from the same resolute stone as the Gundams he tended to. This was Tudikan Bey, a name whispered across realms, yet known only to a few by sight. His eyes, steely and sharp, mirrored the strength of the machines he commanded, while his attire, plain but impeccably kept, spoke of a man who revered discipline over luxury. By his side stood Jo Na, his trusted advisor, who was currently presenting a tablet with the summarized results of the Gundam Physalis' performance. Tudikan Bey's gaze flickered as he noticed King Thrace approaching with his son, Glady, at his side and a retinue of guards in close formation. Glady, a young warrior in the making, bore the distinct countenance of one unafraid to step into his father's shoes, yet his brows were knit in curiosity. It was evident that this visit to the mercenary grounds bore personal significance. The king, smiling, stepped forward with grace and purpose. "Ah, Tudikan Bey, it is an honor. I trust you have been well." Tudikan Bey turned, the expression on his face as unyielding as his reputation. "Your Majesty, you've mistaken me for another. I am simply a repairman within the mercenary guild, tasked only with the maintenance of these fine Gundams." Thrace chuckled, eyes alight with amusement. Now, Tudikan Bey, I may be a king, but I am not blind to truths that dance before me. The way your people look to you, one need not be a ruler to see they regard you as one. There was no denying the truth any longer. With a subtle, measured nod, Tudikan Bey removed his gloves and extended a hand. "Then allow me to welcome you to our humble establishment, Your Majesty. I am Tudikan Bey." As their hands met, a silent acknowledgement passed between them, a recognition of the strength and legacy each held within their respective worlds. "I appreciate your candor, Tudikan Bey," Thrace responded warmly. "But tell me, why must a king be met by your subordinates rather than you yourself?" "Your Majesty, I am not well versed in the niceties of courtly greetings," Tudikan Bey replied, his voice low yet steady. "I leave such matters to those adept in them. My strengths are in the heat of battle and in the heart of the machine." King Thrace, unfazed, nodded thoughtfully. "There is no offense taken, Tudikan Bey. However, I have come to discuss matters that concern only us, leader to leader." "I understand, Your Majesty," Tudikan Bey said, gesturing towards a quiet corridor beside the training grounds. "This way, if you please." As they walked, the faint clinking of metal and whirring of machinery filled the air, as though the very soul of the Gundams echoed the intensity of their conversation. King Thrace marveled at the sight around him. Towering machines that looked like mythical beings of war, with energy cores pulsating in time to an unseen rhythm. For a moment, he was reminded of the ancient words his grandfather had imparted to him about seeking honor in the face of adversity, a wisdom steeped in faith and echoed through generations. Once inside the corridor, Tudikan Bey turned to face Thrace directly, his gaze unwavering. "Your Majesty, I must be honest with you. If it is Gundams you seek, I cannot oblige. The machines are not for sale. They are not mere weapons, but tools of order, bound to a higher purpose." King Thrace's chief guard, noticing the firmness in Tudikan Bey's tone, prepared to step forward, but a swift motion from Thrace held him back. Glady, however, was visibly taken aback by Tudikan Bey's unyielding stance, having never before seen anyone speak so directly to his father. The king allowed a rare smile to flicker across his face, a mixture of admiration and challenge. You are a man who speaks his mind, an uncommon trait, and one I appreciate. Thrace's voice softened. But my visit is about more than the Gundams. I seek an alliance, Tugdekin Bey, one of spirit, strategy, and faith. The word faith seemed to linger in the air, a quiet whisper that reverberated with meaning beyond mere religion. For Tugdekin Bey, this was a reminder of the path he had walked for so many years, guided not only by ambition, but by a sense of divine purpose. There were times, in the deep silence of night, that he had turned his gaze skyward, murmuring words of prayer under starlit skies, seeking guidance and strength. After a pause, he looked back at the king, his voice measured. An alliance of such depth is a commitment of the soul. I have no doubt you understand that alliances are not bound by words, but by a shared understanding of honor and sacrifice. The king nodded. Indeed, I would not make such a request without due respect. You see, Tugdekin Bey, our kingdoms may be worlds apart, but our destinies may yet be entwined. For in unity, we find the resilience to face even the darkest adversaries. You and your people are masters of these machines, the protectors of realms beyond. Together, we could forge a future worthy of our ancestors. For a long moment, Tugdekin Bey was silent, his thoughts drifting to the sacrifices of those before him, of battles fought not just with weapons, but with spirit. The words of an old prayer rose unbidden to his mind, a plea for guidance in times of trial, for courage in the face of adversity. He nodded slowly, almost to himself. Very well, Your Majesty. Let us seek a future that does justice to the past. But know this, our alliance will require more than signatures and seals. It will demand loyalty that transcends mere allegiance. The king smiled, and this time his eyes shone with something deeper, respect perhaps, or the kindling of trust. Tugdekin Bey, I would expect nothing less. With that, they sealed their understanding, not with pomp or formality, but with the simple dignity of two men bound by shared principles and an unwavering commitment to the protection of their realms. As they walked out of the corridor together, Glady looked on with a sense of awe and quiet admiration, his young mind absorbing a valuable lesson in leadership, one that would stay with him long after the last echo of their footsteps faded into the night. As the evening light waned, the Gundams stood silent, awaiting their next call to duty. But within them, the fire of purpose burned, as if they too understood the weight of the path their masters had chosen. The future awaited, its shape uncertain but held firm in the hands of those who dared to meet it with faith and strength. Chapter 26. The Minov's Super-Energy Thermonuclear Reactor. The winds whispered over the expansive Thracian plains as the first hints of dawn crept over the fortress city of Valkan. 1 month had passed since the visit of the King of Thrace to the Eastern Kingdom, a venture marked by his pursuit of new technologies that could empower his domain. Though he hadn't returned with everything he sought, his delegation had secured 2 innovations: advanced war chariots and tactical drones that could function individually or as a swarm in battle. Beyond the material gains, the king left behind his most cherished daughter, Princess Rabina, in the care of trusted companions, 3 female guards, and a battalion of advisors. While her father sought alliances and power, Rabina's passion lay elsewhere. She found herself drawn to the gleaming machines and humming energy fields in the vast production yards, especially the towering mobile suits, also known as MS. In the short time since her arrival, Rabina had ingratiated herself with the staff and soldiers, her curiosity weaving her seamlessly into the base's everyday life. She roamed the halls and production lines, learning the intricate details of military production and the lives of those who worked there. Princess Rabina, called Joya, one of the base's top engineers, eyeing a tray of freshly baked cookies in Rabina's hands. "Did you bake those? Please try one," Rabina offered with a shy smile, gesturing towards the tray of cookies with intricate designs, hearts, stars, and the occasional lion emblem representing her family crest. Joya took one, savoring the crisp, buttery taste. "Delicious, Your Highness." Rabina's eyes sparkled with joy as others crowded around, sampling her treats. But her curiosity soon returned to the object of her fascination. "Where's Tugdekin Bey?" she asked, referring to the skilled pilot and project leader of the legendary Gundam Gerbera, a powerful MS revered for its unrivaled agility and precision in combat. "Tugdekin Bey is in the testing field, putting the Gerbera through a trial run," Joya replied, glancing at a tablet in her hand, displaying a live feed of the test. Rabina and the assembled engineers and soldiers leaned in to watch. The screen showed Gundam Gerbera, its polished armor gleaming as it maneuvered at blinding speed through a field of asteroids and floating debris. Tugdekin Bay executed sharp turns and evasive maneuvers, weaving gracefully between meteor fragments. Despite the relentless fire from drones and automated gym mobile suits, his piloting was impeccable. Each calculated evasion and counterstrike showcased his expertise and the formidable capabilities of the Gundam Gerbera. The command room filled with murmurs of admiration. "He makes it look effortless," someone whispered, echoing the sentiments of many. Just then, Tugdekin Bay broke through the final wave of attacks, crossing the designated target point as the test officially concluded. Applause filled the room, the sound carrying a sense of awe and camaraderie. When Tugdekin Bay returned to the hangar, sweat beaded on his brow, but his gaze was steady. Rabina, still clutching her cookie tray, made her way to him, accompanied by her loyal guards. Diana, her sharp-witted attendant, handed the princess a towel and bottle of water as they approached the legendary pilot. "You've worked hard," Rabina said, offering Tugdekin Bay the towel and water with a slight bow, an earnest smile lighting her face. Tugdekin Bay accepted, wiping his brow before taking a long, grateful sip. "Thank you, Your Highness." The princess held up the tray of cookies, offering one to him. "Here, try these. I made them myself." He took one, nodded approvingly as he tasted it, and prepared to step back towards the Gundam for the debrief. But Rabina reached out, hesitating for a moment before her voice carried with an unusual tremor of determination. "Tugdekin Bay, would it be possible? Could you teach me to pilot a Gundam?" Silence followed, thick with unspoken thoughts. Tugdekin Bay's gaze shifted to Rabina, studying her resolve. Over her shoulder, he saw Joya and a few others, glancing over with barely concealed interest. As if sensing the depth of her desire, he gave her a measured nod and signaled Joya to approach. "Joya," he said, with a slight hint of authority, "prepare the training Gundam, the Yuzu Gundam, for a basic tutorial." Rabina's eyes brightened, her heart beating with a mix of excitement and reverence. She had dreamed of this moment since she first saw the Gundam Gerbera in action, a towering testament to human ingenuity and the relentless pursuit of victory. Her upbringing had taught her discipline and patience, but today, she felt a sense of destiny drawing her closer to this behemoth of metal and fire. The training Gundam, the Yuzu, was a simpler model designed for the base's new recruits. Its cockpit, however, held all the daunting complexities of any mobile suit. Rabina entered with awe, her fingers tracing the controls as if each switch and button whispered secrets of power and wisdom to her. Tugdekin Bay's voice filtered through the intercom, guiding her through the steps. "Ease into it. Every movement should feel like an extension of your thoughts, your intentions." His instructions were calm, yet they carried an unmistakable weight. Under his guidance, Rabina engaged the Yuzu-S power system. The reactor hummed to life, and the MS shuddered slightly before steadying. It was as if the machine recognized her touch and responded, aligning itself to her presence. As she guided the Yuzu through simple maneuvers, an undeniable sense of fulfillment and connection washed over her. She felt the Gundam spirit, a resonance that aligned with the sense of divine purpose she held within. To her, the Gundam was more than metal. It was a testament to the Creator's boundless potential gifted to humankind. But soon, the brief exercise ended, and she dismounted, exhilarated. Tugdekin Bay was waiting, his expression inscrutable. "You did well for a beginner," he remarked, offering a rare smile. "With dedication, you may yet find yourself mastering this craft." Rabina bowed slightly, humility tempering her excitement. "Thank you, Tugdekin Bay." This experience, she trailed off, her gaze lingering on the Yuzu Gundam. It felt as though it was meant to be, as if, through this machine, I glimpsed a path I must follow. Tugdekin Bay nodded, his eyes reflecting a subtle reverence. Indeed, the power we wield in these machines is a trust, not a right. It's only through humility and faith that one truly masters it. As Rabina left the hangar, the echoes of her father's aspirations mingled with her own, transforming in the quiet spaces of her heart. Where her father saw power and dominion, she saw purpose, a new understanding that connected her role to something greater than herself, a path infused with duty, faith, and the boundless courage it would demand of her. For within the Gundams and their Miniv's reactors lay not just a weapon of war, but the means to safeguard a world that yet held so much beauty, mystery, and hope. Here, amidst towering mobile suits, two women, Sister Joya and Princess Rabina, prepared to embark on a mission that, unbeknownst to them, would etch their names into the annals of history. "Your Highness, this way, please," Joya said softly, her words veiled in respect, yet firm with command. At the far end of the hangar, Tudikan Bey, the visionary leader who had orchestrated this realm's advancement, had just stepped away, retreating to his office. As he glanced at the data reports for the Gundam Gerbera, a sleek machine unlike any seen before, a flicker of satisfaction crossed his face. Each data point, each calculation, revealed a story of unprecedented power. This Gundam was a marvel, equipped with the first Miniv's super-energy thermonuclear reactor, a breakthrough whose full potential was yet to be understood. Meanwhile, Sister Joya led Princess Rabina to the cockpit of Yuanzu Gundam. Rabina's eyes shone with a quiet determination that belied her gentle appearance. Despite her noble lineage, she was no stranger to the demands of battle. She had come to this world prepared, equipped not only with royal knowledge, but with an inner strength that even her closest companions had yet to fully understand. "Your Highness, please," Joya said as they reached the towering Gundam. The mechanics around them respectfully parted, acknowledging both women as they approached. With a steady hand, Rabina inserted her chip card into the cockpit slot, a card earned through her own trials. In her early days with the group, she tested her skills in simulated environments, and as her aptitude became evident, she was gifted the card, a testament to her prowess. With it, she could bypass the manual calibrations required by others, allowing the machine to respond directly to her unique commands. It was an honor and a mark of trust that few possessed. The cockpit hummed to life around her, the neon lights and multifunctional screens casting a soft glow over her focused expression. "This propulsion and reaction speed," she murmured, hands deftly gripping the controls. Far beyond the Gym MS. As she pushed the Yuanzu Gundam into a test run, the machine danced under her control, a flawless choreography of evasion, counterattack, and acceleration. Rabina's skills were mesmerizing, her every move executed with the grace of a seasoned pilot. Watching her on the hangar floor, Sister Joya tapped on her tablet, recording data and occasionally glancing up with admiration. "Sister," she remarked to her companion, "Her Highness has an impressive skill set. She maneuvers that Gundam as if it were a part of herself." "True," replied her fellow pilot. "If she were one of us, a mercenary by trade, she would surely be groomed as a Gundam pilot. To think she surpasses many of our most experienced drivers." "That's right," the other nodded, pride in her voice. "It was shocking the first time I saw her pilot a Gym mobile suit. I hadn't expected a princess, one raised in nobility, to command a machine with such prowess." The two women exchanged a knowing glance, admiration mingled with a touch of awe. They understood the weight of Rabina's journey, from princess to warrior. Her path had been anything but easy. Yet here she was, her determination shining through with every turn of the Yuanzu Gundam's controls. As the test neared its end, a sudden command echoed through the hangar. "Two of you, report to the gathering point immediately." They acknowledged the directive and made their way to the assembly area. As they moved, the conversation between them took a more introspective turn. "The boss is a point," one of them said. "This series of training exercises, they've truly refined our reflexes and instincts. I heard he plans to put all MS pilots through the same drills. He hopes to create a new breed of ace drivers. It'll be grueling, but if we don't push ourselves, we risk being left behind." In the meantime, Tudikan Bey examined the reports on Gundam Gerbera's capabilities in the quiet of his office. Every line of data reinforced what he already knew. This was no ordinary machine. The Miniv super-energy thermonuclear reactor installed in Gundam Gerbera had transformed it into a force of nature, far exceeding the performance initially mapped out on the technical blueprints. Not only did the reactor increase power output by over 10%, but it also extended operational time, enabling prolonged deployment without concern for energy failure. Even energy-intensive weaponry would not drain it easily. However, Tudikan Bey's brows knit together as he reviewed the limitations. The reactor, while powerful, released Minovsky particles that interfered with radar and tracking systems. Standard radar and scanning tools were rendered nearly useless under its influence, leaving only onboard cameras to guide pilots through battle. If he didn't find a solution soon, their hard-won technological edge might come at a steep cost. Tudikin Bey's thoughts turned to the whispers he'd heard of a new technology, superconducting communication. This system, it was said, could pierce through Minovsky interference, offering a potential lifeline to their forces in combat. If he could integrate this technology, he could create a coordinated response within their fleet, allowing pilots to communicate seamlessly even in the heat of battle. The enemy, however, would be left in disarray, their own radars blinded by the interference. "I see now," Tudikin Bey murmured to himself. "If we can master this technology, we could maintain unity on the battlefield while they falter. Communication is power, and it will be our salvation in the fog of Minovsky particles." In his mind's eye, he envisioned the coming battles, the clashes that would shape the future of their world. With Gundam Gerbera leading the charge, equipped with the Minov super-energy thermonuclear reactor, and the promise of superconducting communication on the horizon, they could push forward with unmatched precision. The technology would serve not only as an advantage, but as a testament to their unwavering faith and courage. As Tudikin Bey continued his work, he felt a profound sense of purpose, a belief that transcended the science behind the machines he built. In every circuit, in every reactor, he saw echoes of a higher calling, a purpose ordained by the Almighty, a charge to defend their world and its people from the darkness encroaching on all sides. With a final glance at the report, Tudikin Bey resolved to push onward. They would build, they would overcome, and through their resilience, they would hold fast against any storm. For their strength was not merely in steel and power. It was rooted in the unshakable faith that guided them, the enduring spirit that would one day lead them to victory.